right, you know it's time. Today we crown a champion for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American Community Tournament. Let's go.
The only way they win is if one of us just somehow has like a seizure and can't play.
Tonight we'll be crowning the North America champions.
It's just Arville left here between a Lord and 4 other members of the Valley, and this is game 1, going over to the Valley.
Without further ado, we step into game 3.
Oh my God, this might be it. They're not even gonna wait for the Lord. Oh, what a flicker! Able to throw Yujin in and clean him up. The Valley take game 3. Here comes Arville, big wild charge, and the Valley is annihilated. Game 4 will go to the Simpsons.
After this event, you know I'm saying it now, it's going to be an NACT Wheezy skin for Brody.
It's been a match and a series full of surprises.
The problem is the Valley, they're just monsters, man. And I don't know if I see the Simpsons coming back to take a reverse sweep here.
Are they going to be able to stop it? On the Valley, they stop it. Oh my God, the Valley are going to M4.
This isn't just any rivalry. This is the rivalry.
Coming at you live once again from Las Vegas, guys, HyperX Arena. We're here to see the grand finals. Guys, it's been weeks. I flew from the Philippines here, and now we're here. How are you guys doing?
It's a nation divided right now, man. It's like the Civil War of MLBB NA right now. 2 teams, but only one can take us, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, Outplay taking on BTK.
And that is a huge play, ladies and gentlemen. Outplay has done it. They've evened out the odds 2-2 against BTK.
To all the people overseas that have maybe just woken up, your dreams have become reality because this is 2-2. I mean, it's insane.
And now we're jumping into game number 5.
Here we go.
Joybot trying to pull Basic away. Basic, one hit, 2 hit. He's down. They're still defending. BTK doesn't want to go out today.
They're not down and out just yet.
The Lord is here. It's a base race right now. BTK trying to end this. Ladies and gentlemen, that's match point for BTK.
Oh my goodness. Look how excited they are. Yeah, match point. You can hear the crowd. I'm glad to be here for NACT. Holy moly, the NACT Grand Finals is where it's at right now.
Not over, not quite yet. Minions haven't finished it. Crystal finally goes down. And this is what everybody wanted. Game 7. All right.
Hey,
I'm so happy.
I'm tearing up because, hey, we got a game 7. It's not a sweep.
I've never seen this before. They got 2. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. No, wait. 2 more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it. But that is it.
The Bloodthirsty Kings defying the odds. What a series.
BTK. Nobody in the world could have asked for more than this, Naisu.
Wow, what a series, what a game.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Trex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Stephweezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT Fall Season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Stephweezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Stephweezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking out all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is Yue, and the NACT 2023 Fall Season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, Yue. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Cena?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello everyone, it's Sina Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 Fall Season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship, and you never know, it might be you that announces the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall Season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow. And especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Sorry. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Stephweezy, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT Falls, all of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating, they told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment.
When you find something in life that speaks to you, then you win that thing. 8 teams, the dream for each team, take their place on this trophy. Who's gonna win this baby and go on to M5? If you wanna hoist this holy grail, then know this. You will never be forgotten. Now it's your moment. Come and get it. It lasts a lifetime.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the second day of the North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season, where the best teams is going to M5 in the Philippines. I am Sina Lily, your host for today, and I'm joined by our amazing casters, Stephweezy and Eunice. How are you guys all doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Welcome back, everybody, to another season for the NACT, and we're just glad to be a part of history in the making.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what we have in stock for today. We have a lot of very interesting matches, so I'm excited to see where everything will go today.
Yeah, super exciting stuff. Yesterday's matches was super fun to watch. But before we go through all of that, I want to go through our tournament format. We had 96 teams join in the qualifiers, but only 8 teams remain. We have 3 regular seasons. Our first regular season will be a single elimination, which is this week, and will move us to our second and third, which will be double eliminations. All of this is based on a point system that is awarded on how each team performs. The top 4 will be going on to the playoffs. That's super exciting news, and 4 of them will be going to California, the live event this time around. But this week, the grand final winner will have a huge leg up going forward into stage 2 and 3. Will it be the fated match between the OhioBrothers versus BTK? We shall see. Stephweezy, can you run us through the brackets real quick?
That's right, guys. As we did see day 1 with 4 teams moving forward out of the top 8. TOB taking down Area 77, BloodHounds taking down Night Horde, BTK taking down Knights of Fates, and Avalon taking down Aggravate 1, all in best of 3s. And now, moving on, we are officially on the semifinals for regular season 1. Series 1 will be TOB up against BloodHounds. Series 2 will be BTK up against Avalon. The winner of both of these series will move forward to the finals in a best of 5. The loser will drop down to the bronze match to battle it out for 3rd place.
Absolutely. Now looking at these brackets, they look very interesting, and I know all of you guys out there are really interested for this so-called final match, but we're gonna have to see if it goes to that point. But aside from these brackets, I know that you guys are always curious about what's on the line, right? We have an amazing prize pool. We have first place of 10,000 diamonds. Now, if I had this money, I'd use it off to pay off my college tuition. But for this year's NACT, no matter what place you place, either 1st or 8th, you are taking something home. So you are going to take a little bit of something home, as well as get that amazing recognition for your hard fight for this year's NACT. And now I'm excited for all of this. And I know that all of you guys, and especially the host and my caster, is excited for this year's NACT season.
Yes, I am super excited, and I'm excited to give our viewers a giveaway. Right there on the screen, you can see 30 giveaway codes. Put that code in right there in your phones right now so you can get that P Fowls Dance Farsa skin. Only 30 will be able to be redeemed, so make sure you put that in real fast, or else you're gonna miss it. As far as a fan myself, I wouldn't want to miss that. What do you guys think on all of that? But, oh, it seems like our predictions are ready for the Ohio Brothers versus BloodHounds. Let's see what our casters and hosts think. It seems like the Ohio Brothers has the win for all the casters and hosts, but Yue, the oddball out, thinks BloodHound's gonna win. What do you guys think about that?
Yue, loving to be the unicorn out of all the casters, right? The only one to defy the odds. But hey, you gotta root for the one rooting for the underdogs, right? So definitely gonna challenge him on that. But looking at the predictions so far, I mean, you guys see even the casters have a prediction rating. Currently, me and Eunice and Xena Lily tied 4-0, all voting for TOB. I guess today we're gonna see who can keep that perfect record.
Oh, Weezy, you're not going to go all the way today for this caster prediction because last season, you know, I reigned queen of the predictions. Now, I'm going to try to keep that reputation up for this year's NACT, but looking at the predictions, though, Yue being kind of the underdog is going to go ahead and vote for that other team, so he's kind of like the oddball out, but looks like everyone's predictions majority the same, so looks like TOB might take this win today, or is Yue, the one that voted for the underdogs, going to go ahead and take the win, which is going to be BloodHounds.
Now that I'm included in that, I think I'm going to give you a run for your money, but let's go through the roster real quick, guys. The Ohio Brothers has Milo, Best Player, Hoon, Zia, and Shark on their team this time for this round. And then BloodHounds has Easy Peasy, Sleeps, Bokarosco, Dino, and Kopla. Do you guys think about these players on the team?
Man, I gotta say, TOB, we all know they're a powerhouse in North America. I mean, they've been competing in all the local events alongside BloodHounds, actually, who's been kind of on the rise. But for TOB, with Milo joining the roster, I'm definitely gonna be keeping my eyes on him, as he is what I would call one of those players who traditionally plays in the background, right? He's usually in that sub position, but now having a spot in the main roster for today, I'm excited to see what he brings to the table. But for BloodHounds, we've seen them compete time and time again, and always able to make it close to top 16, but never hitting the mark for top 8. So now they have done it. They made it one step closer to that M-Series talent that they're looking for, but they got to jump over this hurdle and be able to take down TOB.
Now, there's a lot of roster changes. I know some of you have been kind of sneaking around, doing a little head poke for a lot of these teams, but this season, there's a lot of changes. So are they able to keep their team synergy and take it on to grand finals and make it for M5 and see if they can prevail for the rest of the seasons, as we're only just in season 1?
Yes, we're only just getting started, guys. But August Starlight skin, guys, I want to remind you, if you have not got it yet, Yin's Eternal Guardian skin is out for grabs. And if you're not big on Yin, there are 10 returning Starlight skins as well. And the new Starlight shop exclusive, the Killing Notification. You can get all this with a Starlight membership. 300 diamonds. You can get over 6,000 diamonds worth of rewards. The first Starlight purchase will give you 1,700 diamonds worth of rewards, and you can get the weekly diamond pass to make you get all of this quicker. Keep an eye out for all these Starlight exclusives. You don't want to miss it. And now we are ready for the match. The Ohio Brothers versus BloodHounds. Casters, let's get into the draft.
Bam, here we are, straight into the draft, not wasting any time. The match we wanted to see, right? How will BloodHounds go toe-to-toe with TOB? TOB is a powerhouse in North America, with really only BTK being the only team that kind of shut them down. But will we see BloodHounds kind of change history so far? I mean, this is their chance, right? The first time that they're matching up against TOB in the regular season for top 8, so they need to make a statement here.
Absolutely not. Everybody knows of the team, the Ohio Brothers, so we're kind of expecting those traditional picks, traditional bands coming out, but I want to talk a little bit about BloodHounds, right? They have been in the scene a lot of times, and this isn't the first time they've made their appearance, even just in simple qualifiers. Now, I do know a little bit about these players, and some of you might know as well. BloodHounds is run by Bokarosco, is the mid laner, I believe, for BloodHounds, and he has a lot of pocket picks from what I've been able to see for qualifiers, and now in the top 4. So congratulations to whoever is now representing the top 4, and I'm hoping that you guys take away the series today. But
Sleeps, Dino, Easy Peasy, Coppola, and Bokarasco. Now, just like yesterday, I know UA, our other caster, did talk about a little bit of these players, and if you guys know them well, they do know they have their own play style. And speaking about play style, let's talk about these bans real quick. We're gonna see a Kadita and Uranus ban coming in from the TheOhioBrothers. Now, that's a very traditional ban, and that is kind of banning out the mid laner, and Uranus right now is such a menace in the entire land of Dawn and Fanny. Respect ban coming in from the jungler side, which is going to be the TheOhioBrothers.
Yeah, you are seeing a lot of traditional, typical bans for North America. I mean, recently Angela has been kind of prioritized this early in the phase. We've been seeing Florian banned out as well in day one of the NACT regular season 1. So maybe we see history repeat itself. But something that's still available on the table is the Kaja, right? Do they let the suppression rock? Now, there is assassin players on the side for TOB. We know best player kind of profits on those assassins, the Ling, the Hayabusa, the Fanny. But he can definitely rotate it around, maybe pull out that Martyrs or something of that caliber. But will BloodHounds ban it out? I love how you mentioned Bokarasco being the captain for their team. I mean, he was a supreme mage player back in the day, so he was definitely a menace on that Sicilian. And he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeves when it comes to that mid lane matchup. So really want to see what they'll kind of go in for the final bans. There is something on the table that could still be profited as well. The Kaja and the Valentina is who I'm keeping my eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're going to look at these bans, and it's going to be finished very soon on the side of BloodHounds, and we're going to be looking at the first couple picks. Now, in the meta area, I do know that TheOhioBrothers like to kind of prioritize their mid lane picks, but the same for BloodHounds, actually, because Bokarasco has a lot of those mid lane picks. We've known for his Sicilian, we've known for his Valentina, we've known for a lot of these different mages, so it depends on which one they decide to pick up first. And knowing that Kadita is banned on the TheOhioBrothers, usually the direct response is Eve. It's their biggest counter for Eve. So I'm hoping that TOB does pick up that Eve first as Kadita did get banned. So is Hoon gonna be the one picking up that Eve, or maybe they'll opt in for something else?
Friesla. Friesla is definitely an option. Can be picked up here. Could be a problem since it did walk through the draft. And I think TOB could pick that up. Now, BloodHounds, we have been seeing them run a little bit of that Martis to work in their favor. I mean, they had the matchup yesterday. They were going up against Nighthorde. And Nighthorde had better execution. But when it came to, you know, the early game presence, the Martis just made up for BloodHounds to keep them pushing through those games. So maybe they prioritize the Martis and the Friesla nice and early. I could see that definitely being a viable option for them. But for TOB, I mean, they can get very creative, right? I mean, they're a top caliber team. And speaking of creativity, Arlott has been slotted on the board for TOB.
I mean, talking about Martis, right? I'm pretty sure BloodHounds was the one that got the Savage during the matches, right? Was the first one to unlock that Savage for the NACT Season 1 season, but looks like Arla is going to get picked up first, and I would like to see a direct response from BloodHounds, trying to see if they can get anything through for the response towards Arla. So we are seeing the Turizla pick, just like you said. We also see a Yve walking around still on the board as Kadita is banned, so they might end up trading that out, but we're gonna see what that response is. Now, Uranus is usually the one that is meta right now, but maybe an Esmeralda works very well. But here it goes, just like you did Wish a Genie in the Bottle. Here it goes. It's going to be the Turizla being picked up and actually opting in for an Alpha. Now, Alpha has been very good in that jungle area, especially in the tank fighter, but the reason I feel like tank fighter is not as good right now, not because it's not meta, it still definitely is. The healers are what makes the tank fighters push to their absolute limits, right? You can have a good set, have a rock hard set, right? But I would like to see healers get slotted in. We are still seeing an Angela and Florin still open.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point right there. The Angela and the Florin picked up possibly couldn't be an answer, and you just manifested it into reality. Super Shark is going to go ahead and lock that down, one of the best roamers in North America, and you put that with an Angela who everybody's just been fearing across the land of Dawn. Who would have thought we ever would have seen this, right? But Super Shark picking that up is definitely a great option. Combo it up with Zia on the Beatrix. Beatrix, who can kind of scale through time, has a lot of versatility from all the different weapon types you can choose from. I think it's a safe option.
I also think it's a very good option, but I've also seen a lot of teams lately because of the meta. I did see this happen in MPL. They actually take Angela mid lane and take an actual tank. So we could be seeing an Angela mid lane. Now, the thing is, when supports get taken down that mid lane, it is a good support, right? It just gives that extra little boost to the team, right? But now my issue is there's no really good sustained damage magic damage, mid lane, right? You see like the common picks like Eve, Kadita, Valentina. There's some good burst and there's some good sustained damage, but with that being comp being drawn in, you're gonna have to have a lot of CC in order to continuously chain your damage, because all I'm seeing right now really is physical damage. Angela is not a sustained magic burst damage dealer, so we're gonna have to see what they opt in to maybe slot in, if it's gonna be an actual mid laner or if it's actually going to be a roam Angela with a good sustained mid lane damage. But speaking about these bans, Weezy, talk me through the bans right now.
Yeah, you are seeing the Kaja taking off, trying to limit some of the suppression. I mean, there is still a Hayabusa available on the table. Something that could slip through the cracks is the Hellcurt. Definitely being an option for the jungle, the Lancelot as well. But when I'm looking at this draft so far, right, you know, I feel like BloodHounds could ban out a Diggy here. I mean, you ban out the Diggy, you could go Minotaur or you could go Atlas, but then in hindsight, I guess if you go ban the Diggy now, then if you take Atlas, they take Minotaur. You take Minotaur, they take Atlas, so probably not going to ban that out right now, but they're going to go ahead and take out the Faramis for BloodHounds, and that is going to finalize their side of the bans, and TOB still having another option before we jump into the second phase for picks. Now, looking at what their teams have, right? BloodHounds has frontline sustainability. You have Easy Peasy on the Alpha, will be the jungler. You have Dino running this Rizla, who we've seen just dominating with that penalty zone, just instant 5-man sets if everybody's grouped together. And then you have Leslie, who can play from afar with the ultimate sniper to give some vision when, you know, TOB is trying to hide for a possible gank on the side lanes, and also can spike up with that damage for the mid to late game on the single burst. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. For TOB, they have frontline presence, but they need a little bit more CC to finalize this draft.
And it looks like TOB opted to actually ban out all the suppression heroes, which is actually really good, which means it prevents any junglers, especially the squishy assassin jungles, to be able to freely farm in their jungle and actually not get punished for it. As you know, suppression really takes a big toll on any of the squishy assassin jungles. But I see a Faramis banned out. Now, usually my first instinct is Kadita, Faramis banned out, Valentina banned out, Eve is also banned out. So I was talking about Eve, but it actually was banned out. So now I'm not seeing very much, I don't know what mid lane I want to slot here, because all the good meta mage picks are actually banned right now.
Yeah, I'm really curious as well. I mean, this is a great chance to get some group CC in, but they're going to play a little passive. Ooh, okay, this is interesting. They're going to put in that Navaria into the hands of Bokarasco, one of those mages who we haven't really seen slotted too often nowadays. It's not really banned out as often anymore, but it's also not picked. We always like to say the Navaria is like a 2-for-1 combo, right? You can basically have two jungles on your team because of the damage you can do with the Astral Recall. And then you also have the Astral Echo to be able to slow down everybody in its field by 50% and also mark them and give them additional hit markers or expand the hit range for you to be able to basic attack them and use your skills. So this is going to be interesting. I think, ooh, wait, there goes the chill. So, and not even wasting any time on the draft. Wow, that's going to be the final draft for the TheOhioBrothers for game 1. They're going to go ahead and pick up that Joy. How do you feel about that?
So now, I did mention that I'm pretty sure that Angela is definitely going to be ran in the mid lane. So I did harp on that a little bit. So it's going to be the Chow that's going to be running into that roam position. But now, here's my issue. Novaria takes a little bit of time to scale. Early game, no prio in that mid lane, right? So it's going to take a lot of time, and it takes a little bit of teamwork for BloodHounds to completely sync in with Novaria. Yes, she does have damage with her first skill. Yes, she does have damage with her second skill. And her Astral Echo is what's really important, right? Because it gives the entire vision over to the entire map and was able to see where everything's going. It's kind of like an Aldous ult, right? But if we're speaking about damage, ooh, Coppola locked in the Minotaur. So we do have a little bit of damage, but I still am a little bit scared for BloodHounds early game. Novaria doesn't have the best early game, right? You kind of need that clock or that CDR build, right? You can still go book into that, all the wands, right? But I still think that you should go towards that clock build to do a lot of burst damage and potentially steal some buffs, because she is known to do that. She's a little bit sneaky around the map. She's able to, you know, hop some walls, go around the map, do maybe a little 360 and come back to land at dawn. But what are your thoughts? Drafts are finalized, Weezy. So which side are you really harping on right now? Because honestly, early game, I'm going to give it to TheOhioBrothers. But late game, I think I'm going to have to give it to BloodHounds.
I can agree with that, right? I mean, I definitely think it's going to also boil down to execution between these two amazing teams. I do like the Minotaur pickup. Actually, I wasn't really thinking about it, but now that I do a little bit more in-depth look at these drafts, the Minotaur is a answer to the Joy pickup, right? You can slow him down. You have the King's Calling as well as that Spirit Glory. when he does have all that mobility. So I like what I'm seeing. I think both sides have answers to the table as we are now jumping into the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ohio Brothers up against BloodHounds in the semifinals. Best of 3 who will be able to claim victorious and move on to the finals.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited for this match. This really will determine, but we're actually seeing a really good rotation. We're seeing the Roma and the EXP share a wave, so both members can get level 2 and start that early rotation. But here we go, Novaria already being a menace.
Yeah, Novaria already being a menace. You are seeing BloodHounds playing a little bit more passive, grouping together. You know, they did have a little bit of a struggle when they were going up against Nighthorde when it came to execution of the neutral objectives yesterday, but they were still able to pull it off with that amazing Savage pulled out over there. Definitely changed the tide of the battlefield and kept them in that series. So looking at this game, right, TOB is not a team that makes too many mistakes. So BloodHounds definitely has to be careful and keep their eyes on the prize, focus on the objectives, and try and take the advantage in the early game. That is how you kind of start the way to taking down one of North America's powerhouse teams.
I'm definitely gonna have to give it up for Novaria though. Only reason is because she has one of the fastest clears. But here we go, the beats going on.
We are seeing a little bit of engagement going down. Best player very low. Easy peasy chasing him. Coppola draws first blood, finds best player. 1 kill for BloodHounds.
And that is definitely a small lead coming in from BloodHounds. Beautiful execution coming in. Kind of noticed and kind of felt that the jungler was going to start that rotation early, which already puts the Ohio at a disadvantage. Turtles coming up in about 5 seconds, and we're already seeing the rotation starting in from BloodHounds. Now, Weezy, Alpha does have that early game sustain, the lifesteal, the more of the body bagger compared to Joy. She kind of needs to hit her beats on time to make the record play and have that most damage. But if we look at the map right now, Shark is still not level 4, but we still have the heart guard coming in from Hoon. So whose heart is he going to be guarding for this turtle fight?
You are seeing Shark pull the aggro of the turtle, forcing the reset to buy some time. That's a 200 IQ play right there. I love just the focus on priority when it comes to target on the map, right? TOB just definitely having their eyes on the prize, but BloodHounds does have the aggro now, and they are going to go in for it. You did mention Shark does not have level 4. Just got to that mark, and it looks like they will possibly try and contest. I mean, Milo is in position for it. Turtle has been reset. So it's definitely going to boil down to who can pick this off in terms of the engagement with the 5v5, which may be on the way. It will be a 4v4, actually, as both marksmen are on the bottom side, and engagement going down. You are going to see the execute strike out. The heart guard activated on the best player. The use penalty zone for the knockup. Bokarasco finds Super Shark. Coppola finds Milo. That is a 2-for-none trade. 3 kills into the hands of BloodHounds, and now pulling the aggro of this turtle.
Yeah, just like I said, right? The early game, I actually gave it to OhioBrothers as they had a little bit more sustain, a little bit more mobility, but here it goes. Turtle gets picked up by Easy Peasy coming in on this alpha. 0-3 right now. The lead is starting to be the favorite BloodHounds. This is what I wanted to see, right? I was a little bit worried about the Novaria pick early game, but she does have that clear, but because of the Echo, the Astra Echo, she is able to give all of that vision over to the map, which prevents any camp, which prevents any initiated team fight that could have happened from the side of OhioBrothers. And here it goes. Novaria is going to keep sniping these bushes, and Shark already gets a read for Zia, and they got to do something really quick, or else this is not going to be a fun game for the OhioBrothers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just keeping my eyes on Bokarasco right now, right? We've been seeing him run a lot of local tournaments, and the Novaria is something common for him. It's definitely a comfort pick, and when it scales through time, it can hit very hard, so you have to be careful. They already have the early game advantage that they were looking for, and for TOB, they need to find a way to kind of turn this around. They already lost the first turtle and lost 3 members of their team so far, 3-0, and untraded on top of that, right? So looking at best player, I mean, he's already a little bit behind when it comes to the farm. Easy Peasy definitely rotating around a little bit more, has a little bit more gold in his economy. They're still both level 7, though, so it's still working in their favor. I think it's still interesting to see how Sleeps and Zia both are tied in gold right now, even though they're up 3 kills and a neutral objective.
Oh, here comes a rotation. Are they going to do it? No, they're not. So I'm a little bit worried right now. The only OhioBrothers does not have a lot of CC as I wanted, and even if they do, our lot is going to have to be there with his final slash in order to give that lot of CC, right? We have Angela, which Heartguard does give a little shield, a little bit of that attack buff, and that shield whenever anyone decides to go in, but Shark, right? you're not going to be able to do a lot with what you can do in the way of the dragon. It is only an AoE CC that is for very short, but we are looking at BloodHounds draft right now, right? Alpha charge, AoE CC, but also the penalty zone coming in from Turizla. That's huge. But if we look at the team fight potential right now, the TheOhioBrothers, it's not too much in their favor. So I feel like more of a pick-off comp than going to a full team fight is the advantage right now for TheOhioBrothers. But we are looking at Turtle Dance. Best player doing a little dance around the turtle, but easy peasy.
Gonna go in, but very low. Milo is gonna find him with the final slash, takes down easy peasy. One member falling for the side of BloodHounds, but the battle is still on the way as the aggro has been pulled from Zia on the turtle. BloodHounds in position for a contest to dive in with the King's Calling, and the Spirit Glory is gonna pull back best player, but he is gonna go ahead and get the turtle. Zia is gonna find Coppola in the midst of all that chaos. 2-3 on the scoreboard. BloodHounds leading the way in terms of kills, but TOB able to take the next turtle.
Yeah, kind of harped on what I said. You kind of need Milo there to get that ground CC. But let's take a look at these objectives, right? Gonna go ahead. And the first turret is going to be taken away from the TheOhioBrothers on the side of BloodHounds. But looks like the direct trade is going to come in from the TheOhioBrothers, taking that bot side turret as well. We are seeing the gold lead is kind of the same neck to neck right now. And we are seeing Novara starting to slowly scale. And same with Sleeps, actually. Leslie takes a lot of time to scale during that early game. And her power spike comes towards mid to late game, but during that late game, Leslie's gonna throw a big hit when it comes to there, and if there's no response to that, if there's not shutdowns coming in from both sides, and Beatrix also throws a pretty nasty hit towards that mid to late game as well, but who might just check the wrong bush?
Checks the wrong bush, and easy peasy is gonna take him down. Needs to check out his bags at the lobby. That is going to be 4-2 so far on the scoreboard. 6 minutes in. Both teams having a turtle and also taking a turret. But when you're looking at the gold lane matchup, I mean, Sleeps is behind in economy. He does not have as much gold as Zia. Zia did pick up the Blade of Despair, Berserker's Fury into the hands of Sleep. But looking at the mid lane, it looks like that is going to be the next objective they are focusing on. The Spirit Glory goes out onto Super Shark, but not going to be able to seal the deal. Both teams trying to find a way to open up the map in their favor.
Yeah, I feel a little bad for him, a little bit heartbroken right there, as he did get taken off for checking the wrong bush. But here we go. We're going to go ahead and reset these rotations. Turtle's coming up in about 20 seconds on that bot side. Lane time to switch, but ooh, beautiful kill on that top side where the dragon beautifully set. But this means no ult for Shark for this next turtle fight. But hopefully Milo is going to go ahead and get that set potential with the final slash when it comes to this turtle fight.
And right now, I'm just keeping my eyes on Zia, right? He was able to take that kill and also able to take the turret in the top lane, which means TOB has the pressure on the map. And also, Zia is leading in terms of gold and also is out-leveling Sleep. So when it comes to these 5v5 engagements, he's going to be the one to deal more damage. So BloodHounds needs to find a way to even up the odds, right? Get Sleep, so the economy he's looking for. His best player is going to claim the turtle for TOB, slowly starting to climb up in the lead, right? They were down in the beginning, but now up by 2,000 gold, 8 minutes in.
Yeah, but you can't count out BloodHounds yet, Weeds. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Yeah, we have a lot of late game coming in towards BloodHounds, but the only issue is can they get there, right? Leslie, she needs to do is farm, right? She only has 1 death on the board with 2 assists, but assisted by Shark. Zia is leading in the kill score right now, 2-0, perfect KDA. But we also see Hoon always on Zia, making sure that he is protected at all times, as he is going to be the main damage dealer right now aside from Joy with the electrifying beats. But Turizla also is going to be a huge issue when it comes to these team fights. Now my question is, can they execute this team fight perfectly and avoid the penalty zone, avoid Alpha's alpha charge, and avoid Ninja's King's Calling, because that is a lot of CC along with AoE damage coming in from the side of BloodHounds.
And definitely a lot of damage possibly on the way, as you are going to see the Ice Cream one picked up from Hoon, running this Angela, which you mentioned in the mid lane that you don't traditionally see. But now the battle on the way in the mid lane. Alpha Charge goes out, Namir's passion from Zia. Milo finds easy peasy. Astro Echo from Boca Roscoe from afar. Best player finds Sleep's Heart Guard activated onto best player. Keep him alive, and now dealing some damage onto Coppola, destroying the electrifying beats. Immobilization onto Coppola as well. It's the final mark. Zia is going to take him down. Dino very low, is going to flicker backward to sustain himself. This is going to open up the opportunity for TOB to take the first turret in the mid lane.
Beautiful fight executed by TOB, but the gold lead is about 3k right now. That is still pretty easy to catch up, but right now it's not looking too great, right? If we're looking at the overall picture, 2 turtles have been picked up by TOB, 1 turtle lost for that first turtle fight that happened. BloodHounds was definitely in the lead, but if we're still talking about this late game scaling from BloodHounds, they still have all this advantage, right? We have the Alpha with the sustain, we have Easy Peasy running this Alpha, then we have Sleeps running this Leslie, and once Leslie runs into that late game, she's going to be a huge issue as there's really no response, right? She does true damage, so no matter if Zia were to build that wind nature, but we're the dragon.
Caught out of position, hit the way of Dragon. Zia finishing the mark, picking up his 4th kill so far. He's a ticking time bomb right now, right? He just picked up the Hunter Strike, has the Malefic Roar, and the Blade of Despair. Also 2 levels ahead of Sleeps. Not the fight they want to take right now, as the ADC is going to eat them alive when it comes to fighting over this neutral objective, but definitely still trying to plan for a contest. I mean, you see Easy Peasy there, he wants it, but they don't have the gold or the economy to fight that out, and the next Lord goes into the hands of TOB.
I really want BloodHounds to use our draft, their kit, to the fullest they can, right? They have this Terizla and this Mincetar, King's Calling, and Penalty Zone. Now, I want them to team fight together, right? But, go for Roscoe.
Dragon goes down, Zia picking up another 5 kills unanswered. The man is a menace, hasn't fallen yet, and climbing up this ladder, who's gonna knock him down? I mean, when it comes to trying to close this out, he definitely can do it. He's a one-man army on this Beatrix so far, but in the mid lane, Alpha Charge goes down. Best player with the electrifying beats and the hard guard activated. Final slash dropping down from Milo. Picking up a kill is gonna find Kopla. In the midst of all chaos, they are still going in for another. Zia is gonna claim the tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, just like I said, I really do want the kit to be used, right? Maybe if Dino and Kopla time their ults together, this could be a huge issue. And Flicker ult misses from Dino, and here comes Shark.
Yeah, not gonna hit the penalty zone he was looking for, and now gonna be punished. Zia finds Easy Peasy, gets a double, finds Dino, ticking time bomb. Man, they need to find a way to defuse this bomb, or they're gonna blow up in the next few seconds as TOB is trying to close this out with an early finish. I mean, we're only 12 minutes in, the double! G-Kundo, best player is going to find Sleeps, an amazing set from Super Shark, but finds himself an early grave as Kopla is going to find that kill with the assistance of the base crystal damage.
It looks like Shark is a little bit heartbroken as he did get taken off the board. Looks like Hoon's Hardcore wasn't enough. And we are seeing the top inhibitor getting pushed in as well. And talk about taking time bomb might just explode here.
Yeah, you are going to see Race drop down to Skirt Board. Best player in the penalty zone for the double set. Easy Peasy finds best player. You are still seeing a lot of bodies drop. Zia is going to find Dino for a legendary kill. Easy Peasy finds Zia to respawn. Gets a double, finds Zia. Mega kill. Easy Peasy is going to fall into the hands of Milo, but Sleeps is going to shut him down. That is going to be a 3-for-2 trade in favor for the BloodHounds.
Beautiful fight coming in from BloodHounds. Looks like the TheOhioBrothers ticked their bomb off too early in their base, and BloodHounds actually has the advantage now, and I want them to take everything, right? Take their buffs, take their farm, and get ready for this next Lord fight. Guys, they have all the potential. They have the King's Calling, they have the Penalty Zone, and I want them to use it to their fullest extent, right? They have everything to counter this Joy, Zia, everywhere. So I want them to make sure that they win these team fights, and maybe this team fight might be the next one. But Weezy, if we're looking at the board, who do we have to watch out for? What are the win conditions right now that maybe BloodHounds can take from here on out? Because right now they did have a comeback. They did have their backs up against a wall, but they were able to flip some cards and make the Joker into a king and make it in their lawn right now. But what really has to happen for them to potentially win?
Definitely keep an eye on Hoon, right? I mean, he's running this mid lane Angela, and he can keep everybody alive when needed. I think finding a way to get to Zia is also an option, but it's not going to be the easiest thing to pull off, as now we are seeing the hard guard activated onto best player from Hoon. Double dynamic combination rushing in. Kopla is going to find best player. Final slash goes down. Going to set the whole team of BloodHounds, and it's going to cause a separation for TOB, who's still providing pressure in this jungle for the Lord Pit.
BloodHounds does have the full advantage right now. I want them to take this Lord, and it's a 4v5 fight right now, but here comes the pressure coming in from the mid lane. Zia and Hoon sticking together, trying to see if they can pressure up these lanes, and we see Novara getting a little bit of vision. Only on Milo though, however, and he's the only one that got marked, but this Lord is getting chunked down pretty fast. But Weezy, you might have to hold your breath for this one.
That's right, I don't have Retribution for TOB. It's a good chance for BloodHounds to turn this around. Easy Peasy is going to pick up the Lord for his team. This is what they were looking for, a slight advantage, and they found it. 9 to 14 on the scoreboard. With the Lord in their hands, though, they may be able to open up this map in their favor.
Yeah, that fight was a little bit hesitant from the side of OhioBrothers, and now BloodHounds will have this Lord. Now they have to sync these lines perfectly in order to take down a couple turrets here and there, as BloodHounds now has the advantage with the Lord pushing down their top side. So now we're going to see how they decide to execute this, but they also have a ticking time bomb, and look at the gold, Weezy. It's actually even. We are still only at about a 1k gold lead, but they're trying their best to defend this mid lane, and Sleep's coming online. 1-3-3. Didn't have the best early game, but Leslie does pack a punch towards that mid to late game. So we're going to have to see how Sleeps decides to respond to the side of OhioBrothers, and looks like they're going to go ahead and clear this Lord by rotation coming up to that top side.
Yeah, definitely going to be focusing on Sleeps. He's the one that needs to turn this around for his team, and definitely starting to even out the economy. May have the advantage they were looking for. You mentioned they're more the late game composition team that would work in their favor, and we are going to be getting into the late game now. So that's what we're going to be expecting to see, as that Lord did fall on the top side. Good defense from the OhioBrothers to keep BloodHounds at bay, and it looks like they're going to move back to their base, playing a little passive. Don't want to overextend, and I admire their patience, right? You got to wait for TOB to make the aggressive play and wait for that mistake to pop out. Take advantage of it by grouping together and getting that solo pick off, and that is how you start to turn this around.
Absolutely. Now we are seeing the setup, however, coming in from OhioBrothers. They were able to clear out the Lord pretty well, but BloodHounds wasn't able to really respond with the Lord together. So we are looking at a little bit of an issue once again, backed up against a wall from the side of BloodHounds, and BloodHounds needs to do something right now, and I'm a little bit worried, right? Sleeps is doing good scaling with this Leslie, but they have to watch out for Shark. Shark has been landing all his Way of the Dragon's flicker plays, was able to put Sleeps at a disadvantage, along with Bocarasco running as Novaria, and usually Novaria shouldn't really be getting caught out, but you know, once he did get caught out towards that top side, this already put a huge disadvantage, but already getting vision. Here we go.
Yeah, giving vision with the ultimate sniper. BloodHounds now trying to make their way into their purple buff, but it looks like they weren't able to get it. Best player grabbed it, but now trapped in the King's Calling. Uses the winter truncheon that he just picked up. Sleeps is going to take him down. In the process, the jungler for TOB falling. But I gotta mention, right? BloodHounds still needs to find a way to translate this into the map, right? They need to take some turrets, open it up in their favor. That's kind of where they're at right now. The later this game gets, though, the longer the respawn timers will be. So as long as they can get pickoffs, that can still work in their favor right now. Speaking of pickoffs,
here we go.
The way the dragon dropping down on the Dino, Astro Echo. And you are going to see that execution strike for the damage. Dino gets out of there, able to sustain himself.
Milo.
Sniper from Sleep finds Milo, but no, Easy Peasy is going to find Super Shark. It looks like Milo will be able to escape and recover back to base.
Yeah, and Weezy, remember what I said earlier? The late game is into the hands of BloodHounds. Ooh, ooh, renders empathy. Landing a beautiful shot on Bocarasco, but because of his mobility, he is able to get out. Lord is going to go into the hands of BloodHounds, and this is another table's turn. But look at OhioBrothers, look at Zia and Hoon right now. They are able to pressure up a lot of these lanes. It kind of prevents BloodHounds from being able to push up anywhere, and this is what I want to see. But however, BloodHounds actually responding well. So look at the minions getting holded on from that bot side, and they're going to go ahead and sync up these lanes. And here we go. TOB loves to guard their mid lane, as mid lane is usually the one turn that you really want to guard, as it opens up too much map advantage. But Lord is still being unresponsive from the side of TOB, and maybe they need to do something here. And BloodHounds can look for a potential fight, as this Lord is stomping down their top side.
You're going to see the tier 2 turret fall in the process. Lord still intact, and a little bit of wave management on the way for BloodHounds. They need to open up some more objectives, but King's Calling does drop down onto Milo. Coppola is going to be hit by the final slash. Milo going in with the Heart Guard activated from Hoon, and the penalty zone dropping down for the set. Hoon finds Sleeps, finds the ADC. Sleeps finds Super Shock before he falls. The Lord is going to crash into the inhibitor and drop it down. Zia is going to find Easy Peasy in the process. Lord is still intact and nobody's defending it. It's now made its way into the base for TOB.
Yeah, they had to go ahead and defend that, and their inhibitor turret has been taken off, and Novaria was able to get very lucky and get and stay alive, and looks like electrifying beats wasn't enough, and the wrecker wasn't too loud enough to take him off the board. But we are looking at a trade, 1-2 trade. BloodHounds was able to execute that fight in the early stages, but unfortunately some buys that did get taken out, and one of them is Sleeps, and I do not want to see Sleeps getting taken off the board anymore. He needs to be online and active and make sure that he is doing all this damage for the side of BloodHounds, and he has all the potential to be able to one-shot and throw a punch saying, hey, I'm here. This is my game. This is my land. This is my land of Dawn, and you guys are going to go down for this first series. But we are looking at a 20-minute game. Power Spike is starting to go. We are looking at gold. Everyone's pretty much even, and now it's all about the immortality, right? Which side is really going to have more lives, a second life, right? Fairness isn't here, but that saving grace is going to be the immortality fight for this game. So Weezy, what are you thinking right now?
Zia still having more items. I mean, he's up 3,000 gold compared to Sleeps. Sleeps is still building all of his items right now. He's still holding on to the steel leg plates. But when you're looking at Zia, he's pretty much full build. But both teams have the damage. I think this late in the game, 20 minutes in, it's going to boil down to execution, right? Protect your ADCs at all costs. I mean, you could even, with the way the map set up, pull off a backdoor play. That could be a possible option, but it's high risk, high reward. BloodHounds, so I got to give them credit, right? We've seen them scaling through this year, competing in a lot of local tournaments, and now going head-to-head up against TOB, and it's pretty much an even game. TOB is usually a team that's undefeated every time you see them go head-to-head with a team outside of BTK, but to see BloodHounds this early in the regular season, give them a little bit of a challenge. It's definitely letting us know that there's other teams out there ready to play at that caliber, and I love what I'm seeing. It's not a one-sided story. This is anybody's game.
We are looking at a 20-minute Lord Enhanced Lord here. We're going to see a little bit of it, that Lord dance everyone loves to call it. And now Easy Peasy already is chunking down this Lord. Lord has actually been reset. And whoa, pressure from TOB just shoved BloodHounds away from this Lord. And literally seconds ago, BloodHounds had all the advantage. But look at Hoon trying to push up some lanes on that top side with Angela getting a little bit of vision. Novaria was able to mark Zia, but still failed to mark Shark. Best player or Milo, which means it gives him a little bit of an extra chance to be able to have that set potential, as nobody on the side of BloodHounds knows exactly where they are, sending Novaria back to go ahead and clear those waves on the top side.
Yeah, but I mean, Novaria does have that long sniper at his advantage, so I feel like Bokarosco is going to try and close the distance here soon if possible takes objective. Dino is in position for the vision. Copla's there, easy peasy, but on the other side of the table, you're looking at Zia and Best Player getting ready not to let this neutral objective slip through the cracks, but look at Hoon on the top side, right? He's just providing that wave management with this Angela mid lane, and I love what I'm seeing. It's 16-12, almost 22 minutes in, 66k gold leading, but the way the Dragon, not going to lead to anything, just a little bit of flex of power, trying to keep Bokarosco at bay as this Lord has been reset.
Shark just used his ult and flicker, which will be automatically disadvantaged, but Best Player is going to have to be forced to use the electrifying beats. No damage. Hardcore also been popped in by Hoon as well. This might be a losing fight.
Yeah, the immobilization on the Copla. He may fall. Can he get out? Looks like the immortality has been procced. And Best Player in Hoon trying to go in for the kill. Sleep is going to find Zia, though. That is huge. Taking down the marksman for TOB. This is the time to engage. Best Player is going to find Copla. One member dropping for both sides. Will they be able to claim victory in this battle? You are going to see immortality proc on Milo trying to fight it out, but Sleep is going to deny him and take him down. Easy Peasy finds Best Player. Super Shark and Hoon all by themselves against the 4-man team of BloodHounds. This is where they need to open up the map. Take advantage of the numbers that you have on the playing field and take down these turrets and try and make your way toward the base. And it looks like they are going to be able to grab this Lord as well, since Best Player has fallen.
Talk about Lord, they're going to go ahead and take this contest, but looks they're going to look for a shove towards this mid lane, and the TheOhioBrothers are going to get some turrets taken off their board. This is not looking good at all, but look at that bot side. Shark trying to push up some waves, but they have a minion left. Shark looking for a set, but with what damage are they going to be able to kill any of these members from the side of BloodHounds?
No, I think kind of take your foot off the gas and go for the Lord. They do have a little bit of time before Best Player comes back, and that looks like that is the game plan, right? They got what they came for, took the tier 2 turret for the mid lane, not going to overstay their welcome. They're going to focus on these objectives, and that is what you have to do, right? This is next level gameplay when it comes to the top 8 teams in North America, and it's definitely shown today for game 1 of the semifinals between TOB and BloodHounds. And speaking of BloodHounds, they are going to be able to claim this Lord in their hands 23 minutes in for an advantage.
23-minute game right now. We are looking at this Lord going to be stomped in anytime soon. BloodHounds does have all the advantage, and I want Sleeps to be careful now of all the damage that TheOhioBrothers has to offer. But in response, BloodHounds does have Sleeps and Easy Peasy and Terizla up on the board to support Leslie and protect her at all costs. Maybe they might not have the hard guard, but they do have the penalty zone for stepping into their area and kind of trying to kill Sleeps and take him off the board. But Lord coming down, and hopefully BloodHounds can beautifully sync their lanes. We are looking at the gold lead actually into the hands of BloodHounds by 5k, but gold doesn't really matter here. It matters about that team by one mistake from either side, and this can turn into a very messy game.
Yeah, the Lord now making his way on the top side. BloodHounds needs to find a way to make this work in their advantage, bro. They do have the Lord. You got to make something happen. You have to make a play. Clean up these waves, push through with the Lord, and try and close it out. But you are seeing on the bottom side, Milo clearing out those minions, which means they will only have the mid and the top side to work with, but they are going to go in and try and claim an inhibitor. Can they do it, though, right? Everybody is still on the playing field. This is a late game, 24 minutes in. If anybody falls, they'll be out for at least 40 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like OhioBrothers try to delay some waves, but Zia in a lot of trouble here.
Ooh, trying to go in for the finish. Was this the right answer? The way the Dragon Pump Shark catching Sleeps, very low, immortality being proc, but BloodHounds is going to claim victory in game 1 against TOB in the semifinals.
Victory! Beautiful game taken in by BloodHounds, and that is the game that we wanted to see. And this is the first game that's been taken away by TOB. That is a very interesting first round introduction, right? BloodHounds did take a win against them, and now we're looking at 1-0 BloodHounds, and if they are able to take away this next match, and hopefully we might see a little bit of an upset, this will be a very interesting game for the first season of NACT.
I know UA's out there just smiling somewhere, right? He's the only one voting
UA, where are you?
The underdog
I know you're
team.
smiling.
I know you're able to make the impossible possible. I wouldn't even say impossible, right? They've been working so hard to get to this level, and definitely credits to them to take game 1. TOB needing to find some answers, right? I mean, I like the draft from both sides, but when it came to execution, BloodHounds was able to kind of play it all the way to the late game, which they needed for that Leslie to come online with Sleeps and to pull off that victory. I think Zia was kind of caught out of position a couple of times and falling early in these engagements, which opened up that opportunity for them to close it out with that first game. So this is a best of 3. We are inside of the semifinals. Keep in mind, guys, this is a point system, right? So this is a battle for the top 4 placements out of all top 8. So hopefully we can take this all the way to game 3. That's what I love to see. I don't like seeing 2-0 sweeps, but game 1 going to BloodHounds.
And just like I talked about, BloodHounds does have the late game advantage, and they were able to secure the deal, seal the package, and ship it off with their first win. And this is a beautiful introduction coming in. And let's look at the post-game stats right now. 17-15 game, 25-minute game. This might be one of our longest matches so far in the first round season. We are looking at the gold lead. Unfortunately, BloodHounds was able to take that lead in that mid game to late game, but early game they were struggling a lot, and the TheOhioBrothers was unfortunately unable to carry out that game. And we are looking at these turret trades, this Lord fights, and BloodHounds just took all of that away from TOB. Now if they are able to execute this perfectly the next game, BloodHounds might be able to take this win away from TOB, which will be a very interesting rest of the series. But Weezy, how are you feeling right now? This isn't something we usually see.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think I'm feeling the same thing that BloodHounds is feeling over there, right? Anything is possible as long as you put your heart to it, and that's what's being shown today, right? TOB, you got to kind of get your ducks in a row, right? I mean, this is the semifinals. If they get knocked out here, they don't move on to the bronze match. They're just done into the next regular season 2, which will be next weekend. So I gotta see a little bit of changes, right? Find a way to close it out when you have such an early advantage. BloodHounds waited to that late game power spike to come alive, and they didn't make too many mistakes, right? Zia got caught out of position in one unlucky play, and they were able to kind of snowball off of that, take that Lord and also that tier 2 turret in the mid lane, and then they closed it out, right? Who would have thought they would have been able to finish it that fast? And credits to them. Now jumping into game 2, what I'd like to see from both sides is a little bit more focus on the objectives, right? When it came to BloodHounds, they were kind of falling a little too early, and TOB was kind of starting to snowball. But then it turned around. Like I said, when Zia got caught out of position in the late game, that's when they came alive. So nonetheless, I'm excited to see where this goes as we are jumping into the post-game stats. Looking at the side of BloodHounds, I mean, just look at that damage dealt, right? They were under damage dealt, and that was actually TOB who dealt more damage than they did. When it comes to damage taken, the same thing. You are seeing BloodHounds taking more damage than them as well. It's just like all over the board. You were seeing TOB. I mean, look at the bottom. The rich guy, the carry, the sandbag, and the forgotten one went to TOB. So when it comes to post-game stats, it looks like this was a TOB game, but no. BloodHounds turning that light on and being able to close it out.
And look at how close these stats are for the damage taken, right? 468,000 compared to 466. We're only talking about a 2K difference, but it came all from easy peasy and sleeps, right? Boca Roscoe was able to land some snipe shots from that backside, give a little bit of sustained damage towards that mid to late game, and this is what I wanted to see, right? Early game, I was a little bit skeptical of BloodHounds as they didn't have that early game sustain, but late game, they executed that perfectly, right? A little bit of miss ults coming in from Dino and maybe Coppola here and there, right? But Sleeps was able to get online, throw some shots, and really showed them who is winning this first match, and it was BloodHounds. So, BloodHounds, my question to you is, can you take this out perfectly at the same time the next game?
That's right. That's definitely what they're going to be focusing on. Can they get this victory and move on to the finals? I mean, that would be huge, right? I mean, I want to say when it came to the odds and everybody voting, majority of players out there and viewers probably went for TOB, just considering they're one of those powerhouse teams. But those who have actually stuck behind BloodHounds through the scenes and seen them kind of grow through their journey with Boca Roscoe, amazing Twitch streamer, and also the captain for their team. He's just been such a huge fan of their success, and definitely credits to them. I mean, I've seen them compete in a Night Horde tournament. I've seen them compete in NABA, and they've just been everywhere, right? These are guys that are playing each and every day. When it came to TOB, there's a moment in time where I really didn't see some of their players around outside of Hoon. So now looking at the replays of that amazing battle that was on the way, we saw Sleeps find Zia, able to get that pick off. This is where it looked like it was in TOB's favor, but that's where Zia fell, right? We said he fell a little late in the game, too early for them, and this is when BloodHounds took the advantage.
Yeah, look at the execution coming in. BloodHounds was able to flip the card around and make them show, you know, this is, you can't be fighting in my side of the area, right? This is my area, my farm, my land of Dawn. You're gonna have to respectfully back off. And they were able to secure that team fight and take it up into their advantage. But a lot of beautiful plays, though, coming in from that late game, right? I really have to give credits over to Dino. Yes, he did miss a couple penalty shots here and there. We were a little bit skeptical, but he was able to pull up and show what the Torizo is really made for. Same with the King's Calling coming in from Coppola, and Sleeps being able to use a lot of his bullets to be able to knock him off the board for the side of TheOhioBrothers.
And I gotta say, for BloodHounds, they've just been having such a great start, right? They were the first ones to open up the door with the Savage in day one. And now, speaking of BloodHounds, next draft is on the way up against TOB. They do have the advantage. This is match point. If they claim victory on this game, then they win the series and move on to the finals and keep TOB at bay, not able to hit the mark for a top 4 spot in the first season.
Yeah, BloodHounds likes to traditionally go for that late game, I believe, right? They're more team fight orientated, not really doing too well in the early game. Now, I feel the difference between TOB and BloodHounds is TOB is more of an early game focused team, so they take a lot of prio in that mid to gold lane area, same with the jungler, but BloodHounds likes to take that late game, so we saw the Novaria, the marksmans, right? And actually, Easy Peasy did take a little bit of time to scale with the Alpha, right? In the beginning, he was pretty squishy, but towards that mid to late game, he was able to sustain a lot of damage coming in from TOB, and that is something each team has their flaws on, but they're good perks on, right? So maybe if both teams, if BloodHounds just goes with that late game draft and is able to execute that perfectly towards that mid to late game, maybe work on their early game just a little bit, be careful in the micro macro, this might be an easier exit for TOB if BloodHounds can take the execution well. But if BloodHounds falls in that early game, is not able to execute anything perfectly, prevents the marksman from scaling anywhere towards the mid to late game, this can be TOB's game. And honestly, I just feel like both of these teams, it just depends on their early game, right? BloodHounds a little bit weak on the early game, but TOB is strong in the early game. Mid to late game, BloodHounds does have that really strong punch team fight, but the TOB didn't have the right response, which is why BloodHounds beautifully took away that first game away from TOB.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, right? You got to find some answers on the table. I mean, you know, BloodHounds having a great advantage, jumping into this with one win under their belt, just needs this one to close it out. But looking on the side of TOB, we got to look at what do they do from here, right? Possibly Boca Roscoe uncomfortable. He ran in on that Navaria. He was able to kind of keep himself afar. Only fell like 1 or 2 times in that entire game and did the damage necessary for the entire team from the backline. And I think maybe TOB, if they can find a way to shut down Boca Roscoe, they can even out the series, but that's not going to be the easiest thing to do, as Boca Roscoe, like we said, a supreme mage, definitely has a high IQ and knows where to be and when to be there. So looking at the draft so far, as we are seeing the bans for the first phase almost be finalized, Fanny being for BloodHounds, the Valentina alongside the Eve.
Yeah, and speaking about the draft, I'm actually seeing a lot of bans, and the respect bans are actually focused on best player in Hoon, right? Hoon is known for the global Valentina, global Eve, Kadita, whatever mage you pretty much name it. He can play all around the map, but his most comfort picks are going to be that Valentina and Eve. But speaking about late game, right? I already see a Claude getting picked up. So just like I said, BloodHounds likes to go for that mid to late game as they are team fight orientated. Now, I know Weezy's thinking right now as I am speaking on these picks right now, and he's doing his little thinking face right there with his hand on his little mustache over there. But we are looking at these trades though, however, right? Claude is actually one of the 100% pick or ban rates actually in MPL. So we are seeing a lot of good Claude players, and Sleeps is going to be the first one to lock it in for us for the side of BloodHounds. But in response, I did look for a trade, so Milo's going to go ahead and run the R lot. And we see a Kadita getting picked up, which is probably going to be played by either Hoon or Shark, as they can be ran both ways. But Weezy's, Weezy's having some thoughts right now. I already know he has his face on. So what do you think? Ooh, the Martis Weezy. Talk about that Martis Weezy.
Kaja, but the Lolita can be picked up from TOB right here, considering, right? I mean, you have Milo on this R lot who can profit off of that Conal CC. The shield could definitely block out Sleeps on that Blazing Duet. I think it would be a great answer if they did want to pick it up here. But if they do want to match up Suppression, I mean, you can do that too, right? You can pick up the Franco. That's definitely an option to kind of go toe-to-toe with Coppola on that Kaja. Easy did run this Martis, though. I mean, he does have a slight advantage when he uses the Mortal Coils, because you're looking at a heavy CC combination from the TheOhioBrothers, right? Just with Kadita and Arlot alone, I mean, that is a lot of CC to jump into when it comes to these engagements. Kadita can use the Rough Waves, the Ocean's Oddity, and Arlot just with the final slash, or just dashing in and profiting from the CC provided from best player is going to be a problem. Well, not best player, but whoever decides to run that Kadita will be a problem. But they're going to go ahead and pick up their marksman instead, trying to get Zia something comfortable in his hands. It's going to go ahead and pick up that Beatrix.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking right now, and you said that you wanted the Lolita getting picked up, right? But my issue is the Mortal Coil's coming in from Martis, immune CC, but Coppola can actually stop Lulu's ult with the Divine Judgment, right? And it's already a disadvantage for anyone for the side of TheOhioBrothers. They're not looking for any suppression. They didn't take up any suppression at all. And they have a lot of rooms left open. They have the Kufra, which is also a good idea to be able to just instantly set and go ahead with the rock hard CC. We can go that route. The supports are still open. Florence still open. Angela's still open. But I don't think they really want to run that comp with this team 3 picks right now. Zia running this Beatrix, Milo running this Arlot. They have already enough CC. And Kadita, right, with the Rough Wave and the Odyssey, is able to give a lot of that burst, right? This time it's not sustained, and maybe running Angela mid wasn't the best idea, and they are trying to adjust their draft a little bit. But we are looking at the bans now coming from TOB. We see the Fairymus getting banned, which is a huge counter. But honestly, I'm actually really confused as to why they banned it, because Claude already counters Fairymus with the Blazing Duet. So maybe they could have opted in for another ban. Maybe they could have opted in for maybe another mid laner. Really, prevent Bokorosco from picking any mages, or maybe take him out of his comfort zone. Take him somewhere where he's not comfortable. But instead, they're going to go ahead and ban those 2 mages, so the Novaria is getting picked away. Now, Weezy, I know, I'm trying to think of any mages. Maybe a Lunox can be good here. Kadita got picked up, so I don't really know any, or maybe Farsa can be good as well, but Farsa does get counted by Kadita though. So what are your things right now? Because literally all the mages you can think of that are meta right now just got instantly taken off the table. So what are you thinking, Weezy?
Well, they need something early, right? They need some early game damage. I mean, you have the Martis, which can make up for that, I guess. If they can get him low enough, you can hit the decimation. But the Claude is going to be more late. There goes Super Shark picking up that Kufra. Excellent read on that. I think it would be a great decision here, especially with that bouncing ball when that Claude goes in with Blazing Duet. And also it gives them dive capability, right? You can jump in with the Tyrant's Revenge, hit that Tyrant's Rage. And you also have best players. So there's a lot of team composition oriented play styles from these heroes. When they mash together, it's just going to be some synergy. But looking at BloodHounds, they are going to go ahead and pick up this Grok and slot that alongside the Valir. I know I watched yesterday, Assassin Dave was talking about the Valir making that comeback and being one of the off-guard picks that can change the entire meta, and we've seen it yesterday kind of profit, and here it goes again today. Boca Roscoe's going to slot that up, and the draft has been finalized for both sides.
Now, Valier has a lot of early game, right? And they did revamp his first skill, I believe, if I'm not wrong, in a couple patches. It's been a while, where if you finish and kill a minion with your first skill, it gets reset. The CD is automatically reset, or if you hit a hero, I believe, the CD gets reduced. So he is able to spam that first skill, but a lot of early game damage coming from BloodHounds. But same with the TheOhioBrothers, they have a lot of mid lane prio with the Kufra and the Kudita being paired up, but I really want to watch out for the mid to late game. This can be another 20-30 minute game coming from both sides, as BloodHounds, this is their only game they need to take if they want to take it home. But TOB has a lot on the stake. But Weezy, take me in and take the viewers into the second game.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. NACT Fall Season, Game 2 of the semifinals. Regular Season 1, BloodHounds up against the TheOhioBrothers in this best of 3. Game 1, we did see BloodHounds close it out with that 25-minute game, but now to be able to take the series, as this is a match point. They need to be able to close this out and move on to the grand finals. But TOB, can they build up the resilience and find a way to shut them down and even out the series?
And here we go. We already see all that mid lane prio coming in from Hoon and Shark, but look at the rotation already happening from BloodHounds. They really like to trade that EXP level 2, and they like to share that so that they can have a little bit more pride with the early game. But whoa, Sleep's already getting a lot of pressure from Zia and Shark, and this is, I feel like they learned their lesson this game, right? They need to prevent Sleeps from scaling anywhere, anytime. But Milo is already doing a lot of damage on that top side, putting Dino at a disadvantage already in that early game.
We're gonna go ahead and see. Gotta be careful on drawing that first blood, especially with Easy Peasy running this Martis, right? He has that decimation already. He is level 4, and this is where Martis kind of profits. And not just any Martis, right? Easy Peasy Martis. We've seen him pick up that Savage in day 1.
Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit too easy for BloodHounds, and maybe they are able to take this game, and Easy Peasy was able to get that Savage, and I want him to use that Martis and get potentially another Savage and take it away from the TheOhioBrothers. And first blood is going to go ahead into the hands of the TheOhioBrothers on that top side, taking Dino into the casters. That's so welcome, but it looks like your presence is back into the Land of Dawn, and that is a little bit of a lead right now for the side of the TheOhioBrothers.
Yeah, I mean, best player picking up that kill, especially being the jungler, will kind of give him an advantage in terms of farming and rotating around. I mean, he is level 4 right now, matched up with Sleeps. He does have a quad shadow, though, so he can get in and out in a minute's notice. But Coppola is running this Kaja, which is a direct counter over there to a best player in the Hayabusa, so his positioning is definitely going to be critical on these neutral objectives. But speaking of critical, Boone, finding Dino yet again is going to fall. Easy Peasy will claim the turtle for BloodHounds.
And Dino already been taken off twice on the board, and Easy Peasy is going to go ahead and pick up another one on Shark. And looks like Easy Peasy is having a little bit of a good start. He's little dancing around, is able to get some turtles. And look at the rotation coming from the bot side. Now Zia has to be careful, as the rotation is all focused on Zia. This game is really about all the marksmen, the positioning. The gold lead looks like it's roughly the same, only about 100 gold difference, and Zia doesn't notice what's going on, so go ahead and respectfully back off. But now BloodHounds really turn their attention more towards the marksman. But Shark trying to set, but Boca Roscoe's stun just preventing him from being able to jump in.
Yeah, right now you are looking at a power struggle between both these teams, trying to figure out who's wearing the pants in this relationship, right? Who's going to be able to lead the way in the early game between these two powerhouse teams. BloodHounds, who did have a great start, taking game 1, they are having a little bit of momentum behind them to be able to close this out. TOB, though, a little bit of a surprise to the world on their debut for day 2. Not able to take that game, even though they had all the objectives in their favor. It was the late game presence of BloodHounds that was just too overwhelming for them to deal with. And speaking of overwhelming, the gank on the bottom side to try and take this turret. Easy Peasy is going to find Zia. Big full member down for the TheOhioBrothers to ADC, but Hoon going to respond back for finding Easy Peasy. Takes out the jungler for BloodHounds.
Yeah, usually the marksman getting taken off this early is not something you really want to see, but Sleeps is already doing good, right? But here we go, look for another engage here, but looks like he is going to just go ahead and back off and reset the rotations. But Shark, it would take up Coppola.
Yeah, does find Coppola. Shark just rotating around, showing his presence. With Coppola out of the game, they don't have suppression. This may be a chance to shut down Sleeps in the bottom side, and there goes Tyrant's Revenge onto the wall. But wait a minute, gonna pass over to Milo for a second. how you doing? But Sleep's hit with the Namir's Passion is going to be MI out of there, but this opens up the opportunity for TOB to stack up some gold on this turret on the bottom side.
And it looks like we're not done, Wheezy. Mile looking for a little bit more. Here we go.
Milo, one-man army to make that 2v3 as you are going to see best player join the party with the Ouija Shadow Kill, doing a lot of damage to Dino. Very low, hugging that wall, but still has the aggro over this turtle. Best player still in position to take it. Oshizadi going down with the rough plays on Easy Peasy. Very low. The stun, though, on the best player. Everybody joining the battle for this turtle. Hoon finding Bokarasco. Massive damage on the way from Milo, but Hoon picks up the double kill. Is going to take down Dino, and TOB taking control of the turtle pit. Will be able to claim this objective.
And Hoon is sitting at 4-0. That is already a beautiful lead coming in from the side of OhioBrothers, but I can't count out Easy Peasy. Did get taken off the board, yes, but he is actually doing really well in his jungle as well. Bokarasco sitting at 0-1, but Dino, a little bit worried. He's sitting at 0-3, got taken off so many times in that early game, and he needs to be able to sustain a little bit as he is running that Grok EXP. He is in charge of giving that set potential aside from Coppola and a little bit of AoE, but Hoon once again
Doing a lot of damage. I mean, look at Easy Peasy. It's like 10% HP. Definitely has to go back to the base. I mean, looking at Hoon, right? I mean, he already has the Arcane Boots, and he went in for that Clock of Destiny for some sustainability. But best player is going to find Bokarasco, Blazing Duet going down, trying to fend off the OhioBrothers from claiming this early objective on the bottom side. TOB did take the turret in the top lane.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and restart their rotations once again. But Zia is actually in a very good lead right now, and that's what the marksmen need. But Sleep's still looking for a little bit of a response, but ooh, looks like he just stole a buff away from Easy Peasy.
Yeah, takes the buff, but Easy Peasy takes the kill. Is going to find Milo, goes for another decimation on the best player, but Hoon for the denial is going to shut down Easy Peasy in the mid lane.
And there is no response, but Zia is going to take down Coppola, and looks like they're going to go ahead and trade out this turret, but ooh, they better be on the run right now. This will be a very bad sight for Zia and Shark, but just like I said, no one's responding to Hoon right now. He's sitting at 5-0 as a mage, and is able to do a lot of burst damage, and maybe the burst is what TOB needed, right? Bokarasco, again, running this Valir needs some time to scale and is able to provide that CC, but how much can he provide for them to go ahead and maybe shift over the lead so BloodHounds can be in the lead once again when it hits that 10-minute mark?
Looking at it so far, TOB able to claim those two turrets to open up the map and also lead the way in terms of gold, right? They took one of the turtles, other one went to BloodHounds in the battle on the way for the mid lane, trying to open it up even more. I mean, they're leading in the economy as you are seeing that Blade of Despair picked up from Zia to deal some massive damage, especially when they get below. But Turtle does spawn in, and both teams getting ready to pull the aggro. Best player with the quad will rotate around. He does have the Ouija Shadow Kill. He has the Retribution on top of that to be able to take this, and looks like they will for the aggros. They are going to force BloodHounds out of it, but the wild charge from Dino finds a kill, takes down Milo, Super Shark. Frontlining all the damage, and the whole team of BloodHounds, his best player, claims the turtle for TOB, but Namir's Passion from Zia finds Dino. The turret is going to fall in the process. Sleeps is going to find Super Shark. Bokarasco finds Hoon. His best player takes down Coppola, but Zia picks up a double and finds Easy Peasy. That is a 3-for-3 trade in the turtle pit.
I love how Bokarasco just shoved Haya. Look at that. That is disgusting. Bokarasco's just shoving people out of his face, and he's not scared. He's really just showing them, no, get out of my face. You're not killing me. I'm not getting off the board right now. But we're looking at the items being built in. It looks like Haya is still in the lead, but Martis looking for a little bit of an answer to his goal. But Claude is getting beautifully fed. Already locking in 2 core items, but Zia only locking in that Blade of Despair. So Claude still has a little bit of more damage right now. But in response, they are having that goal lead. But ECP is going to go ahead and pick up his buffs and restart these rotations. And look at Shark's position. That is disgusting. Here we go.
Shadow Kill in the mid lane on Bokarasco. His best player takes him down and claims the turret for the mid lane. Hoon is the one to pick that up for the side of TOB. Easy Peasy trying to clear out these minions with the Mortal Coils. As Coppola is going to go ahead and find the turret on the bottom side.
That is a beautiful camp coming from Shark. Usually when we see Shark running any roam, right, there's no really response. We've seen it yesterday. He's just in everyone's face in the jungle towards that mid to early mid game, but whoa, I look away for 1 second and Dino is taking off the board. Dino's still, his KDA is not looking too great. 1-5 with a couple assists, but still no answer to the side of the OhioBrothers. Hoon is sitting at 5-1, best player sitting Mia04. Milo has been taken off the desk twice, but looks like he is contributing to a lot of team fights as he is running with the 5 assists and Shark as well. But BloodHounds KD is looking a little rough, but I'm happy that Sleeps actually didn't get taken off, and he's been really careful when it comes to these pushes and these turtle fights.
That's right. Credit to him not falling so far in this game, but when you're looking at Zia, he has 4 kills already and is scaling way better. I mean, he's already out-leveling him by 1 level, as you are going to see Sleeps claim that turret, though, trying to even up this economy and the map, mind you. But looking at the playing field, I mean, best player, Zia, the dynamic trio with Hoon, they're leading the way for TOB right now. All of them just stacked on kills, but when you look at BloodHounds, majority of their kills are in the hands of Easy Peasy running on this Martis jungle, right? So they need to kind of wait to the late game and let Sleeps do what he does on that Blazing Duet to deal that damage that they're looking for. And this is kind of a repeat from game 1. It looked like TOB had everything in the bag, looked like they had all the objectives, but in the blink of an eye, a slight mistake from Zia was the turnaround point, and this may be the same situation.
Get ready.
They are going to go ahead and see the concealed play with the flicker in, the suppression on the Super Shark, and the stun. Does he fall? Yes, he does, as Easy Peasy finds the decimation.
Yeah, and speaking about decimation, right, he was able to pick up those kills, and just like you said, the kills might be into the hands of Easy Peasy, but Sleeps hasn't died yet, so he is still able to farm everything off the board, and they are now going to go ahead and defend this Lord coming down on their top side, and their turrets, it's not looking too great, right? TheOhioBrothers still has 6 turrets. They have 1 turret on their bot side, but Wheezy, you might have to go ahead again.
Whoa! Best player picks up that kill. He just dived into the full team of BloodHounds and takes one away. He's going to find Sleeps in the midst of all that chaos. Divine Glade picked up from Hoon to deal some additional damage. As we are now at that 11-minute mark, he's going to hit like a truck. Coppola very low, needs to get out of there. Zia trying to show his presence with the advantage of gold that he does have. Looks like they're trying to crack open the base for BloodHounds.
Wheezy, how you doing? Can you breathe? How you doing? This looks like a pretty intense game.
I think we should ask Sleeps how he's doing, because that play from best player right there to be able to go in with the quad shadow, mighty impressive.
Mighty impressive indeed, but we still can't count them out yet. Hold your horses, Wheezy. We are looking at a 7-15 kill score, 31 to 38k goal lead. It is into the favor of TOB, but BloodHounds, if they are able to capitalize any or even kill any member of the side of TheOhioBrothers, they are able to flip the script around. We saw that in last game. They can do it again. And we are looking at the win conditions, right? BloodHounds needs to get a specific pick off, maybe take any one of them out at this point to go ahead with their team fight. They are a team fight oriented comp, but I am really worried about Dino, right? He needs to be able to set with the wild charge and maybe go for that backline, get Zia off the board, get Hoon off the board, maybe Milo to prevent any CC. Now we see all the campage in the mid lane. If they step into the wrong bush, this might be a little bit of a messy fight, but look at Milo. Milo's just sitting there behind everybody, and he has read on every single one of BloodHounds, but looks like they're gonna go ahead and try to siege something here. But here we go. Here comes the full 5 siege. Are they gonna look for something here?
Yeah, they're definitely rotating around, trying to do some recon, maybe trying to spot a solo pickoff, but TOB focusing more on the Lord Pit, right? Milo on the bottom side, he is going to be able to proxy these minions and cut them off to give them wave management and open up the opportunity to possibly take this Lord. Now 12 minutes in, as both teams are fighting it out, the stun, the suppression. Easy Peasy is going to find the Lord. Coppola is going to find best player. BloodHounds finding answered. Super Shark very low. Zia is going to find Bokarasa. Blazing Duet from Sleeps. Hoon finds Dino. Zio finds Easy Peasy. Coppola takes down Super Shark for a double kill. And Zia with the triple is going to find Sleeps, leaving Coppola all by himself. But BloodHounds was able to take that Lord.
That was a Lord picked up by Easy Peasy. Beautiful red tree, actually. And actually more credits towards Dino there, right? The wild charge stunned best player, preventing him from taking this Lord. But this might be the end of the game. This might be a bomb that just exploded a little bit too early.
Yeah, looks like they are going to try and close it out, try and even out this series, but the spawn in time, the Searing Turret from Bokarasa just needs to clear the minions, but not enough time. And TOB takes game 2 to even out the series against BloodHounds.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay by both sides, but looks like TOB's execution was just a little bit better against BloodHounds, and we are looking at a tied score, 1-1. Now, we are at this, everything's at stake right now, right? BloodHounds can take this game. TOB can take this game. But I'm actually really curious to see who will take it because both teams now have an advantage. They're both doing really well. But this game looks like TOB was able to snowball towards that early game just a little bit earlier. And just like Weezy and I talked about, I was a little bit worried towards that early game to mid-game traps as BloodHounds like to struggle just a little bit. But TOB likes to take that advantage and snowball right deep. And that's what happened. Story to tell itself. That's all she wrote. TOB does take this game for the second match.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive finish, too. It was about like 13 minutes to be able to close that one out. As we are moving on to the post-game stats, looking at the gold 45K into the hands of TOB, taking 7 turrets to 2 against BloodHounds.
Yeah, 9-19 kill score game, looking at about a 14-minute game, half the time that it took last game. And we are looking at turtles. Looks like TOB was able to capitalize that as well. Same with the Lord fights. I do have to give credits though, however, to Easy Peasy and Dino for that last Lord fight. They were able to take that away from TOB, but unfortunately the fight did not turn into their favor. And it looks like TOB did pull a king card this time and was able to capitalize and end out the game. Now we are looking at it's even score right now, 1-1. This can be anyone's game, so a lot is on the line. And if this happens again for any side, I just need them to play how they played the first game and how TOB played their game the second game, right? If they play how they played first game for BloodHounds, this is their game. This can be anybody's game right now. It just depends on how they play, right? So I don't know. I kind of want BloodHounds to take this win though. I really want that upset. Maybe I should have changed my caster prediction. I don't know. Yeah. But I'm looking at this match right now, but post-game stats, Weezy, break me down.
Yeah, looking at the post-game stats, right? Rich Guy going into the hands of best player, the carry, going for Zia, Super Shark taking the sandbag, and the forgotten one from Super Shark as well, right? Having the most total assists and damage taken. I think overall it was just more of a game into the hands of TOB. Very few mistakes, and BloodHounds just not able to find their rhythm that they had in game 1, right? I mean, TOB on paper, they're just able to execute a little bit more smoother than we see BloodHounds traditionally do. And I think maybe as we jump into the next game, BloodHounds possibly trying to find Sleeps something that he can kind of thrive on in the early game, right? You're relying on him getting to that late game power spike to be able to deal the damage necessary when it comes to these 5v5 engagements, but they just don't make it there, right? I think game 1, they were able to pull it off, but jumping into game 2, it wasn't the same story, right? Sleeps, traditionally, when it's him against Zia, we're starting to see Zia, a pattern repeating. He's always leading in gold, and he's leading in levels. So I think maybe jumping into game 3, going for an early game marksman could be an answer, or something that can directly counter Zia and give him a slight advantage for that phase.
Yeah, and even if we give that early game advantage, right, it just depends on how well they can take that snowball and execute it towards that mid to late game. No matter how good your early game is, if you can't execute it well towards that mid to late game, it's going to be a huge issue. And look at this Lord fight right here. Look at Dino doing a lot of work, and Easy Peasy coming in with the beautiful mechanics, was able to take away that Lord. But look at Zia's damage, and the Petri coming in from Hoon was able to take away people one by one. And TOB did turn that fight into their favor and was able to close out this game, even though BloodHounds did take away that Lord. But I still have to give a lot of credits over to the EXP laners, as right now EXP laners are actually pretty meta. It really depends on how well EXP laners can control the fights and how well they are able to set for their team. But we are looking at a lot right now. I'm kind of nervous, and I don't know. I want an underdog team to come up. That's what I really want. Okay, I've seen TOB everywhere. It's written everyone's faces. I get it. But I really want an underdog team to win this match. And taking away that first match already was enough. And now they know they can do it. So I want them to do it. So, BloodHounds, hopefully we can draft beautifully well. But same goes for TOB as well. So we're seeing a lot. But Weezy, what are your thoughts right now? I know you're on the edge of your seat because you're casting all of this. You're doing play-by-play. You might have to get a whole oxygen tank next to you for this last one because it's about to get pretty intense.
Making fun of my old age, man. That's great. No, jumping into this draft though, right? This is game 3. That's what I'm excited about, right? I like seeing both teams kind of fighting it out all the way down to the wire, and this is what we're having today for the first match of the semifinals for regular season 1. TOB and BloodHounds. BloodHounds was able to take game 1 with that late 25-minute finish, but BloodHounds was able to take it. TOB for game 2, able to finish it off with around a 13 to 14-minute game. But I think something that's kind of repeating between both of these matches is the play style from these teams, right? BloodHounds, when it comes to early game prioritization, they kind of lack when they're going up against TOB. They're able to get to those objectives a little faster. We're often seeing turrets fall for BloodHounds into the hands of TOB, usually the gold lane and the XP lane falling before BloodHounds can claim one. Even if they have the objectives when it comes to the kills, they're not able to open up the map first. And I think the challenge for them jumping into this game is opening up that map first. When it comes to TOB, they have all these objectives in their hands, but sometimes it just slips through their fingers. And that's where BloodHounds starts to make the most of the situation. Similar to when we seen yesterday with BloodHounds going up against Nighthorde. Nighthorde on paper was beating them left and right on every objective, but then in the middle of all that chaos, easy peasy jumping in with the Martis and a decimation, getting that Savage, turned it completely around for their team. And you know, I'm definitely going to be looking at BloodHounds possibly finding a way to lead in the early game, taking some turrets to kind of create that power spike to get Sleeps online, because that's really what I want to see is how do you get Sleeps online and have them scale a little bit better than the opposing marksman.
But looks like they banned out that Leslie, so they are not looking to go ahead and deal with Sleep's bullets towards that mid to late game. But Kadita also getting banned out as well. We are seeing an Eve ban and a Fanny ban as well. And looks like BloodHounds is really trying to prevent Hoon from grabbing any mages that can potentially turn this fight around, which is not something that BloodHounds wants, and they do want this win. So they're going to go ahead and respectfully ban out all those heroes. And now we are seeing the last stage of these bans coming in. It's going to be the TheOhioBrothers locking in that Uranus for that ban. And now I'm looking at BloodHounds. They have a couple options. They still have Valentina. They can take that off the board. They can take out any assassin, and they're going to go ahead and take out the Valentina. So these are kind of like the same picks we've seen for all two matches, but I really feel like these are respect bans, right? The Leslie respecting Sleeps, Fanny respecting best player, Hoon and Eve respecting the mage players, right? So we see Terizla getting picked up. And now in trade, I might see an Arlott getting traded out potentially. Maybe a tank jungler that easy peasy likes to run, the Martis or the Alpha once again. They did really well with that draft, so hopefully they can redo that draft and maybe, you know, change the marksman just a little bit. Maybe go for that late game marksman once again. But just like Weezy said, I kind of want to see that early game damage as a snowball can happen for BloodHounds, and they really need it, right? They don't really have too much early game, so maybe having a little bit more utility, a little bit more damage was able to do that. And just like oh my god, Weezy, I'm on a food today. But looking at Coppola is gonna go ahead and lock the Grok. This can be flexed in the EXP or the roam area, so this is definitely a flex pick for the side of BloodHounds.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that three-dimensional drafting, kind of. I would say three-dimensional, but since Bokarasco locked in this Martis, I mean, we're pretty sure that's going to go inside of the jungle, right? So, you know what is on the table that they could still pick up, and it's a comfort pick for Bokarasco, is the Navaria. Do they pick that up yet again and try and profit on it? Now, looking at TOB, right? I mean, Kaja is still available, right? You have the Terizla, who can definitely go in with the penalty zone.
And Franco, actually.
And Franco, so there's double suppression on the table, and I think this would be an excellent way to kind of start this off. And then they're also going to pick up their marksman, so there goes Franco. They are going to pick up that suppression to work in their favor, and they're going to get Zia comfortable, right? Pick up his kind of prioritized marksman, and he's going to go in for this carry. And I love the carry pickup here, right? You were able to kind of soak into the frontline composition that BloodHounds is starting to build up right now, right? You have this Grok who can get pretty beefy. Then you also have the Martis, that traditional fighter jungle. But when you put up that carry, it can definitely kind of soak in and deal the damage necessary. But a repeating pattern from BloodHounds. They're going to go ahead and pick up this Valir yet again.
I really wanted to see Bokarasco run that Sicilian. And I know it's a late game hero, I know. But Bokarasco is actually known for his Sicilian. Like, it's really, really, really good. And it's his comfort pick. But I think they understand it's too late game. So they're going to go ahead and not pick it up. But Valir really gave best player a hard time. Actually, Zia as well. You saw that in that late game, in that mid lane. He just shoved both of them out of their face and preventing any turret pushing in that mid lane. So maybe he wants to do that once again, you know, throw a wall in their face and be like, no, not so soon yet. But we are looking at the Valir pick, and we saw that yesterday, right? I don't know if Valir is being played in MPL, and I'm pretty sure it's not, as they are gonna, you know, involve other meta mages as well. But this is kind of like that one pick. It's like that cheese pick, right? It really depends on how they decide to use this Valir and play it, right? And with the Valir ult, it's a free purify. So any CC is going to be taken off the hands of Valier as long as he has his ult. But let's look at the bans right now. We see a Minotaur ban and a Beatrix ban taken off by TOB, but Faramis and Lean Gang taken off. Now Faramis does counter Grok with the wild charge, so definitely a good read coming in from BloodHounds. Now we are looking at the pick phase, and Weezy, what do you want to see in this last game? We are looking at this last game, a lot's at stake. What do you want to see coming in from each player?
Well, I'll definitely say Sleep's getting something he's comfortable on, but they're giving him like the bare bones when it comes to these picks, right? I mean, he's last in the draft and he's not going to have the biggest selection. They did take out the Leslie, they took out the Beatrix, so he's going to have to find something that can kind of go toe-to-toe with Zia on this area. But he's going to go for something I didn't expect Sleeps to pull out, and that is going to be the 1-1. And Barza does get slotted in. Looking at this composition, it can work, right? I mean, you have Martis who can definitely disrupt that Feather Airstrike. Same with Coppola, maybe even Easy Peasy. So it may be a little bit of upskill battle, but when it comes to TOB, they're definitely known for their positioning. So I still think they can pull it off. Farza, this is the first appearance, I believe, of the Farza for the regular season of NACT Fall. So that's exciting nonetheless. History in the making, and best player picking up that Assassin yet again. The second Hayabusa appearance for him so far today, and that is going to be the finalized draft for TOB.
Ooh, a Kai. I haven't seen a Kai either. So, wait, actually, I'm not sure if it was played yesterday. I can't remember really the picks, but Akai is a really good CC, right? His spin. I don't want anyone spinning on me, but I think that is to counter out that Franco suppression, right? They could have definitely picked up the Kaja, but they opted to not. So we are looking at an AoE CC versus a single target suppression. Now this is how they execute it. TOB really has to pick who they want. They can either go for Sleeps, they can go for Easy Peasy, but there's nothing to kind of stop Dino from being able to use the heavy spin on any of them, which might put Zia in a very uncomfortable position. But Mila picking up this Terizla, I love it, right? Is able to go into that back line. But before we talk more about this draft, Weezy, take me into game 3 where everything is on the line right now.
That's right, my fight, my moment is, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game 3 of the first series of the finals for regular season 1 NACT Fall. The TheOhioBrothers up against BloodHounds, who will be able to claim victorious as they are both tied up 1-1 on the scoreboard.
We are seeing both tied. Look, oh my goodness, look at Valier. Look at all that damage and that bot side. Milo already getting chunked off less than half. And just like I said, Bukaraska running this Valier, that early game damage is a lot coming in.
Yeah, definitely just dealing a lot of damage nice and early. But looking at BloodHounds, I mean, I'm kind of questioning this Wan pick, right? I mean, Wan has to get the crossbow tank off to really profit, and Sleeps hasn't really been the sharpest tool in the box so far when it comes to these 5v5 engagements, and it's going to be a little bit of a challenge as you are seeing Coppola getting a lot of damage and will be the possible sandbag as best player is going to draw first blood in the hands of TOB, giving them the slightest advantage.
Look at Bukaraska though, he's just walking around with full HP everywhere. But I really want to be, you know, everyone knows how Shark plays as Franco, right? He played extremely well in the grand finals of NACT last season and is now bringing it out once again for this match. He really wants his pick to be prevailed and known. And Weezy, we need to ask the viewers and yourself, what's the hook rate on Shark's Franco?
Oh, I think we'll find out today. Do we see the scaling of Franco in the making? As, I mean, look at the drafts, right? There's a lot of damage when it comes to TOB, but BloodHounds playing more of the defensive nature, right? You have the Grok, you have Easy Peasy on the Martis, you have Dino. All three of them gonna frontline the damage, but not able to dish it out back to the side of TOB. It's gonna be into the hands of Sleeps and Bokarosco to really do that, and more Sleeps than anything, and there's not really anybody to keep them at bay. I mean, if you can get a heavy spin on the wall, then maybe Sleeps can go in and get that crossbow tank he's looking for, but it's not going to be the easiest thing to take. And Zia already finding a kill is going to take down Sleeps as we are talking about this, and the turtle is going to go to TOB. But wait a minute, chase on the way, heavy spin on the wall for Milo, who does flicker out back to safety inside of the turret.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of a risky fight, but Milo was actually able to go in really well, but Feather Airstrike taking Bokarosco very low, and this might be the answer, right? Take Bokarosco off the board, take away that damage, but look at topside. Sleeps having a very... Oh! Iron Hook lands, but was able to get out very well. But we are looking at that goal lead on that top side, and Dino unfortunately gets taken off the board. To the side of BloodHounds, Sleeps is not really having a good time up here.
Yeah, not having the easiest time. I mean, being able to take him down this early is going to delay the power spike he's looking for. Speaking of power spikes, wild charge on the wall onto Super Shark, looking across the chain. CC too much to handle. Easy peasy. Used the decimation to take him down. Is still 3-1. TOB leading the way in terms of kills, but Easy Peasy trying to even it out. Going far behind enemy lines. Is going to proxy out the Slain, the stun from the first fireball from both Orozco and the Searing Turret to deal the final hits onto Zia to shut him down. 2-3. Zia does fall though, which is an advantage. You found the ADC, and that's going to even up the deaths for both marksmen.
Yeah, but look at the flicker being burnt by Coppola. The wild charge has been burnt as well. That was a lot of damage still coming in from the side of the TheOhioBrothers, but I feel like their answer right now is just to keep Book Orozco alive, right? He is the one doing the most damage right now with the kill on the board on his hand. So we might see a little bit of a skirmish here, but looks like just a little bit of a head poke coming in from the side of TheOhioBrothers. Turtle's coming up in 20 seconds, so we're gonna have to be really careful. But Sleeps again getting chunked off like crazy on that top side. Sleeps really needs to come online, or else this might be a one-sided story for the side of TheOhioBrothers.
Yeah, TheOhioBrothers already able to take this first turret, possibly, but no, the denial just in time from Coppola. Credits to him, as that could have turned out really bad for BloodHounds, losing that within the first 5 minutes, as we are going to see this turtle spawn in. Now, looking at both Orozco, this Valir pick is interesting, right? Yes, oh my goodness, snatching his solo Iron Hook on a Bokoro. Hoon is going to pick up that kill, but the amazing hook provided over there by Super Shark, but Milo, penalty zone dropping down, executes strike as well. Best player finds the backline, takes down Sleeps yet again, dropping down, finding his second death within the first 5 minutes. It's heavy spin on the wall onto Milo, but pulled back by the Iron Hook of Shark. Easy peasy is going to find Milo. Hoon is going to find Dino, and the turtle is going to be reset, but Easy peasy now trying to get back to safety at about a quarter of HP. Super Shark, one more hook, not going to hit the mark, and Easy peasy will be able to regen some HP.
Yeah, it looks like Shark was able to take away the main focus, which is that Valir. Book Orozco just got hooked and just stole his life away, which is something that we want to see coming in from Shark, but Easy Peasy doing the lead. They're just trying to get a little bit of vision here, but looks like they're still wanting this turtle, so we might see a little bit of a dance happening once again at this turtle, but the question is, who's going to take this turtle here?
Yeah, both teams trying to take this first objective. I mean, TOB is leading in terms of kills. That golden staff picked up from Zia to enhance those basic attacks and be able to deal a little bit more damage. It's Easy peasy will claim the turtle for BloodHounds. That's what they needed, right? But they're still down in terms of gold by 3,000.
And best player was able to deny a... Wait, okay, so they... Okay, BloodHounds just took turtle, right? And then that is a turtle into their hands, a little bit of gold, but Zia just pushed up that bot side, and best player was able to deny a buff, but looks like a trade is going to happen on that top. So Sleeps and Coppola doing a good job visioning off Milo, so I'm gonna go ahead and trade out a turret as well. So we are looking at a, I wouldn't say the best trade, but, you know, oh, here we go.
The hook goes down for the suppression. Boom picks up the kill. Zia with the speedy light pulse just chunking in that damage. Trying to claim this tier 2 turret for the bottom side, but Easy peasy will rush in last minute for the denial. But again, TOB just finding a way to kind of take these turrets faster than BloodHounds. Again, like the other matches, able to take 2 turrets before they take 1. Easy peasy is going to find Hoon for the shutdown, activating that killing spree, and it looks like they will be able to take that tier 2 on the bottom side and also take the mid lane as well, a 2-for-1 combo.
Both junglers are actually neck to neck, same KDA as well. So 3-0-1 coming in from this Haya best player and Martis, Easy peasy. Now the question is, oh, hook landing on Coppola, but unfortunately hook the roamer, so not really worth using any of the ults there. But we see a little bit of a skirmish that could possibly happen in this mid side. We do see turtle coming up in about 30 seconds, and we're gonna see another dance coming up with Zia. Look at Zia doing work, pushing up these lanes, forcing a lot of these minions to be shoved in, and which gives no choice but for BloodHounds to answer him by making sure that aggro is pulled back to go ahead and defend these minions.
Yeah, and I mean, again, a similar story, Sleeps versus Zia, right? Zia is up by a lot of gold and also up by 2 levels And this is just a repetitive pattern, and we got to see this 1-1 start to profit, right? He has the crossbow tang. We mentioned it may be a little bit harder to pull off, considering he is going to have almost perfect placement to be able to do that. And with these iron hooks from Super Shark, it looks like he doesn't plan on letting that happen. He does flicker out.
Shark.
You are going to see the wild charge go in for the knockup, for the stun, and immortality has been procced. Shark not going to be able to get out of that one. Bocarasco is going to find that kill, but in the turtle pit, you are going to see Milo drop down with the penalty zone, but now hit with the heavy spin. Aggro being pulled from best player is going to claim the turtle for the Ohio Brothers. For the airstrike drop down, Sleeps is going to find Milo, but there goes the crossbow tang. And you also are going to see the Ouija shadow kill go out from best player as well. Nobody will fall in that engagement, but 2 members on the Ohio Brothers as they do claim that turtle.
The crossbow of Tang actually locked onto best player, but his ult, his Shadow Assault, was able to immune all of that. So a little bit unfortunate for Sleeps. Maybe he can proc that crossbow tank once more and be able to do a lot more damage. But we are looking at the goal lead in favor of Ohio Brothers, and I need Sleeps to go ahead and come online with this 1-1, right? You said earlier you were a little bit confused and a little bit skeptical about this 1-1 pick, as her kit is really the crossbow tank to do the most amount of damage. But look at the collapse. Here we go.
The airstrike dropping down. Coppola taking a lot of damage. Use the wild charge for the double knockup. Flickers away to safety as Zia finds Sleeps. Easy peasy finds Super Shark. 1 member falling for both sides. A marksman for a roamer as Dino finds a marksman of his own. He's going to go ahead and take down Zia. That is a 2-for-1 trade in favor for the BloodHounds.
Yeah, look at Easy Peasy. Might just check the wrong bush. Might. Didn't get buff denied. Here we go.
Shadow kill going in, but I don't think he'll be able to pull off that kill, but may force Easy Peasy in an uncomfortable situation. Does he go in for the contest on this purple buff, or does he go back for some HP? His best player is still stacked when it comes to health pool, but you are going to see the quad Shadow go in. Both teams fighting it out on this purple buff. This is almost looking like it's a Lord battle with how heavy both teams are focusing on prioritization.
Look at Milo.
For it, but Milo very low, hit with bursting fireball from both Roscoe and the stun. The wild charge, the suppression from the Bloody Hunt, trapping him in his tracks as Coppola will fall to Zia. That is a 1-for-1 trade as Milo dropped in that engagement as well. 9-9 on the scoreboard.
That is an EXP lane traded out for another EXP as well, but they are trying to shove up something in this mid lane. But for their airstrike coming down, doing a lot of damage towards that back line, but the Lord is up. Both sides are... It's even 4-4. This can be a very one-sided story, but Shark doing a good job zoning out, and looks like Turtle is going to be pulled first by the side of Ohio Brothers.
That they are going to be able to pull that Lord, may be able to take this objective with no contested. BloodHounds is way too far to be able to do anything about it, and best player will grab that up, giving them an advantage to possibly open up this map even more in their favor, as it is bleeding blue for TOB. I mean, BloodHounds has to find a way to turn this around, right? Slowly but surely, TOB is trying to close this out and make their mark into the grand finals.
BloodHounds has their backs up against the wall, and they have to look for something and at least deny this Lord getting pushed up their bot side. But conceal play coming from Coppola.
Yeah, it does go in. Does he find the opportunity he was looking for? No, he's not going to use the wild charge. He only had Shark in his headlights, and that's not the target he was looking for, as you are going to see the Lord taking some damage. But on the top side, best player, the backdoor play. Do they know he's there? They're able to hold him off. Nobody can recall. Bocarasco now trying to get back there. Looks like he wasn't able to take that inhibitor, though, as the minions were stopping him in his tracks. Zia falls, Shark falls, and Milo Sleeps picking up that kill. That is going to be 3 members falling for TOB, and down goes the Lord.
Wow, I was watching the whole fight happen, and that Bata easy peasy against who was able to get out with like literally no HP. So that is a couple lives saved there. But you were mentioning a backdoor, but I don't think the backdoor's happening yet, Wheezy. But easy peasy to go ahead and capitalize on all the buffs here, get them away from best player. But here we go, mid lane.
Lane is on the way. A little bit of a battle, a skirmish for that first turret, and TOB not letting it fall. I mean, they focus so much on wave management. It's definitely showing 12 minutes in, and they're still standing strong for the entire mid lane. But when you look at BloodHounds, right, they're almost down to their inhibitors. That tier 2 turret on the bottom side is hanging by a thread. 9-12. BloodHounds is leading in terms of kills, but down by 2k gold. You're able to see TOB take 1 turtle away from them so far. So when it comes to target prioritization and wave management, it's definitely going to TOB, and the Iron Hook connecting. Bloody Hunt going in for a possible kill. Feather Airstrike from Hoon from a mile away, dealing a little bit of chip damage, but not able to secure a kill. But now the punish on the way. Coppola with the wild charge onto Super Shark. He is going to flicker out, but the heavy spin flicker in for the stun onto Super Shark. Immortality being procced. There goes the crossbow ting onto Hoon from Sleeps going in. Easy peasy is going to find Shark. Milo needing to get away. Zia is going to find Coppola. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far. Dino now backing off.
Oh my god,
very
Haya,
low.
Haya,
Easy
Haya,
peasy
Haya, Haya.
in the mix, but best player with the backdoor play yet again. Not focusing on all the members of TOB. Is going to try and deal some damage onto this turret. Easy peasy will be denied the recall, and the game has ended as TOB with the backdoor play from best player claims the semifinal 6 Bloodhounds.
Beautiful exit coming in from the OhioBrothers. Looks like Haya was able to go ahead and use that backdoor at their advantage, and this is now a 2-1. And unfortunately, Bloodhounds was not able to take that out. But look at Weezy, look at you smiling. You called it. I gotta give credit to you. I apologize. The backdoor did happen for the side of TOB, and looks like the win is going to go into the OhioBrothers.
Hey man, best player. He's slippery when it comes to those backdoor plays, and you have to keep your eyes on him, right? He wasn't in the first engagement right before that, and then the second one, he went right back to doing what he was doing before. Taking these turrets and trying to close this game out, and that just shows you when it comes to map awareness, when it comes to target prioritization objectives, TOB just leads a little bit more than Bloodhounds, and that means that TOB will claim the first spot into the grand finals for today, and Bloodhounds will be stopped in the semifinals. I can't wait to see where this goes, but definitely credits over to TOB on that amazing best-of-3 series, able to win it 2-1 against Bloodhounds.
We are looking at a faster game this time. We are looking at a 13-minute game, 11-14 kill score. Even though the kills were into the side of Bloodhounds, they did have a goal lead at some point. It looks like they weren't able to execute it out further here in this match. 6-2 in those turret trades towards a mid to late game. They did lose a lot of macro, unfortunately, for the side of Bloodhounds. And Lord also getting picked up by TOB. Turtle, yes, they did pick up one, but looks like TOB was able to capitalize on that as well. But look at Zia being able to farm this entire game. Perfect KDA towards a mid to late game, but even though Zia got taken off a couple times, he was able to execute that match very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, it really was just like flawless execution. Not too many mistakes from TOB, and you know, that's the TOB that we're kind of used to seeing, right? Bloodhounds, though, I gotta give them credit. They were fighting their hearts out, but just not able to hit the mark that they were looking for. As you are now looking at the replay from the final game of that best of 3 in the semifinals, Zia taking down Coppola, both of them battling it out. All of these teams putting everything on the line, trying to claim his spot in the type 4 as they're battling for points, right? We have 3 regular seasons, and this is only regular season 1, but with Bloodhounds being taken down, that will give an advantage to TOB to climb up that ladder. And I gotta say, it was definitely something that wasn't expected. I thought it would have been a 2-0 sweep, but Bloodhounds was able to take a victory, which makes them look promising for the future games that we will be seeing them play in the upcoming seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though they did lose the series, they did take on a game away from the OhioBrothers, so they do have the potential to be able to scale right back up in the next season. Guys, and this is only just the first season, so nothing is over yet. We do see a lot of damage dealt coming in, especially from Zia, being able to do the most damage alongside Hoon, and is now able to do a lot of back pressure, and that's what I liked about Farsa, right? The Feather Airstrike zoning out a lot of those backline here, such as Bokarasco, and Sleeps wasn't really able to pop up into the team fight, and Sleeps doing 26% damage, not enough for the side of OhioBrothers. But look at this replay right here, right? The TOB stayed a little bit overhead. This was a game where they actually lost, and Bloodhounds was doing very well in that early to mid to late game, and they were able to turn scripts around. And look at that, easy peasy, and Sleeps doing a lot of work staying together, making sure that they are the ones doing the most damage here. But you know, this time the same story doesn't tell itself twice, and they were unfortunately taken off the board. Same with this game as well, Weezy.
Yeah, same with this game as well. You're just seeing both of the teams trying to fight it out, but overall, the series went into the hands of TOB. Hoon picking up that kill, takes down Dino. Zia finds easy peasy. Coppola finds Shark. Just gotta admire both of these teams' passions. Zia picked up that triple kill onto Sleeps, leaving Coppola all by himself to fend them off. There goes that crossbow tang. A little bit of that sneak peek at that final game where we're seeing kind of BloodHounds looking like they were going to have the advantage, but Zia wrapping around, finding Coppola and trying to change that narrative back to the favor. And then you keep your eye on best player for the backdoor play, right? Looking at the map, nobody there for the contestant. This is where it kind of started on their way to kind of close this out. I mean, look at him already chunking that base down to about half HP, and only one member was able to get there in time, and that was Dino, but it was a little too late to the party, and it looked like best player was able to close that out, and definitely credits to him.
Yeah, I definitely would have to give credits though to Easy Peasy. He had a perfect KDA that game, 704. He did a lot of damage and all of the kills and objectives were in his hand, but looks like the team wasn't really able to execute that out. But that is a beautiful series actually. First series to go all the way to 3 matches for this series. So we are looking at a very exciting game for the rest of the series today, which is going to be up next, BTK versus Avalon, which a lot of people are waiting for. So Xena, take us away.
Yes, even with the TheOhioBrothers doing the most, they fell short the first match, but their burst in the second. Wonderful series, but congrats on taking the win and the backdoor. Our MVP, the sneaky best player. Well deserved. What do you guys think on our MVP?
Man, he was all over the place, right? Best player, always focusing on the objectives, and that's what separates him from a lot of players in North America, and it definitely shows that you got to be on your toes when he's on the playing field. Is that backdoor play is what won them the game. I mean, if anybody was back there for the denial, we would still be casting right now, going over these fights, and definitely got to give him credit where it's due.
Absolutely. Looks like this is his second MVP. He got it yesterday, and he did take it today as well. So congratulations to best player, but all the MVPs, in my opinion, are to every single member that has been playing so far in this season. Everyone is doing their role extremely well. So congrats to both teams. You guys played extremely well, and we will see you soon for the next round of series.
Our next match will be BloodThirstyKings versus Avalon. Looking forward to that match. I know you guys all are too. But we're going to go on a short break. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, you know it's time. Today we crown a champion for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American Community Tournament. Let's go.
The only way they win is if one of us just somehow has like a seizure and can't play.
Tonight we'll be crowning the North America champions.
It's just Arville left here between a Lord and 4 other members of the Valley, and this is game 1, going over to the Valley.
Without further ado, we step into game 3.
Oh my God, this might be it. They're not even gonna wait for the Lord. Oh, what a flicker! Able to throw Yujin in and clean him up. The Valley take game 3. Here comes Arville, big wild charge, and the Valley is annihilated. Game 4 will go to the Simpsons.
After this event, you know I'm saying it now, it's going to be an NACT Wheezy skin for Brody.
It's been a match and a series full of surprises.
The problem is the Valley, they're just monsters, man. And I don't know if I see the Simpsons coming back to take a reverse sweep here.
Are they going to be able to stop it? On the Valley, they stop it. Oh my God, the Valley are going to M4.
This isn't just any rivalry. This is the rivalry.
Coming at you live once again from Las Vegas, guys, HyperX Arena. We're here to see the grand finals. Guys, it's been weeks. I flew from the Philippines here, and now we're here. How you guys doing?
It's a nation divided right now, man. It's like the civil war of MLBV NA right now. 2 teams, but only one can take this, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, Outplay taking on BTK.
And that is a huge play, ladies and gentlemen. Outplay has done it. They have evened out the odds 2-2 against BTK.
To all the people people overseas that have maybe just woken up, your dreams have become reality because this is 2-2. I mean, it's insane.
And now we're jumping into game number 5.
Here we go! Joybot trying to pull Basic away. Basic, one hit, two hit. He's down! They're still defending! BTK doesn't want to go out today.
They're not down and out just yet.
The Lord is here. It's a base race right now. BTK trying to end this. Ladies and gentlemen, that's match point for BTK.
Oh my goodness. Look how excited they are. Yeah, match point. You can hear the crowd. I'm glad to be here for NACT. Holy moly. The NACT Grand Finals is where it's at right now.
Not over, not quite yet. Minions haven't finished it. Crystal finally goes down. And this is what everybody wanted. Game 7.
All right. Hey, I'm tearing up because, hey, we got a game 7. It's not a sweep.
I've never seen this before. They got 2. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. No, wait. 2 more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it. But that is it.
The Bloodthirsty Kings defying the odds. What a series.
BTK. Nobody in the world could have asked for more than this, Naisu.
Wow, what a series, what a game.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Drex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Cena Lily here. I'm going to talk to you guys about the August Starlight skin. If you guys are a Yin fan, Yin's Eternal Guardian skin is this month's Starlight. And for those that are not Yin fans, there are 10 returning Starlight skins and a new Starlight shop exclusive, the Killing Notification. You can get in on all of this for 300 diamonds and to get over 6,000 worth of rewards. Your first Starlight package will be 1,700 diamonds worth, and if you are impatient like me, you can get the weekly diamond pass, which you can get all your things sooner, unlock everything sooner. So keep your eyes out on these exclusives, guys. Now let us hop into the round table, guys. I want to kind of see what. Oh, sorry, we're hopping into our predictions actually. Guys, we are going to see BTK versus Team Avalon. Are you guys excited? The predictions we have right now are BTK. Yui's always the oddball out. He's going for Avalon now. What are you guys' thoughts?
Well, I'll definitely say Yue definitely full of surprises. I mean, he was almost right with the BloodHounds one, though, so I don't know. I think he's on to something. I think as we progress through the regular season, Yue may be able to be the one to surprise everybody and outdo us on our prediction rates. But hey, I mean, I know you see the numbers. They don't lie. Xena, myself, Eunice, Private, and Jimmick all sitting with that 5-0, 100% win rate when it comes to predicting who will claim these victories in the series so far. But speaking of series, it's been already a couple of surprises, right? BloodHounds fighting it out up against TOB. They're able to take one game, so I will say there is definitely some promising things there if they just keep their focus on the objectives and on the prize. But speaking of the prizes, I'm still excited for the future games that we will be seeing for the remaining battle of the semifinals, and we also have grand finals and the bronze match today.
Absolutely, Weezy. And speaking about those brackets and the predictions, right? I'm actually pretty excited. And Yue, literally was almost right, but Weezy, I'm still going head on head with you with the prediction, so I'm not losing my spot, but maybe
I'm
Yue
there
might
with you guys too.
take them out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No.
I still got that
Oh yeah,
vibe.
we were going head to head. No, I'm the queen of prediction. I'm gonna keep my spot.
Well, we're going to take that throne. We shall see about that. But we are super excited. I can't believe BloodHounds and TheOhioBrothers were battling it out. It was super fun to see. And
It's definitely fun to see. I mean, a best of 3 fighting it out all the way to a game 3. I mean, what more could you ask for? I'm hoping the next series that we watch is the same story, right? I mean, we've seen BTK dominate kind of in a similar fashion as we do see TOB, but this is a different team of players that are hopping on in the top 8 from what we've seen in the spring season. There are some familiar faces on some of these new teams' rosters that come from former top 8 members, but as we do jump in, keep in mind, guys, this is different from the regular NACT spring season. We are now implementing a point system, right? So the top 4 teams in regular season 1 will have the slightest advantage to be able to move forward as they are all battling over for the points to make it to the playoffs.
yes, and I got word though that we are ready for this BTK versus Avalon battle. I'm ready for you, Caster, to take it away. Let's get into this right now.
Go, jumping straight into the land
Ooh.
of Dawn. BTK up against Avalon, the King of Kings in Avalon sneaking up in there. Now, formerly they were known as Empire, right? They picked up an individual sponsor. They did a little bit of a name change and picked up some additional members on their roster, kind of plugged a little bit of pieces around, and here we have it, a monster team on the way. I can't wait to see what they do here, right? I mean, Avalon, fresh off a sweep, took down Aggravate 1, and that looked promising. Looking at BTK, they took down Knights of Fates yesterday 2-0. So both of these teams, fresh off a sleep, undefeated in regular season 1, but today, somebody will fall.
Yeah, and we are looking at Avalon, right? Known as Empire, but we are also looking at the team members, right? There was a lot of roster changes, but we are looking at half of Simpsons, actually. They were one of the grand finalists for a previous NACT season, but also, if you guys look, there is Demon, Fallen, Arvel, Totenak, and Basic. Now, Basic, we all know he is one of the best marksmen out there, has a lot of overseas experience as well, but being put in Avalon alongside Simpsons, right? It's a very interesting roster, and Totenak also formerly a roamer, is now put into the EXP lane, and we did see that yesterday. And Weezy, I know you were catching up on all those matches, and you were kind of worried, you know, we talked about this in our last NACT season, you know, players switching around their roles. It's not really something that you can really do off the bat. It's not something you can just pull off right away. But now, Totenak being run in that EXP, maybe he just, you know, he said, you know, screw the room. I'm just going to be in the EXP now. So we are seeing a new team with a lot of new members, with a lot of mixed people right now for the side of Avalon.
Yeah, and speaking of these teams already jumping into their bans, you are going to see the Angela and the Twizzle taken out for BTK. Now, Angela, let's kind of talk about this, right? It's not always banned out, but when it's not banned, it's not always picked as well. So is it worth banning? As a lot of these teams do not prioritize it. I feel like one of the few teams that do pick it up is the BTK and the TOB combination, but other teams, I don't really feel like they kind of go in for that risk. But it will be banned out from the BloodThirstyKings alongside the Terizla, which is more common, but you know who is still on the table? The Uranus.
Yeah, Uranus is still on the table right now, but Terizla also getting banned out. And just like Weezy said, you know, it's not really a pick or ban rate for Angela. You don't really pick it up, I would say, in any of the ranked matches, professional matches as well. But currently in MPL over there, it's getting picked up a lot. So maybe they are trying to make sure to ban that out. And, you know, we saw in our previous match, you know, Moon's Heart Guard was doing a lot of work towards that early game, but wasn't really, kind of fell off if ran in that mid lane matchup. So maybe put in the roam position might be a better option. But okay, we're looking at Avalon's bans right now, right? Eve, I understand, but they banned out Baksha, which is one of Mobazane's comfort picks right now for the jungle area, such as Alpha, any tank jungle, right? King of the jungle, just like Weezy said. We are looking at Kadita ban as well, as they did to respond back to the Eve. So I am looking at a lot of respect bans, but potentially it leaves a lot open on the table. There's still Valentina open, and there's still Uranus open, Arla open, and we're seeing a lot of picks right now. So, Weezy, what do you think the last ban is going to be over there?
Oh, it looks like they're going to go ahead and take out the MOBA Fred. As the Fredrin does get taken down. I mean, it's no secret that Mobazane is one of the most skilled players in Mobile Legends Bang Bang across the world, right? I mean, he's the most decorated player in North America, so it's not going to be an easy task. And alongside his teammates, right? We've seen Yato, we've seen Toy Bosh, we've seen ISO, all of them fought it out valiantly inside of the spring season and closed it out up against Outplay. So that was an amazing best of 7, one of the best best of 7s to go down in history for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And I cannot believe this walk through the cracks, though, right? You take down the Fredrin, but you allow Uranus to go into the hands of Chicken.
Yeah, we are seeing a new roster change as well for BTK, right? In the previous seasons, we've only seen T in the EXP lane, right? But now it's going to be Chicken back on the board, and that's what everybody's been waiting for. The new BTK lineup, Chicken is back, so he is going to prevail in the EXP lane, and the person to go up against Chicken is going to be Totnak for the side of Avalon. So this might be a very interesting game, and this is really BTK's original roster, and this is what they were supposed to run a long time ago, but everyone's been waiting for it, and now it's back. Weezy has his thinking cap on. He's thinking about which one he wants to pick, and in trade, they pick up Alpha and Paquito. I haven't seen Paquito yet. Did it come out yesterday?
No, not that
I'm aware of,
and I was there for pretty much every single game. So, I mean, the Paquito alongside the Alpha, okay, great. You have sustainability and you have great frontline presence, but was it really worth stacking them both together? I mean, you could have profited on picking up Paquito as the very last pick in the draft, and he still would have possibly made it that far without being banned or picked up from BTK. And you're going to allow them to take up the Valentina. And I'm not really liking the way this is going so far, because Chicken, nonetheless, when he runs that Uranus, it's one of the best heroes he has, right? Because it kind of values his playstyle. He likes to be mobile. He doesn't like to be stuck in that lane fighting the 1v1. He wants to cut around, proxy those minions, and then get to the team for the neutral objectives to create that opportunity. And that is exactly what Uranus will provide. And then you pick up the Valentina for draft pressure, right? Which will give Avalon a slight harder time when it comes to drafting, as they got to watch out for any heroes that can profit from the Valentina using the IMU.
I mean, the Uranus is already a menace, right? Is able to cut lanes, still have full health, go into their base, stall some waves, still have full health. It's just a walking chunk of iron that just continuously heals himself. But Yato's going to opt in for this Valentina, and Zane is going to opt in for the Martis, and he is the king of those fighter jungles. And Yato running this Valentina, yes, it does give draft pressure, but so far I don't see anything he can really benefit off of out of anyone right now. The Blazing Duet, right? It's still not physical damage as much as it would come from directly from Claude. And we do see Paquito, the knockout strike, still not really into Valentina's favor, and the Alpha charge, right? Might be able to provide some CC, but not really enough to do a lot of impact. But they still have 2 more spots left. They still have the mage position open, and they still have their roam position. So they kind of have to be careful with how they draft, because Yato, running this Valentina, is able to copy a lot of those ults away and put it into his favor. But BTK is going to go ahead and ban out Novaria, and Avalon's actually going to ban out Leslie.
And, you know, looking at the draft so far, right, they pick up the Claude to make up for the late game damage. Now, is he an answer? Sure. But is he the best answer? Time will tell. I mean, I feel like it's a little early, you know, especially when you don't know exactly where he's going to profit at. You're going to try and do a Blazing Duet rush into the background. But, yeah, Martis with Immortal Coils to kind of stop you. And you have Uranus, who's pretty sustainable, could survive majority of that as long as he keeps a little bit of separation to regen himself. So, I don't know if the Claude will really profit, and you're going to have to bank on getting to that late game. Looking at early game, though, when it comes to both of these teams, Avalon does have potential there, right? You have the Paquito stacked up with the Alpha. Is it the best duo combination on planet Earth for Mobile Legends Bang Bang? Probably not. Not something you typically see. I mean, you mentioned yourself, when is the last time you've seen a Paquito in the Land of Dawn? But when I look at BloodHounds, or BloodThirstyKings, they have Mobazane running this Martis. I'm definitely a fan, right? He has the early neutral objectives, and Martis, the first hero so far in the NACT regular season, to be able to pull off that Savage, and definitely credits to him picking that up. I think it's going to be a powerful pick for the early phase. When you stack it up with the Valentina, the Terrify, you got to be very careful on these early objectives for Avalon.
So I am still seeing Kaja open. So that is a very good pick that Avalon can pick up. But with that being said, Yato can also pick up the Divine Judgment. So I'm kind of thinking if that really is the right choice. Kufra is also a really good option here. And Lowly is still open as well. So there's still a lot of things that Avalon can use. Actually, they can also use Florin paired up with the Alpha. But Weezy, what are you thinking? You're thinking. What are you thinking?
Kaja's still on the table.
Kaja is still on the table, yeah. And they did ban out the Franco, so I am looking for a direct answer, and if they can take away the Kaja, that'd be great. But actually, they go for the Kufra. So I guess one of my 2 room guesses were correct. So it's going to be Kufra. BTK still can opt in for the Kaja, actually. So it's up to Joybaj if he wants to play the Kaja. But Joybaj is also known for playing that suppression heroes. Franco, Kaja, and Chao. So it's one of those 3. I'm really confident that Joybaj might pick up one of those. There it is. And ISO, I'm calling maybe a Beatrix. Actually, a Brody. Maybe. We'll see. But
All right, Beatrix coming up against Arvel on the Claude.
No, maybe ISO has to call a Weezy over the phone, you know? Hey, Weezy, I might need you on the phone. But
I mean, Beatrix is not a bad option.
It's not. Beatrix and Brody are actually pretty good here, but it all depends on ISO, but his comfort... Whoa. Weezy, we didn't think of that one. 1-1 is going to be picked up by ISO, but into a Kufra?
I think this is the 3rd appearance of Wanwan so far in the entire regular season 1 of NACT Fall Season, right? Now we are seeing ISO pick it up. Does he profit? You know, we'll have to see. I mean, I like the draft from BTK so far, though, but Demon finalizing the draft for Avalon is going to pick up this Farza. Now, I don't know, because there's a lot of heroes that can dive into the Farza, and then not to mention, Yato has the Valentina. Now he has a Feathered Airstrike. There wasn't really any ultimates in that kit for him to profit off of that much, but when you throw in that Farza, cool. Yato has no problem. Now they have Farza on their team. They also have Joybaj, who does have that Divine Judgment to go in. If he can get a set that single target suppression next to ISO, it's going to be an instant crossbow tang for a pickoff on possibly the entire team when it comes to the 5v5. So Avalon, it's looking like a little bit of an upscale battle in the draft. I'm going to have to lean in terms of draft in favor for BTK.
Yeah, but I'm also a little bit worried about ISO, right? The ball coming in from Arvel on this Kufra might be a little bit of an issue when they do end up in the team fight. So ISO can't get really up too close into the team fights. But Weezy, take us into the first match of the 2nd series.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, as we are now jumping into the semifinals, the 2nd series, BloodThirstyKings going up against Avalon in a best of 3 for regular season 1 NACT Fall. Who will be able to claim victorious? Will it be Moba Zane and BTK, the reigning champs from the spring season, or will it be the new and upcoming revamped Empire, now going by the name of Avalon?
Yeah, we already see a lot of prio in that mid lane. Arvel and Basic actually is going to clear that mid lane together, and Barca and Kito's going to go ahead and share that EXP lane, which puts both of them at level 2. This is a very interesting rotation, but Basic already chunked down very low.
Yeah, already taking a lot of damage. Basic being very comfortable, but may find himself in the early grave if he's not careful on his footing, as you are seeing BTK trying to find an early objective kill. I mean, that's what they got to do, right? Basic is running the Claude, the mid to late game damage dealer, and if you can shut him down in the early game, you'll deny them that power spike, and Yato is going to do exactly that and find him, takes down the kill, and draws first blood for BTK.
Beautiful deny coming in from Yato, putting Basic on the line over there on that top side. First blood being picked up by BTK. Basic already having a hard time with this Claude, and ISO being able to freely farm his top side over there, which gives an automatic advantage for BTK. But look at bot side, Chicken already giving a lot of pressure on Totenak on this EXP lane. Easy peasy, looking for an they are looking for a lot of deny on that top side, but I literally just said easy peasy thinking ISO used to go by easy peasy. But look at bot side, Chicken already putting a lot of pressure on Totenak.
Yeah, already putting on a lot of pressure, trying to take the advantage. Chicken running something he's comfortable on, and that is definitely going to be this Uranus. As you are going to see Zane pulling the aggro for this turtle, maybe able to take this. As look at the positioning from Fallen, he's nowhere near distance to be able to contest it, and Zane will claim this objective for BTK, but we got to kind of jump in on what these teams are fighting for so far, right? This is regular season 1 semifinals. Whoever wins here will move forward to the grand finals to fight it out, and they are battling for points, right? The top 4 teams inside of regular season 1 will have an advantage in being able to move on to the playoffs possibly. There are 3 stages when it comes to this competition, and then after the grand finals today, we will have a battle of the bronze where you'll be able to see the teams fight it out for 3rd and 4th place. fighting for that 70 and 60 points. But first place will have 100 points, which is a huge advantage going into regular season 2, which will be next weekend. It is a new structure, and we got to make sure everybody is moving with us as there's a lot to intake. But speaking of intake, items now on the board, and you're already seeing where they're going with this, right? Arcane Boots picked up from the Farza alongside the Elegant Gem for some mana. Looks like Farza's trying to deal some early burst damage.
It looks like ISO in this 1-1 is already in the lead of gold, as Basic got taken off pretty early in the first minute of this game, and now 1-1 really needs those core items to do her power spike with the crossbow of Tang, but topside skirmish.
Yeah, a little bit of the skirmish on the way, but BTK not going to be afraid to take this fight that Avalon started, and is going to make them retreat out of that engagement. I mean, they already got first blood, and they also got the first turtle, now leading by 1,000 gold, and we are only 3 minutes in. But nonetheless, look at Basic, still comfortable trying to bully ISO on the top side, and I think that's where the focus needs to be for Avalon, right? Shut down ISO. Basic already being comfortable. If they can find a way to get the ADC, they can make this game work in their favor. But if not, BTK may have the advantage. All Joy Bosch has to do is hit that Divine Judgment alongside, you know, that ISO on the 1-1, and that's a free crossbow Tang.
I like how everyone's playing this slow, right? Both sides are just taking their time, farming, not really committing too much to these team fights, but Chicken already trying to bully the blue buff over there for the side of Avalon and Fallen, having a hard time being able to grab this blue, and Paquito getting completely zoned out by Chicken on this Uranus, and Zane's gonna go ahead and pick up this turtle, and Basic and Arvel might be in a very tight situation as they are looking for something up here.
Yeah, there goes a Blazing Duet. ISO taking a lot of that damage, but does not fall. But the Tyrant's Rage onto the wall, onto Joybaj, out of position. Request for a pause as Arvel is going to go ahead and take down Joybaj. That was ISO requesting that pause. So while we're on this brief intermission, this is a great time to kind of talk more in detail about what they're fighting for today, right? I mean, this is a battle for the second spot in the grand finals. The first one went to the TheOhioBrothers, shutting down BloodHounds in a 2-1 finish. And now BTK versus Avalon, both of them fresh off of sweeps. Knights of Fate getting taken down from BTK, and Avalon taken down Aggravate 1 to get to where they are today. But who will have their record tarnished? Who will be able to move on forward to the grand finals?
Yeah, and with this little pause going on right now, nothing too much here. We need to also talk about that mid to late game, right? 1-1 and Claude both take really long to scale, but it really depends on who is really team fight oriented and who can execute it out the best. But we are looking at a Blazing Duet versus a crossbow of Tang, right? The Blazing Duet is able to partner up with Dexter and do AoE damage to the whole entire team, unlike 1-1, which is ISO running it. It's a single target sustained burst damage, right? So is he able to knock down the entire backline with the crossbow Tang? Will that be enough damage when we come to the mid to late game? But the scoreboard is still really even. Gold is in slightly of hands of BTK. We are looking at about a 1k gold lead, but everything still seems very slow. But mid,
Yeah, you do see a little bit of that skirmish on the way, but I mean, we got to give credit to Mobazane so far, right? I mean, he's gotten both of the turtles that have spawned on the map so far, and falling a little short on the mark to be able to get there for the contest. I mean, they're not even contesting it or trading. They're just allowing them to take these neutral objectives, and if you're not careful, you'll find yourself with a snowball that you can't stop. Speaking of snowballs, down goes the turret on the bottom side with the pressure of Chicken and Mobazane, the dynamic duo that we've seen time and time again in Mobile Legends Bang Bang for North America.
yeah, Totenak being forced to use that flicker on that bot side. Looks like Zane and Chicken's pressure is a little bit too much, but here comes the mid lane pressure. Arvel, Basic, and Demo working as a trio to put a lot of pressure on Yato to prevent him from pushing up any of these lanes. But Joybaj
is going to possibly go in, but no, he is going to still keep his distance, right? I mean, looking at what's been achieved so far, 2 turtles and 1 turret for BTK. Nothing answered back for Avalon, minus the 1 kill that they're able to pick up, shutting down Joybaj. So, I mean, that's what you want to have. In theory, I mean, everything's been won so far from BTK. As long as they play patient, they can continue to increase this lead. But for Avalon, it's not out of their hands yet. I mean, it's still the early game, 6 minutes in. A very slow-paced game, though. I mean, it's only 1-1 on the board 6 minutes in. The last matches that we've been seeing, about at this mark, we've had at least like 8 kills on the board for both teams combined. So I admire the patience from both sides. But when it comes to playing the patient game, if you don't take a risk on the side of Avalon, that BTK is going to win it out because they have the objectives.
Yeah, both teams are playing very macro focused. We're only seeing 1-1, right? In the previous games, even yesterday, we saw a lot of kills on the board, a lot of kill-hungry teams, right? But they are looking for a trade on this bot side. Chicken has to be really careful. Uranus is a good sustained hero, but how much can he sustain? He's gonna go ahead and lose that turret, and here it goes, the siege.
Yeah, it does get stunned onto the wall, but wait, he's still alive, and you just can't kill Uranus anymore. When you put the Brave Smite on him, he's literally unkillable. As Mobazane is going to find Fallen with the decimation. ISO is going to take down Totenak. Feather Airstrike going down from Yato for the 5x5 zone is, but Mobazane in the middle of all the chaos tries to find another kill, but Demon shuts him down. Reverse Feather Airstrike from Demon is going to find Joybosh and find another kill for Avalon, evening out the scoreboard 3-3.
Chicken didn't even have to recall, and he's right back to full health. Look at him. He's really just a big chunk of metal walking around. No one's touching him, but Demon might just be caught out here.
Ooh, you're right. Yato gonna seal the deal with the additional damage provided from ISO, and that will open up the opportunity for Yato to take the mid lane, and Chicken will finally fall. Totenak is gonna pick that up with the assistance of Basic, but at what cost? I mean, he was just a distraction to allow BTK to open up the mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of macro focus plays coming from BTK. Good zonage coming in from Chicken. We are seeing a little bit of a goal lead coming in from BTK, but Claude and Wanwan are scaling very well. Claude is able to get his 2 core items, but Wanwan, ISO is able to build 3. Also locking in that Wind of Nature to help with the sustain against Fallen, Totenak, and Basic, running all that physical damage, but no answer right now for the side of Avalon to the top or mid turrets, and they need to be able to trade those out before it gets too late. Lord is coming up in 20 seconds, and we are going to see a little bit of skirmish, but here we go.
Yeah, Totenak is going to flicker out just in time, able to stay alive from that Divine Judgment, and also ISO with the 1-1. Now, ISO does still have his Inspire, so you have to watch out for that. So definitely take the kill, as Fallen is going to pick up one for himself, finds Fried Chicken, and takes the turret on the top side, but on the bottom side, and answer back as ISO will be able to take the tier 2. And that is still going to lead in terms of turrets for BTK, as Fallen finds Mobazane, Feather Airstrike going down. A lot of fighting going across the land of Dawn today, but you are still seeing BTK leading the way in the early game.
They are leading the way, but Avalon just pushed up BTK's turrets all the way to their inhibitors, and Joybosh is taking really low.
Ooh, Feather Airstrike dropping down. Yato finds Demon. Crossbow tank activated from ISO. Takes down Totenak. Chases Fallen, trying to sustain himself, trying to hit the creeps for some additional HP. Knocks Joybosh airborne, but the Divine Judgment just in time catches Arvo. Blade Duet from Basic, trying to catch Joybosh, but not able to take him out. Does he get away? No, he doesn't, as Basic will take him down. And now Basic trying to escape the wrath of ISO. Will be able to get the separation he was looking for, but look at Yato trying to wrap around, trying to close it out. But Basic will find his way back to the base to safety.
Basic really had to run half a marathon to get out of that crossbow tank. Even though Zane just got taken off the board, they do get their hands on Lord first. And it's just going to be a Lord into the hands of BTK, and Avalon needs to look for a response. Basic is scaling pretty well, but he has 6 assists. All the kills are not into his favor. Unlike BTK, ISO sitting perfectly at 2-0-2, and the lead is still into the hands of BTK.
Yeah, definitely in their hands, and Yato leading the way. Half the kills in his favor. 3-0-2 KDA. Best KDA on the playing field so far. Concealed play from Joybosh. A little bit of recon, trying to spot out the members of Avalon and find an opportunity for BTK to punish, right? I mean, this is a very passive game for both sides. I mean, Avalon, even though they're down in terms of objectives, they're still able to kind of keep the scoreboard even. They're down by 2,000, though. And with this Lord, I'm expecting BTK to try and increase this advantage by taking the tier 2 turrets to the mid and top side.
And look at top side. ISO already trying to push up these turrets with the Lord coming down on that bot side. A good read from Avalon trying to deny it, but Arvo.
Let's get hit with the Divine Judgment. ISO will be able to pick up the kill. Immortality has been procced, and Arvo is going to fall. ISO does pick it up. Zane will find the tier 2 turret. No, the inhibitor on the bottom side. The base has been cracked open for Avalon. BTK putting on the pressure, not letting their foot off the gas anytime soon, as down goes the tier 2 for the mid lane, and minions crashing into the base. 2 inhibitors standing. Can they take these objectives? Blazing Duet from Basic, trying to fend them off, but Chicken to shut them down. But minions do fall, and the inhibitors for the mid and the top side stand strong.
And look at Yato doing a lot of damage with the Feather Airstrike using the IMU. Gonna go ahead and zone out the back line, but they know BTK is very disciplined. They're not gonna stay there for too long. They're gonna go ahead and back off and take a lot of economy away from Avalon to prevent them from any scalage, especially Basic running this Claude.
Yeah, looking at Basic, right? I mean, he hasn't fallen too often. I mean, he's only had 2 deaths and 6 assists, but when you're looking at ISO, he's profiting, thriving on this 1-1, the Demon Hunter Sword, the Corrosion Sight, the Malefic Roar, and a Wind of Nature in his hands. Basic did pick up a Wind of Nature as well, so I mean, they can both negate the physical damage for a short period of time, but when it comes to overall farm, you are looking at ISO leading by 2,000 gold, but a request for a pause does go in from Yato. So with this brief intermission, 8-7 on the board, what does Avalon have to do to turn this back around?
And they have to be careful though, however, right? Basic still has time if they're able to hold out for a little bit longer. Basic can use all those core items and actually put in forth the damage, but I'm a little bit worried, right? Because they have a lot of pressure still for the side of BTK. Chicken still being able to pressure up Akito. Yato sitting at a perfect KD of 302 is able to copy the Feather Airstrike and make it his, and is able to zone out the entire back line of Avalon, which means Claude and Fallen, and especially Demon on this far side, they can't walk up. So I feel like it's a battle of whoever uses the Feather Airstrike first, lowers them down enough for the marksmen to do their damage. But ISO is doing very well scaling right now, right? With the help of Joybot on this Kaja, single target suppression works very well for 1-1 and is able to trigger the crossbow of Tang very fast, which I feel like is BTK's advantage. But once I feel like Joybot is taken off the table, or even the mage Yato gets taken off, Avalon should have a bit of an easier time to be able to flip things around a little bit. But I'm not seeing too much of this Paquito being played in, right? Yes, he has these punches he is able to throw, but not enough CC to be able to root any side of BTK.
Yeah, and BTK, I mean, they are at where they need to be to close this out, right? I mean, there's only one inhibitor standing for Avalon right now, and BTK knows if they can push in with this next Lord, they can close out this game. I mean, looking at ISO, 3-0-3 on this 1-1, and they do have Joybots with the suppression, and speaking of suppression, does grab Totenak, and a crossbow Ting may be on the way, but no, Mobazane is going to hit the decimation to secure the kill. 1 member falling for Avalon, 9 seconds until the Lord does spawn in. And with the numbers in favor for BTK, they will be able to take this objective possibly uncontested.
Yeah, and we are looking at this Lord, and yes, I feel like it's very uncontested. Avalon can't really step too much out of their base, right? They are at a very big disadvantage right now, and looks like they're going to go ahead and take this now. Avalon has to be careful. Backs are up against a wall, and that's Weezy's favorite thing to say. They have to be careful, and one mistake can turn around everything. But BTK also has to be careful, right? We are known for them to play a little bit aggressive when it comes to these last-minute plays, and they are very aggressive to be able to throw sometimes, right? We've seen it a couple times in the previous season as well, and we have to see if they are disciplined this time to make sure the ticking time bomb goes off at the right time. It looks like the lanes are getting shoved pretty early for the side of BTK in the top and the mid side.
Yep, and a Luminous Lord making his way through the mid lane. This is where BTK tries to close it out, right? You're looking at Zane on the bottom side, already clearing those minions. Lord crashing down the mid lane, and on the top side, Joybosh, Yato, and ISO getting in position for a possible game ender. Demon did pick up the Divine Glaive, though, so he will have that late game damage that could possibly turn this around. But speaking of turning around, Basic going far behind enemy lines. Not sure if that was the right decision. Gets hit with the Mortal Coils. It's going to be a my backward. Possible distraction, but ISO is going to find Fallen. Crossbow Tank has been activated onto Demon, who does make his way back to the base for some regen. Lord does make his way into the base. Crystal at about 25%. The Terrify does go down, but not enough to stop them. It's the BloodThirstyKings claim game 1 against Avalon in the semifinals.
Looks like a pretty quick game coming in for BTK, but both teams played very macro for the entire game. So we are looking at a very low kill score, but it was played very well by both sides. So I feel like BTK did execute that. The mid to late game was also very good, very disciplined to not throw like sometimes how they usually do, but they did use that time bomb and ticked it off at the right time. So the first game goes into the hands of BTK. So well played, BTK. And Avalon did do very well in that early game, but fell off a little bit mid to late game. So They're going to have to think some strategies out. And I do believe they can take away a game away from BTK. They have all the potential. So, Weezy, break down these stats for me.
I mean, just looking at the board, right? BTK, even though this was a very passive game, they were able to take the objectives before Avalon, right? I mean, 8 turrets in their hands compared to 3 for Avalon, 2 lords and 3 turtles. No turtles went to the side of Avalon at all. They didn't even take a single lord. All they took was 3 turrets. And I think that's just where it started, right? They're playing very passive. BTK had an early game composition. You mean, you're looking at Mobazane running this Martis alongside Yato. Both of them pair up so well together. And then you allow Fried Chicken to run something he's comfortable on, which is pretty much unkillable, which is that Uranus, which created the opportunity for him to be very mobile on the map. And I think the combination between Joybaj and ISO with the Kaja, with the Wanwan for a Divine Judgment stacked up with the Crossbow Tang, and you just allowed all of these compositions to work out in BTK's favor, and definitely they won it inside a draft. I mean, you can definitely see it on paper, and also the execution pulled off by them. So jumping into game 2, right? This is a best of 3. This is the semifinals. Only one team will be able to move forward. You got to see Avalon formulate a strategy to kind of disrupt the early game phase from BTK.
Yeah, in this replay right here, I feel like Basic used the Blazing Duet a little bit too early, right? You kind of want to save your ult to be able to clear out these minions, but unfortunately, there was no clear coming in from the side of Avalon, and BTK was just able to push through all the minions and end up taking that win. So maybe in the team fights, and when it comes to these post-game stats, we can definitely see the rich guy, the carry, it's all going to be into the hands of ISO, the Sandbag, the Uranus, right? Is walking healing champion. So it's going to go ahead into the hands of Fried Chicken, and Joybaj coming in with the most amount of assists, almost a 100% KP participation. It's going to be 10-7. So I feel like BTK just really played that by book, executed it very well, but Avalon needs to come into response for them, maybe switch around their draft a little bit. And I would like to see a better EXP, right? I'm not saying that Paquito is a bad hero, but more of a set hero, more of a sustainable hero, like a Yuzong, Lapu, right? Charizla, Esmeralda. We want to see more of those sustainable EXP laners to help with those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at the compositions, I didn't really see any 2 heroes that I was like, okay, these 2 heroes together can do this, right? I kind of just seen like all individual answers on what they were picking, and I feel like it was more of a reactive play style from Avalon, and they were allowing BTK to just lead the way, right? Inside of the game, and they're just reacting to everything. You got to be the one to take the first step, or at least match it, right? You don't want to be playing into their hands and letting them take the game away from you. So as we jump into game 2, I can't wait to see where this goes. Something new with the addition of Avalon is they do have Basic, right? An international player. He has experience that a lot of players in North America do not have. So he is a little bit of a secret weapon that can kind of push them through. We didn't really see him get to profit as much as he probably would have liked to in that game. ISO was leading the way in terms of gold. He definitely was scaling way better. Zane was all across the map. He was getting to the neutral objectives way before Fallen could. Every time Zane was on a turtle, Fallen was across the map on the orange buff, right? He was playing catch up to Zane's rotation, and that just shows you why Zane is the king of junglers for North America, right? The farm rotation is pretty much unmatchable. So maybe Fallen finding a way to get around and get to those objectives at the same time as Zane is a start. Something that could be implemented that TOB does when they go up against BTK is they keep Shark on Zane, right? He's always there. He's giving vision on the jungle. Zane's on
Denial
purple
is
buff.
huge.
Zane's on orange buff. Let me try and go in and take this purple buff. You know, I'm sure they get on VC after all this is over and talk about it, and Zane's like, come on, man. Like, you couldn't let me get that purple buff. Like, but I feel like more tanks need to kind of implement that type of play style, especially against MOBA Zane. You have to find a way to deny him in the jungle.
Yeah, there was really no denial coming in from the side of Avalon, right? If we see in previous game, Shark is, just like you said, always invading buffs, always giving vision, always trying to take away any last bit to make sure the jungle doesn't scale too much in that early game. But in these games, right, you saw a lot of macro plays, right? They were being really careful. They're playing very slow, right? And a lot of more turret pushes than fights, so just taking objectives and go, go, go. But Zane, we all know that he is the king of objectives, so all he literally does is just farm, take objective, and dip, right? He just bounces, and if there is a fight, he'll contribute, right? But he really just takes objectives, does what he's got to do, go farm, and he just bounces off. So maybe the early snowball is really carried in by Zane, right? He's taking all these objectives, getting all this farm, kind of shoving that goal lead, and even though he doesn't really contribute to the fight, he's always there for pressure. Same with Joy Bosch, right? Maybe for Avalon, take out the suppressions, right? Joy Bosch is known for running these suppression tanks. Kaja, Franco, and Chow. So maybe look for a more set potential tank, a rock hard tank such as Lolita, Kufra, and make it go as a battle of who can set better, which can, you know, turn around the games a little bit more and maybe open up a lot of more drafts to let the drafts be more open, more full, and more controlling for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I love how you mentioned the draft. I think that's where it starts, right? I mean, looking at Avalon, within game one, they took a Paquito and an Alpha with everything on the table for them to grab. Mind you, Uranus was available. The Valentina was up there.
Lapu, Esme.
Lapu. Well, I guess Uranus wasn't there because BTK had first pick. So Uranus was
Our
gone.
lot.
But they could have denied the Uranus from being picked up at all. You could have banned it out and allowed Fredrin to walk. They banned Fredrin in Uranus's place. And then I'm like, okay, fine. You ban out the Fredrin, right? And you give them Uranus. And so I'm like, okay, in theory, you can profit somewhere, right? You can pick up a Valentina, or you can pick up something that we traditionally see on the North American scene.
The trades.
For teams that are more successful in the regular season. But no, they go in for a little bit of an orthodox type of pick, right? You go for the Paquito and the Alpha that early, which I feel like they're kind of situational, right? You could have profited on something that was more valuable that early in the draft and still had a chance to pick the Alpha.
Yeah.
When's the last time you've seen an Alpha and a Paquito banned? You know, normally when it comes to the pick phase for even the first or second of the draft, it just doesn't really happen. So I think maybe kind of reordering the way they're drafting and trying to deny valuable picks to go into the hands of BTK so easily is a great start.
They need the right team fight comp to work with their players, right? And I can't say this enough. We said it in our last season when we first casted, right, Weezy? It doesn't really matter about who is top tier, who is, like, you know, king of the king, right? These players have their name for how they play. But not only that, it's how their team is drafted, right? Each player plays each champion differently. And each team plays differently depending on their draft. So you can't give one draft that a team played over to another team and be like, okay, you can do that, you're gonna automatically win. That's not really the situation, right? So I feel like draft is also an issue, right? Just like Weezy said, the trades weren't really into Avalon's favor. Banned out Mobazane's very comfortable picks to leave open one of the most meta EXP laners right now, and there was no answer to it. Chicken was just continuously cutting lanes, walking around freely. Nobody was able to touch him unless it was literally a full 5-man literally jumping on him to take him out of the board. But yeah, Weezy, I would have to agree with you. You're 100% around that one.
And speaking of the NACT regular season, there's been a lot of changes, and you know, just to kind of clarify things, let's go ahead and swing on over to the format. You are seeing 96 teams who fought it out in the qualifiers down to the top 8 in North America. We are now on regular season 1. Yesterday was day 1. We are now on day 2, single elimination stage 2. We are going to go ahead and see them fight it out. But this is going to move on to stage 2. It's double elimination. That is the point breakdown. First place gets 100 points. Last place will be 60 points. And you are seeing a 10-point differential in between from 4th through 1st. Playoffs will be double elimination, right? You are seeing the brackets right before you all the way down to the grand finals, which will be the top 2 finalists fighting it out. But there will only be one team who will move forward as the champions and claim their spot, their seat in M5, as that is what we are all here for, to see who will be North America's contender in the World Series.
Yeah, this bracket is a little bit different than our last year's NACT, so I know it's a little bit hard to follow up, but we are trying this new format, so it's still, every team is still playing each other, and this is still going to be as intense as last NACT, so we are seeing your top favorite teams go up against each other. But last NACT, yes, there was a venue held in Las Vegas and was able to go to the HyperX Arena and prevail and go take their spot for MSC and IESF. But this time, it's not just winning this NACT, it's the M5. This is what everyone's been waiting for. This is what everyone wants to take home. You know, the players are probably like, screw the money, screw the win. I just want to go to M5, you know, go against some top teams, right? But we have a lot on the line. So this is still a very intense bracket, and there is a huge, huge prize at the very end. It might not be the money, but it might be their ticket to go over to M5. But We are back in the draft. This time, Avalon's going to be on your side, Weezy. So you're going to go ahead and harp on some of those players here. But just like we talk about the win conditions, Weezy, go ahead and recap them for me.
Yeah, I mean, looking at when it came to the draft for game one, I mean, BTK won that thoroughly, right? They had multiple different answers that could just tear Avalon apart, right? I mean, we've seen the Kaj and the Wan combination. We've seen the Martis going in with the Valentina in the early game to pick them apart. And I think that is where it kind of started. And then you gave Chicken the unkillable Uranus, which I know he was just jumping up and down for that one. So into game two, I feel like that's where we start at, right? Getting them uncomfortable in the draft, right? Where can you find the weak points for BTK to make them uncomfortable and not get too many comfort picks? I think that's where you start. So hopefully with game two, we see that from Avalon. But we are looking at their bans coming out, and it's a little bit surprising again. I mean, they're focusing so heavily on Mobazane, and keep in mind, they are first pick, which means you only get one hero. If you pick non-traditional meta bans, then you allow these meta bans to walk 2 pickups for BTK. So that may be their game plan, as you are going to go ahead and see them take out the Angela alongside that Valentina. I mean, we've been talking about it. Like, is the Angela worth banning? I mean, BTK and TOB are the only team so far that we really see them out, but it's surprising to see them banning it as well. But I don't know. I mean, maybe if it walks, we see Avalon picking it up, but as we progress through the regular season and we get more statistics on this team, we'll be able to evaluate that a little bit deeper.
Yeah, I feel like Zane shouldn't be the big focus here, right? That's not really the issue, right? Zane can always run something else. And I feel like Avalon needs to understand that there's still a lot of tank junglers open. There's still Bane. He's run that before. He's run the tanks a lot. We've seen that before. We've seen the Martis. We've also seen him run that too. And the Savage game picked up by Easy Peasy just shows Martis is still very viable, right? Fredrin, yes. Baksha, yes. They are his most comfort picks. We all understand that, but I feel like the focus shouldn't really be on the junglers. It should be more towards the EXP laners or even the mages right now. And you saw that in last game, right? TOB versus BloodHounds, they kept banning out all of those mages. That's what really needs to happen. The meta has shifted, so maybe instead of focusing too much on Zane, maybe focus on Yado and Chicken.
Yeah, I mean, that's like Avalon's game plan right now is take down Mobazane. That just shows you how strong of a player he is, right? I mean, you're completely trying to ban out all his options, but there goes a ban that I actually can kind of stand behind, and that is the Uranus being taken off the table. Not just because of how scary it is into the hands of Chicken, but just how good it is overall, right? I mean, the Uranus can pretty much cut behind enemy lines, even with a full 5-man team against him, and get out alive and bait out all of that utility for a punish or counterplay. So I like what I'm seeing with that. But now with the first pick being on the table, I'm still kind of scratching my head because Avalon could have took the Uranus, but they banned it out instead. So you're kind of working against yourself in the drafting phase. And maybe they're just not too comfortable on it, or maybe they're trying to limit and get some suppression on the table, and they're going to go ahead and pick up this Kaja. So I feel like that's an okay pickup to make up for the Uranus being taken off the table. Man, you could have had the Uranus in your hands.
Yeah, but there's still a Franco on the board, right? It's not the end of the world with these suppression heroes, and knowing that Uranus got banned out, the Arla, I was just about to harp on the Arla. So there was the trade. I guess you could say that is a fair trade, but we also know that Weezy really wanted this Uranus pick because Avalon literally had first pick and they just gave it up for free. And they did take the Kaja, but the Valentina is going to be a direct response.
Yeah, and again, when we just take these heroes and put them by each other and look at exactly what they provide, right? Valentina and Arlot. Valentina can terrify with the Shadow Step. She can pretty much CC you for a short period of time. And if you have Arlot right next to you, he's going to get those eye marks that he's looking for to be able to dash in and deal that damage. So those two alone just combo so well. But speaking of combinations, Avalon Arvel is going to go ahead and slot in the marksman, and they're going to pair it up with Navaria. Now, this is something funny to see. When you watch Navaria snipe alongside Beatrix and they both connect on one player, it can pretty much delete them. Which will be exciting to see if Avalon can pull it off, but this is going to be the second time we've seen Navaria slotted today. First time was Boca Roscoe, and they were able to pull off victory in that game, and this time it will be Avalon in the hands of Demon.
Yeah, it's a Novaria versus a Valentina, and Novaria's early game is a little bit weak, and I did show this, and actually BloodHounds was the game that actually showed that Novaria takes some time to scale in that mid lane, and Valentina will have a lot of mid lane prio compared to Novaria, but I see a Beatrix getting picked up. Zia was able to portray the Beatrix beautifully, and I am very, very sure Basic is going to be able to show that Beatrix, which is one of his comfort picks, so I am excited to see Basic run this Beatrix, and ooh, Grok, and that's gonna be Chicken? No, it's gonna be a Rome, and Arla, it's gonna be played by Chicken.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be some good wild charges possibly on the way and some additional CC and frontline presence for the side of BTK. It works, right? I mean, it's not something I'd be like, oh man, they put Grok. Like, why would you do that? I feel like it's a safe pick. You don't really know which way it's going to go in the draft for Avalon. So, hey, let's just provide a little bit more CC. We can hug the wall, and we can also do some AoE damage. I think that's a wise decision from BTK. Not to mention, something interesting is Mobazane, or not Mobazane, but Yato picking up this Valentina, right? He does have the Divine Judgment to choose from if he really wants to go in and take that ultimate away from Demon. They do have suppression. They might not even need it. Well, I guess they can't take the Frankel because they took the Grok, but they have suppression to work in their favor, so he can kind of pick and choose when he wants to go in and grab somebody. But we have to also keep in mind when he does use the suppression, he kind of keeps himself vulnerable for an attack as well. But as long as he can flicker back into the team, then he can get that single target set that he's looking for, possibly go in and try and shut down Fallen when he tries to get these neutral objectives. But it's the same thing for Basic. He can go in and try and take down Mobazane with the Divine Judgment, or at least suppress him so they can get off that Retribution.
Yeah, I'm looking for maybe a Franco ban, and the only reason why I'm saying that is because, oh wait, no, they do have a roam, so no, they don't need a ban in roam. Okay, because I was gonna say Joybotch is known for those single suppression rooms, so I was trying to see maybe if Avalon bans out Joybotch's suppression roams, that might just be a better idea, but I did not see the Grok. Actually, it didn't click in my head. It got picked in last minute, so I was trying to figure out where this is going, but Avalon's still trying to ban out Zane. It's going to be that Martis, and Weezy, you might just have to give a call over to Alpha and be like, stop banning Zane, you gotta ban the EXPs. Yeah. But we're gonna go ahead and see Alpha getting picked up, and just like I said, right, there's still a lot of open heroes for Zane to run. So no matter how many heroes you ban out, Zane's gonna find an answer, and that's what BTK is known for. They kind of look for an answer when they're kind of stuck in a pickle. So, you know, they're gonna go ahead and respond back. Joybotch, I feel like they kind of knew that Kaja getting picked up, it's not his most comfortable roam is the Kaja, right? But knowing that it's getting picked up by Avalon, Joybotch is going to opt for something else, and instead BTK is going to go ahead and ban out those assassins, putting Fallen on a very tight edge. And we saw Fallen yesterday, the Ling, beautiful Ling executed in by Fallen. He is a pure assassin player, but he's going to go for this Hellcurt, and Demon running this Edith. First impression today.
That's the first time we've seen Edith so far in the NACT regular season. On top of that, and Yato gonna go in for the final pick, is gonna go ahead and lock in the pick for ISO, taking up that Claude, right? And that's gonna finalize the draft for both sides. Now, to Edith is definitely gonna be interesting to see. It's a little bit of a wild card draft, and like I said, when it boils down to how these 5 heroes play together, not the players, but the heroes and what they provide in these engagements, I'm still liking the side of BTK a little bit better, right? I mean, it's more of a hoping everything works in your favor for Avalon, right? You have Demon who's going to be fighting from afar on the Navaria. You have Arvo who's going to be close, but he's going to go close and hit a Divine Judgment and hope that Basic is close enough to get that pick off, right? I mean, maybe Fallen can rush with the Darkness Falls, use that as an advantage to blind the whole team. But it's not like a traditional combination that just works flawlessly every single time. There's a lot of little things that have to be checked off for them to be able to pull that off. But speaking of pulling things off, we are now jumping into game number 2 between the top 8 teams in North America, fighting their way in the semifinals for the NACT Fall Season. Avalon up against the Bloodthirsty Kings, who will be able to make their mark in history today and move on to the grand finals for regular season 1. You're looking at BTK having an advantage with the possible match point as they took game 1 away from Avalon.
Yeah, we're looking at Hellcurt. He is a very big damage burst assassin, but compared to Alpha, he's more of a sustained jungler. So we are looking at more of those team fights, but look at Grok already getting a bit zoned out already.
Yeah, you're looking at some good zone. It's so early in the game. I really want to see how Hellcurt kind of plays into this, right? It's not something you traditionally see, but it is picked every now and then when there's not too many options on the table, and it definitely can profit. So Fallen and definitely need to rotate around and get some early pickoffs with the Deadly Stingers to kind of make this work in their favor. When we're looking at the matchups in the gold lane, right? Basic up against ISO. We're looking at the Claude going up against Beatrix.
Yeah, but I still feel like Beatrix would win that early game, but Basic's actually getting tipped down a little bit, and usually Beatrix has that early game skillage, and actually we talked about this, right? In the game versus TOB versus BloodHounds, but Zane already getting a little bit of pressure from Arvel, and this is what I want to see. I want to be all up in their face, but Demon getting chopped down dangerously low in that mid lane, and Novaria should be able to not get touched because, you know, Novaria can go around walls, but Toadnak doing some work on Chicken.
That's right, and Toadnak and Chicken trying to get that level 4 as the turtle is going to spawn on their side. Zane and Fallen, both of them have level 4, so they can go in for this first neutral objective. A little bit of a different situation from game 1, when we've seen Mobazane pretty much just getting all these objectives uncontested, but you are going to see Fallen go to the purple buff instead. He's going to wait out that timer, which is an excellent chance for Mobazane to take this objective uncontested.
Yeah, and we already see both Mage and EXP going in, but look at Chicken's position of trying to deny, and Zane is going to go ahead and pick up the first turtle, and did you see how fast that turtle melted?
Yeah, it was literally the blink of an eye, but again, uncontested. First objective going to BTK, and for what? What do you trade in this, right? You got your purple buff, but you just allowed Shield to go to the entire team of BTK to give them an advantage in every single lane. And speaking of advantages, the Guardian's Barrier is going to drop down. You're going to see the Banished Rage as well from Basic. Astro Echo, not going to find the mark, only going to catch Joyboss, but nobody will fall in that skirmish for the top side.
And look at Yado, still looking for a response. Gonna go ahead and take the Divine Judgment. Now, the thing is with Valentina, you kind of have a copy of Avalon's, one of their teammates, right? So now he has another Kaja, right? So we are looking at another fight. Here we go. Is he gonna go in? Ooh,
Yeah,
Arvo taking down really low. Oh my
But
goodness.
it's just funny looking at Chicken. Like, look how far behind enemy lines he is already. He's just
Yeah,
having
he's
a
just
heyday
chilling.
over there with this Edith pick matchup in the hands of Totenak, right? Not even worried about him. Definitely just dashing behind that Landshaker and having an easy time. And this just shows you he gets what he came for, right? Proxy these minions, rotate around, and get into team engagements. And with that being said, speaking of team engagements, you are starting to see some heavy grouping in the mid-river. Possibly a battle may be on the way. Nobody has fallen so far, but in terms of gold, BTK, 3 minutes in, leading by already 1,000.
Yeah, and ISO's having a very good time being able to poke out Basic on this Beatrix. And now this is where the snowball early usually starts with the marksmen. They have the most amount of damage, and the power spike really comes from these marksmen, and also the EXP as well. EXP is actually pretty meta right now, but just like you said, Weezy, Chicken's just having fun right now.
Yeah, he's definitely having a blast in the XP lane. Not really too worried about Totenak down there, but Zane is just climbing in terms of the farm. He is 2 levels ahead of Fallen, and Fallen hasn't fallen. That's a little bit of a pun, right? He hasn't fell at all. He hasn't died, but he's not getting the farm. He's not even contesting the turtle. He's just falling short when it comes to these objectives, but may be able to change the situation. Zane is going to grab the turtle for BTK and may be able to get a pick off. Alpha Charge goes down, and Yato secures kill, draws first blood, finds Fallen for BTK.
Yeah, looks like Dark Knight Falls really called his name right there, put him back on the desk, but look at Joybaj, and this is what Weezy harped on, right? There's always a moment in their face, but oh no, Totenak.
In a bad situation, copying the 3 members of BTK, Chicken will go ahead and take him out, which will create the opportunity to stack some gold on this turret for the bottom side.
And looks like a little bit of skirmish coming in that mid side, but I'm still a little bit worried for this Hellcurt pick. But ISO, so I'm going to go ahead and trade out this top side as basis and go ahead and potentially take his first turret.
Looks like he will be able to get it. Some great positioning from Arvel to force ISO away from defending his lane. And with that being said, the first turret does go to Avalon, but responded back on the bottom side as you are going to go ahead and see a clearance of that first turret for BTK. You are going to see Fallen picking up his first kill, finds Yato near the mid lane.
Yeah, beautiful Divine Judgment coming in from Arvel. Was able to deny Yato from coming back into his lane and really showing him who the better Kaja is, right? Yato was able to take away the Judgment coming in from Arvel using the IMU, but looks like it fell a little bit short there, was getting taken off. Gold lead is still into the hands of BTK. 2K gold lead, everything looking great, but Zane looking for more.
Yeah, trying to find a kill. Basic now picking up the Blade of Despair. Demon Hunter was picked up from ISO, right? So ISO will be able to chip down the tankier HP heroes, but Basic will be able to deal the maximum amount of physical damage. Speaking of damage, battle pursuing on the way. The Astro Echo connects onto Joybots, ISO, and Mobile Zane, and they are going to go back to their side of the playing field. Now, looking at what's been achieved so far, a turret has fallen for the bottom lane of Avalon, but they've claimed one on the top side. But BTK was able to claim an additional turtle against them, giving them an advantage, leading by almost 2,000 gold.
Yeah, Arvo is kind of looking for someone right now before this turtle fight. And looking at this composition right now, BTK has a very good sustainable draft, but look at Novaria, not really able to respond to anything, still one assist on the board, but she isn't able to do much burst damage. It's gonna have a hard time trying to kill Yato or even ISO. And you know, those snipe shots have to hit to do damage, but conceal play coming in.
And he's gonna go ahead and suppress Arvo, uses his own ultimate against him. ISO takes the kill, but Darkness falls to try and flip the script. Deadly Stingers connects, and Basic for the shot finds Moba Zane and sends BTK running in the mid lane.
Ooh, Toadneck. Is he looking? Is he looking? He is not. And Demon's combination with Fallen, the Dark Knight Falls, was beautiful, right? Was able to grab onto Zane on the turret, take him off the board with Botch, but ISO.
Gonna rush in, Blazing Duet seals the deal for Demon. Is gonna go ahead and take him out the playing field, 2-4. BTK leading the way in terms of kills and also up by 3 turtles.
And we are looking at the lead right now and the win conditions right now. BTK is looking at a very steady lead. Avalon looking still to scale towards that late game, but Wheezy, I know you are dying to cast, but both of these teams are playing that really slow game, more of that macro play. I think this is the only game we've seen with such a low kill score.
Yeah, definitely a low kill score, but BTK leading the way on the board. But speaking of the board, Astro Echo goes down. Landshaker connects for the knockup. Toadneck gets a kill, finds Chicken, but they still try and fight it out, trying to claim the advantage in the turrets. And ISO will find the turret for the top side uncontested.
And that is also a turret lead into the hands of BTK. Once again, Arvo just keeps getting poked out by Yato, but wow. Demon is actually scaling on this Novaria, trying to do some work, but Novaria also has really good clear speed, and I feel like it's one of the advantages, but conceal play, are they going to find Fallen here?
I think they tried to look for an advantage, but they just wanted Moba Zane to be able to get back to safety after contesting, trying to take that orange buff, which he did secure to deny the farm from Fallen, who is falling really short in terms of his rotation compared to Moba Zane. I mean, Zane is 2 levels above him this entire game, right? Needing to find a way to kind of catch up to the king of the jungle if he wants to have a chance in terms of the economy, right? I mean, he's not really taking trades. He's just letting the turtles go into Zane's hands, and you're not able to take a turret or get kills off of it. I want to kind of see them, as we progress through this game, try and find some pickoffs or some answers instead of letting things go free. But speaking of free, Basic finding a kill is going to take down Joy Botch, but now the return response, Chicken very low. Toadneck is going to take him out. Toadneck does get away with barely any HP.
Wait, look at ISO.
Aggro has been pulled from Basic, but ISO on the top side doesn't even care. Is going to claim yet another turret for the tier 2 in the top lane. Zane finds Arvel and maintains the aggro on this Lord, but no, he is now going to rotate back to his farm, and this just shows you his IQ when it comes to rotating around the jungle, right? He doesn't want to miss the opportunity for the gold. He doesn't want to take the Lord. He wants his team to be able to reset, and ISO will do the Blazing Duet in the mid lane and possibly try and punish and take this turret.
Looks like Novaria is going to do a good job trying to take away some of those minions, and Basic is also online there, defending that mid lane beautifully, but Zane's going to go ahead and take that aggro onto Lord, and this might be an uncontested Lord once again, and every single time there has been a Lord dance, Avalon hasn't been able to find a response to anything.
Yeah, needing to find answers and find them fast, even though it's a low kill game. Similar to game 1, right? It wasn't that high, but slowly but surely, BTK inches their way up the map piece by piece until the puzzle is complete. And right now, they are halfway through. Avalon hasn't even got started. They need to be able to shut them down, at least take the objectives. They're not losing on the 5v5 engagements. They're just losing on the objectives. They're not getting turtles, and they're not getting turrets at the same rate as BTK.
Yeah, BTK is more focused on those objectives, right? Zane playing that tank jungle is going to be able to get a lot of those most important ones. But with that being said, there's a lot of sustain coming in. That's what you get for going a tank jungle, right? Unlike Avalon, you need kills to scale. Fallen still looking for an answer. 1-1 right now. Yes, his farm was there, but not enough to match up to Zane. But
Turret claim tier 2 for the mid lane. Basic finds Yato. Wait a minute. One member falls for BTK. Do they pull off of this push? Looks like they will. They're going to focus on the farm in the jungle and reset. But Avalon, trying to seize the opportunity for a pickoff, is going to dive in onto Joy Bosch, but not the member that you're going to be able to burst down that fast, especially being the roamer for BTK. And you could just tell they're very comfortable. Avalon, as you say, my favorite words, backs against the walls. You are looking at them trying to formulate a strategy to turn this around. Is it impossible for them to pull this off? No, it's not, right? You just got to group together and find a way to get to ISO, get to the back line, and play passive. BTK could make a mistake, and you just have to wait for the opportunity. But speaking of an opportunity, Boyboss with wild charge into the wall, but the double knockup, and the Earthshaker onto Fried Chicken, very low. That's what they needed. Basic finds him, takes him down. Can still play cold in. Basic will regen some HP by killing these minions to stay in the fight. Totenak very low, but the Divine Judgment for the suppression on Zane fallen. But the Deadly Stingers is going to take him down. 2 members falling for BTK. We said it, right? Wait for the mistake. And there it was.
Wait, did you see how low Totenak got and all of a sudden he was able to flicker out and save himself? Did you see that? The wall.
Big brain plays.
Oh yeah, big brain plays indeed. Now here it goes with
BBP.
the trades.
This is trade market.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is a trade market. But we are seeing Avalon start and capitalize on these macro plays and go ahead and start exchanging some things that we're willing to trade out for that early game. They are playing a little bit of slow gameplay here, but they're going to go ahead and start sieging as much as they can before BTK comes to step their foot back. But I like how Joybot and Arvel are playing this game, right? They're doing a lot of... I feel like they're having a play dates every once in a while. You know, they just kind of bush check each other and they just kind of be like, hey, you know, what's going on? I'm here, you're here, kind of giving vision. But Joybot always has a read on the rest of Avalon, always has a read on Arvel, always has a read on the rest of the team, which puts them at a disadvantage because Arvel really needs to be able to conceal and directly set for them to push up a little bit. But Yato was really the only one that's been getting pulled, and Yato is sitting at 1-2, and Chicken sitting at 1-3, and Arlot is a good CC EXP with that final slash, but is it really worth it? But Joybosh, look at Demon. He might be caught in the wrong bush.
Yeah, I mean, definitely need to be careful on their footing so far. But Avalon, with the mistake made from BTK, has found their proper footing, but can they seize the opportunity and go a little bit further off of that, right? Zane already pulling the aggro for this Lord. Arvel in position. Zane does not know he is there, but he is doing some damage. Arvel just taking the hits and just handling it. But there it goes. Darkness Falls goes in. The silence onto Joy Buys. Numerous Passion dropping down, but the immortality was procced. The wild charge for the 3-man stun onto Avalon. Basic will find Joy Buys. Lord does fall. No, Lord still in. Toadneck is going to find Fried Chicken. Yato finds Basic. ISO takes down Fallen. Toadneck finds ISO for a double kill, as Arvel is going to claim the Lord for Avalon. But wait a minute. Does he get out alive? Zane, not going to let him escape for free, is going to take him down. 4 members falling for Avalon, the 3 members of BTK. They still have Yato, they still have Zane. Demon getting out alive to defend.
4-2 trade for the side of Avalon versus BTK, but they got the Lord, which is coming down the mid lane, which is going to actually prevent them from pushing up, and now they're going to have to take care of this Lord, which buys enough time for Avalon to come back and take away some of the members of BTK potentially. And look at Zane, still trying to be a menace onto Demon, but Zane might have overstayed his welcome. He just got chopped down so low. Fallen.
Yo, they're definitely going to try and take down MOBA Zane. Overstayed is welcome, but the Deadly Stingers from Fallen falling short onto the King of the Jungle, and he does sustain himself. Pretty much topped off all his HP in a matter of seconds from that creep in the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like that was a little bit unfortunate. The Dark Knight Falls wasn't able to do enough to go ahead and take Zane off the board, and he's still back to full health. But the minions are actually pushing forward on Avalon's favor, and the gold lead is now almost the same, which means BTK has to be careful because they're not trying to ruffle anyone's feathers, but Avalon is looking for death right now.
Yeah, definitely looking for Death, trying to seize the opportunity, may be able to take this tier 2 turret on the bottom side uncontested. BTK is on the opposing side of the map, right? We thought this would have been a BTK game, but slowly it's slipping out of their hands and going into the favor for Avalon. The later this game gets, it's not going to matter how many turrets you have. It's going to matter how you play together as a team for the pickoffs. And with the respawn timers climbing up, this may be what Avalon needed all along to even out the series.
We are looking at a good trade. Avalon still a turret down, and BTK has a turret in their favor. They are only at inhibitor turret for the side of Avalon, and they have to be careful. One mistake, it's pretty much game over as they only have inhibitors, and BTK still has 2 of those turrets up in that mid side, so they still have a little bit of time spare, has a little bit of room to make a small mistake, but can't be big enough, or else Avalon's gonna definitely capitalize over BTK and show them who's really king.
Yeah, definitely going to show them who is king, as the concealed play was called out from Joy Boss, but checks the bush and gets knocked downtown as Demon is going to find the kill. Rome falling for BTK, putting them at a little bit of a disposition. They are going to pull their punch, not the fight they want to take.
And looks like Lord's coming up in about 20 seconds. Brock is off the board right now, and just like Weezy loves to say, the death timers are climbing up right now, which will make them a huge disadvantage. If Avalon does take this Lord, BTK might have to look for a trade or a response. But look at Avalon, they're trying to push up this top side, and ISO might be in trouble.
Yeah, may be in trouble, as we are going to see the Lord spawn in, and Avalon, for the first time in this game, having the advantage. They almost caught up in gold. We're like 50k, and BTK up by 400, but Avalon leading in terms of kills and almost catching up in terms of turret. Yes, they didn't claim the turtles in the beginning, and that was what was giving BTK the early advantage, but now it is moving toward Avalon's favor.
We are seeing this Lord dance. Dark Knight falls and go ahead just to use that to go ahead and protect himself from picking up this Lord. Avalon did end up taking that uncontested from BTK, which means this is going to be a huge advantage for Avalon, as this is not just a regular Lord, this is a Luminous Lord, enhanced Lord coming down for the side of Avalon, and BTK is going to go ahead and try to micromanage these waves to be able to take off this Lord before it gets too close into their base, as now this is a ticking time bomb to see which fight is really going to be the king of all trades here. We do see lanes coming down, and Lord is going to come down that top side, and Avalon has to play this very carefully. It looks like still they are looking for a response on that top side. Mid lane is going to get pushed in. Beautiful zonage coming in from Arvel, and Zane does know that someone's in that bush. Totenak doing a lot of pressure. 5-man siege might come down that mid side. Lord is still unresponsive from the side of BTK. It looks like there might be a huge clash coming in from the side of Avalon, and Joybot just got a read on the rest of the team. And is this the end that we're about to see, Weezy?
Maybe a possible ending. 12-9 so far on the scoreboard. Lord making his way on the top side at the 19-minute mark. BTK this time at the disadvantage, and Avalon pushing through, trying to even out the series. Dives in all for trying to close this game out, but the BloodThirstyKings able to fend off the Lord, but lose their inhibitor for the top side, but a huge stun. The wild charge for the knockup. Earthshaker goes down. Fried Chicken finds Demon. Yato finds Fallen. 3 members dropping. Mobazane drops down. Totenak. Arvel very low. Will fall in the engagement as well. A full wipeout as ISO takes down Arvel, and Avalon is not able to push through and end it. A slight mistake on their over-aggression, and BTK triumphantly pushing through the mid lane to close out this series. Looking like they're walking down the red carpet right now, as you are seeing the BTK emotes on the way. Down goes the inhibitor, and nobody to defend from Avalon, and they will be able to close out this series and move on to the grand finals in the semifinals for the NACT Fall Season. A well-played game.
Talking about the red carpet, looks like they were going for that base crystal, as it looked like a whole Grammy Award was in front of their faces, and that was an actual beautiful play by Joybosh. A wild charge was able to stun every single member of Avalon, which turned the entire game around, and that was amazing. A beautiful concealed play really just wiped out the entire team of Avalon.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Beautiful concealed play, excellent chemistry from BTK, able to close it out 2-0. Avalon, they looked like they were able to find their rhythm, but then they fell short. They overstayed their welcome. BTK punished, and they were able to close it out. We got to see them kind of push through a little bit stronger and play a little bit safer when they have the slightest advantages. BTK definitely knows how to make the most out of the situation. And congratulations on moving on to the Grand Finals, which we'll be able to see them going up against the TheOhioBrothers.
Yeah, it looks like the same story repeating itself from last season is going to happen this season, except it's going to be different players this time for the Grand Finals. Now let's look at the post-game stats. 12-14, 20-minute game, and it looked like it was so neck to neck, but that one play coming in from JoyBaj really sealed the deal here. We are looking at the goal lead leading towards BTK, same with the turret trades as well. And look at ISO only taken off the board once, and I feel like the focus coming from Avalon was to really perma-stun Chicken over there on that R-Lot, but looks like they focused the wrong person, which caused ISO to do a lot of free hit damage to the rest of Avalon, which gave a lot of wiggle room for JoyBaj to go and set the rest of the team of Avalon. So beautiful game played by BTK. Congratulations on the 2-0. We'll see you in Grand Finals, but let's take a look at this replay, Weezy.
Yeah, the
Look
replay
at that.
that huge stun over there from JoyBaj with the wild charge and the power of nature. Fried Chicken finds Demon, Yato finds Fallen. This is what decided the game. The fate for Avalon on a slight mistake with the over-aggression when they had the advantage and the Lord at their disposal. Yato finds Basic, ISO finds Arvel, and it was a full wipeout. Avalon just shut down, and BTK walking down the red carpet for their finish and their seat inside of the Grand Finals for the regular season 1 of NACT Fall.
Yeah, let's look at these post-game stats, but more in depth. We are looking at the damage taken more towards BTK, right? JoyBaj took a lot of those hits in the face when he was checking those bushes. Really felt bad. The sandbag look at that. The sandbag is towards JoyBaj, but look at the rich guy. ISO being able to farm up as much as he can to carry. It's going to definitely go into the hands of Basic, as he did 33% damage, and Arvel coming in with the most amount of assists. Actually, this time 100% KP participation for the side of Avalon, but looks like they fell a little bit short in those team fights, as JoyBaj's wild charge really did prevail compared to Arvel's single suppression target. But Weezy, take me down, break me down with this replay.
Yeah, breaking a lot of things down today between all these teams. It's Basic fighting JoyBaj. This was the game we just saw, the battle in the Lord Pit. Yato finds Basic, all members falling for BTK. There was a 3-for-2 trade. Totenak finds ISO for the double kill. Arvel finds the Lord, which is what started them on possibly having a chance to win this game. But then you saw that aggressive play last second from the last replay where they kind of fell short, and here it is again for us to kind of break down, as you are seeing that huge wild charge go in from JoyBaj. Chicken clean it up with final slash. Yato finding Fallen. Zane finding Totenak. Arvel and Basic by themselves trying to fight off the full team of BTK. ISO and Yato cleaning up the pieces and closes out the series. An amazing game from BTK, and 2-0 sweep. They're undefeated so far for the NACT Fall.
Yeah, it was a beautiful game played. Actually, a beautiful series as well. And actually, a lot of these series that we casted, they were pretty neck to neck. And now the underdog teams coming out like that really scares me for the next two seasons that we're about to see. They're going to be pretty intense. And knowing that this is just the first season, right? We've seen BloodHounds take a giveaway from OhioBrothers. Now we've seen Avalon going against BTK, but pretty neck to neck. It really wasn't one-sided for any of these games. It was very, very open and long games. We're looking at 30-minute games, even in the first round. So I'm excited. How about you, Weezy?
Oh, I'm definitely excited. But speaking of exciting things, let's go ahead and move on to our host, Xena Lily, for a special guest in today's stream.
Hello everyone, and I am back with the beautiful Kat. I'm super excited to chat with you today. Can you introduce yourself a little bit for everyone?
My name's Kat, better known as Houdini. I manage wildcards that recently participated in the NACT.
Oh, I see that your team didn't make it this time, but as team captain of wildcards, how do you support your team?
Oh, I just encourage them, you know, give them like prep talks, have meetings here and there, check in on them, you know, just the typical manager stuff.
You keep your team organized. That's good.
Yeah.
So, do you think you guys will be prepared for next NACT?
Hopefully, you know, we have some stuff going on, practice. I believe in my team, so V better watch out.
Do you play Mobile Legends? And what got you into becoming a manager?
Oh, they actually asked me, and I used to play Mobile Legends, but I kind of suck, so I stopped. But I'm better at managing, so yeah, I just stick to managing. That's it. The game, I
Okay.
suck.
Well, you know as much about it anyways if you're gonna manage them, so you still have a part in the game. So, which team is your favorite in the NACT outside of wildcards?
Outside, I would have to say Avalon, because Gina's in it. What?
Oh, I see. Well,
And Night Horde. And Night Horde.
Oh, and Night Horde. Okay, so you like Night Horde and Team Avalon. Well, we'll see who makes it. Will we see you at the NACT finals live?
Like in LA?
Yeah. Will you be in LA? I think in California.
Yeah. I'll see if I have time. Kind of shy.
Oh, you're kind of shy. I am. I think we all are in a little bit of ways, but thank you so much for letting me interview you today. I learned a thing or two about being a manager.
Oh, I have Sorry, is
You
it
have
possible to is it possible to like give a shout out before we wrap it up?
Oh yeah, for sure. Go for it.
I just want to like shout out my team is Fa, Saku, Tonka, E, Sen, and Spade, and Avisu and James.
Oh, you're so cute. I love it. There you go. She shouted out wildcards, guys. Bye-bye, Kat. Thank you so much for chatting
Thank you for
with us
having
today.
me. Bye.
Bye-bye. And I just want to say congrats to BTK for taking the win 2-0. I just wanted to also say our MVP for today. Do you guys have a clue who it is? It is our sharpshooter, ISO. What are you guys' thoughts on this, guys? And Gopher, what are your thoughts on this, guys?
And MVP, definitely not the easiest thing to pull off, but overall it was just such a great performance, right? From BTK, 2-0, undefeated. Congratulations to the MVP. I think everybody on their team deserved that, though. Just the execution boiling down from the beginning of the draft, able to find all these compositions that just work together, just shows how powerful BTK is, and I'm excited to see them today in the grand finals going up against the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, they were doing a lot of work, but I honestly feel like because of those intense matches, every single player has their own MVP somewhere in that match. And ISO, congratulations to you. You did very well in those two series and was able to carry out a lot of damage for your team to follow up and do the rest of the killing. So congratulations. And once again, congratulations to BTK for securing that grand final spot. And look at this, he was able to carry it out with 1-1 and Claude, looking at really good KDAs this time. 4-0-4 in the first game, 4-1-4 in the second, was able to do a lot of damage and proved actually Weezy and I wrong for picking up that 1-1 in that first game. So we have to watch out for your 1-1 next time when we do cast in the second season.
Yes, he did an amazing job with his marksman, like 1-1, and I have no words of what do you guys else got to say about that?
I will say, I mean, just looking at BTK, they're just a very strong team, right? I mean, they're undefeated. TOB is not undefeated, right? We've seen them take a loss today. So when it comes to looking at both these teams going head to head on paper, right, BTK has a little bit of a stronger chance. I mean, it's no secret that both of these teams have what it takes to go the extra mile. We always see them make it to the top of the ladder and fight it out, and it always is like the gods flipping a coin on which side it'll land. So being able to see BTK and TOB in the grand finals it's going to be fun, right? I'm expecting some next level drafting, a lot of things, a lot of mistakes not happening, right? You're going to see the finest in North America fighting it out and showing them exactly why they had their spot in the top 8, right? These are the only 2 teams out of all 96 who didn't have to compete in the qualifiers because they already had a seeding inside of the top 8. And it goes to show that they earned it, right? When it comes to the top 8, they're again at the top of the ladder in the grand finals.
Yes, they all did an amazing job. But next up, we'll have stage 1 of our bronze match. We'll have BloodHounds versus Avalon, and they aren't counted out yet and can still earn a bit more points to boost them up for stage 2 and 3. So make sure you stick around to see who takes it all. See you in a bit.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Trex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Stephweezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT Fall Season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Stephweezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Stephweezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking out all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is Yue, and the NACT 2023 Fall Season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, Yue. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Cena?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello everyone, it's Cena Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 Fall Season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT.
And we are back with halftime here at the NACT. But before we get into our caster roundtable, I wanted to remind you one more time about the August Starlight. It'll be Yin's Eternal Guardian skin. And if you aren't a Yin fan, we also have 10 returning Starlight skins and a new Starlight Shop exclusive, the Killing Notification. You can get in on all of this with the Starlight membership of 300 diamonds to get over 6,000 diamonds worth of rewards. And the first Starlight purchase will give you a bundle worth 1,700 diamonds. And a weekly diamond pass will get you to unlock things earlier. So keep an eye out on this Starlight exclusives. But now let us hop to the roundtable. Stephweezy and Eunice, talk a bit about our 8 amazing teams.
That's right. I mean, day one was crazy, right? Everybody trying to find their place in the top 8, but only 4 were able to move forward in regular season 1. TOB, BloodHounds, BTK, and Avalon. Today, we hosted the semifinals and just finished that with TOB and BloodThirstyKings moving forward to hold their spots in the grand finals for 1st and 2nd place in the point system. We have the bronze match for the battle of 3rd and 4th place, which is going to be BloodHounds and Avalon since they fell short in the semifinals. Keep in mind, everybody in round 1, they all have 60 points, but 4th through 1st place have an advantage of being able to get 60, 70, 80, and 100. 1st place will have 100 points. 2nd place will have 90. 3rd will have 80, and 4th will have 70, which will give them the advantage as we jump into regular season 2, which will be starting next weekend.
Yeah, and I know everyone's waiting for those final matches, TOB versus BTK, but hold your popcorns, hold your drinks. We are going to get there in just a little bit, but we do have to figure out who is going to be our 3rd and 4th place for our bronze match. But I do know that the finals match is kind of history repeating itself from our last NACT. It's something everyone's been waiting for, with new rosters and a familiar face back into the roster for BTK, but a new member for the EXP laners for the TheOhioBrothers. But Weezy, you're doing the play-by-plays today, and you have been doing an amazing job. So how excited are you to cast the bronze match, and how excited are you to cast the grand finals?
The bronze match is definitely going to be interesting. I mean, Avalon going up against BloodHounds. I mean, when we're looking at BloodHounds, right, I guess we can kind of just sit and talk about these teams and what we expect from them. BloodHounds, they kind of lack in the early game, but they sometimes make up for it, and they also have a lot of luck that works on their side. They're the first team to ever pull out a Savage, right? Avalon, they're kind of stacked with former champions or finalists, I guess I should say, with players from The Simpsons, such as Marvel, such as Fallen, which we've seen them both compete in the NACT spring season for 2022 last year up against the Valley, right? So it's definitely interesting to see them back in action again. But I think I'm just more excited for BloodHounds being able to finally make it to top 8, right? I like to see those underdog teams who grind each and every day. You know, I host the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy alongside you. We're in there all the time developing teams and upcoming talent, and they are one of those teams who are actively in there running scrims when there's the off-season of NACT, and it just shows that their efforts are coming to fruition, and here they are in a top 8 position, not just top 8, but made it all the way from top 8 to top 4 to give them the slightest advantage and being able to make their mark to their overall goal, which is the World Series. So I think for the bronze match between both of these teams, it's going to be a close call, right? It's definitely going to boil down to execution, but I can't really say it's one-sided, and that's what makes me the happiest about this. I know last year, or not last year, even last season, right? The difference between top 3 and before was a huge gap in skill. And then everybody after the third place of teams was just such a big skill gap. But now that gap has gotten very close to where you see the Ohio brothers taking a loss in their debut for the semifinals. Like that's not really heard of, right? First it was Outplay. They were undefeated pretty much the entire time. They took one loss, and that was a match in the spring season, not a series. They already took their first match loss, and we're only on day 2 of the fall season.
Oh yeah, so we have a lot in stake right now. There's a lot of things that we have to look out for, and knowing that a lot of these teams, especially if I want to talk about the bronze place, right? We are looking at BloodHounds versus Avalon, and just like Weezy stated, right? BloodHounds was always kind of that underdog team that kind of got knocked off in the early game stages, but now they're actually in, right? They're not knocked out completely yet, so they're gonna have to fight for that spot. But if we're talking about the grand finals, we're kind of neck to neck with those teams, right? A lot of good players, overseas talent players are in those teams. And I'm really excited to see how everything's going to go. And this is just history repeating itself from last year. But my question is the grand finals are going to let itself repeat who really takes the win from last NACT, as BTK did win NACT last season. But is that going to happen again? What are your predictions, Weezy?
All right, look, I'm going to tell you it's 50-50. I'm not on either side. It's straight down the middle, and I'm going to tell you exactly why, right? I mean, like I said, we've been hosting majority of the local tournaments in North America. NABA was the first one to finish, and the Ohio brothers dominated BTK. They closed it out and won that tournament, $1,000. Second tournament was the Night Horde, and BTK came back and shut them down. So now here we are, the third tournament on the way, and the biggest one, the fall season, what they were working toward. It can be anybody's match, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
Yeah, I'm excited too, and now a lot is at stake, so I know that all these teams are really wanting to fight for that spot. So I really want to see who is going to end up taking the M5 place and representing North America over there in the Philippines, where everything is held and where everything is at stake. And not only are they doing their best to fight here, whoever goes over to M5 to represent us is going to have to go through a lot again over there. So as much as they can, pull out your cards here. Make sure you get everything you can, everything you need from us, and make sure you guys play at your full potential. And best of luck to all teams that are currently in the bracket right now representing NA and to fight for the #1 spot for the M5.
And, you know, speaking of things coming in the distant future, let's go ahead and swing on over to our charming host, Xena Lily.
Hello guys, I am back with a giveaway for you guys. The 40 giveaway codes are on screen right there. Be sure to get that in to redeem the code for a chance to win these permanent skins. You get a chance at those ones on the screen right there. And a tournament chest. So Dark Rose, Professor of Hell, Glass Blade, Space-Time Shadow. Only the first 40 users can redeem this, so be quick about it or else you're gonna lose out. But as we get in to the bronze match, I wanted to go through our predictions real quick to see what our casters thought on who will win this one. It seems like UA has a thing to go against us always. What do you guys think about this?
I don't know. I mean, we're only on day 2, and he's already 1-5 on his prediction rate, man. I think he didn't get the memo, but everybody else going with pretty much a unanimous decision for Avalon. But again, as we mentioned, the progression from BloodHounds, I still feel like there's a chance for them to kind of take it. The only reason I didn't give it to BloodHounds is just because the players on Avalon have just achieved more lately, right? We've seen them more on the professional scene, thriving in the top 8, whereas this is BloodHounds' first debut in the top 8 scene.
Yeah, but BloodHounds actually took a match away from TOB, which can actually happen again if BloodHounds really keeps up with their work and their draft as well. So hopefully BloodHounds will be able to show us and maybe prove all of the casters wrong, right? UA did vote for BloodHounds, and if miracles happen, if BloodHounds does take down Avalon, all of us are wrong, Weezy. That's UA. UA is the one that's winning everything here. So I think we also have a little bit of a bet on our ends for the caster side, and just need to make sure we don't give any team the caster curse over here for alongside all of us.
Yes, BloodHounds did take a game from the Ohio Brothers, which was surprising to me. Even though they did so, they do so much practice and everything. This is amazing.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, when we're looking at BloodHounds, right, they didn't have the easiest time taking down Night Horde. Night Horde, we thought they would have closed it out, but some slight mistakes, and the first Savage went to BloodHounds. Nobody else has gotten a Savage so far, so, hey, credits over there to Easy Peasy, able to kind of set history so far and the tone for his team in the fall season. Not the easiest thing to do. When we look at Avalon, though, there's not really anything that I've seen them do that's really setting the tone above other teams. So I think this will be a really good chance for us to see this. But speaking of Easy Peasy, looks like a little bit of that substitution for Templess, as we are seeing it pop up on the screen. Now, Easy Peasy, man, he's a powerhouse when it comes to Avalon. They definitely focus around him, and you could definitely tell he sets the tone for the pace in the game for them. But when it goes to going up against a team like BloodHounds and Avalon, like both of them, I feel like they have to prove where they sit in these standings. We know where the Ohio Brothers sits at. We know where BTK is at, but we don't know who's the number 3 and who's the number 4. And that's exactly what this battle is about to be for the bronze, number 3 and 4th place.
Yeah, and we're about to find out who is going to take that win over for the 3rd to 4th place. It really will set that tone of who's 3rd and who's 4th, right? Obviously, there are another chance to go ahead and fight again in the next 2 seasons. This is just season 1, guys. We aren't over. This isn't the end yet. We have to see every team's full potential to be prevailed in the Land of Dawn, and they have a lot of chances. And for this season, we are using that point system. So this time, it's not really about how many wins each team has. It's about how many points they have to see who takes the advantage over and give them a higher chance to be seeded for the M5 and show who really is the king over there for NACT. But let's toss it back over to Xena, our beautiful host.
Yes, we are ready, guys, for this match between BloodHounds versus Avalon. Let's see who will take it, guys. Super excited to see.
And speaking of excitement, here we are. Avalon up against BloodHounds. The bronze battle, the bronze match inside of stage 1 for the NACT Fall Season. Like Eunice stated, this is a battle of points. Now, this is where the points come into effect on a higher level, right? Everybody that has fallen today, outside of Avalon, BloodHounds, BTK, and TOB, all have 60 points. But now, this is where you have a chance to get those additional points, have the advantage of moving on to the playoffs, the semi, and grand finals inside of Los Angeles. So, this is where you make your mark, and honestly, whoever wins this game, it's still a huge advantage for them. Even though it's 3rd and 4th place, it's just the battle, the difference of points that can lead the way. I mean, even last NACT spring season, right? We've seen, Fallout fell or was able to claim their spot in top 4 only because of series wins. It's kind of the similar situation. You could see a team slide by into the semifinals just based off of a 10-point differential. Like we said, whoever wins here will finish off with 70 points, and 4th place will have that 60. So I can't wait to see where it goes, as we are now jumping into the draft. Avalon going ahead and being a little bit more traditional. They're going to go ahead and ban out this Fanny alongside the Uranus.
Yeah, and with this match right now, it doesn't really matter if they win or lose for both sides. It's not like the point system that we did last NACT where, like, you know, if you lose, depending on the system, you get knocked out and you're completely eliminated. And also last year NACT, we did double round robins, which took a very long time. But this time, we're going to start with a single elimination, move on to a double elimination, which is what's happening right now. And this time, you have to get those points in order just to seat better in the next season, right? So we are looking at that 3rd, 4th match. They are also on a battle for points right now. Not only are they're not knocked out yet, so they kind of have like that reassurance of, hey, we're not knocked out yet. We're still able to compete. Nothing's over yet, but they have points on the line right now. So we are looking at bans right now. They did ban out Lear. They're trying to ban out Bokarosco, I believe, and now Kaja is also getting banned out as well. Same with Valentina and Eve, and these are some common bans. But I feel like BloodHounds is kind of banning themselves out with the mage pick, so I'm kind of confused. But Totenak is going to go ahead and pick up that Terizla. Very good first pick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that was a bad decision, right? I was kind of looking through the bans, and I was like, okay, Terizla walks because of the way this went, and it's a great pickup for Avalon. They're starting off the right foot.
we got to see how BloodHounds kind of responds, right? I mean, Navaria is definitely on the table if Boca Rosa wants to go for something a little bit more comfortable. The Kaja has been banned out, so they don't have the suppression. The Valentina was taken off the table as well. So they are trying to limit some of these picks that are available. We know BloodHounds traditionally has been running with the artists, and it works in their favor pretty much most of the time. So, no, they're going to go in for something else that is known from BloodHounds drafting, but I haven't really got the chance to see it because usually it's either banned out or they just don't pick it. But the difference today is that Templess is playing in hand 4 easy peasy, so he is going to be running on this X-Borg. I think it's an interesting decision, right? You have that true damage, you can go in and you can be a problem, but the only thing about X-Borg is you have to win the early game. If you fall short in the early game, then X-Borg is not going to profit.
Now I see Fallen picking up that Ling, and now Fallen did play Ling yesterday in the first series of games, and he did beautifully well on this Ling, was able to control and set the tone for the entire game, but they gave Leslie over to Sleeps, and we did see what happened with the TOB match, right? Sleeps was able to get onto that late game and start taking down members of TOB one by one, and let's hope for the side of Avalon that this history doesn't repeat again. Coppola's gonna go ahead and pick up this Grok, and now just like Weezy said, there was a little bit of substitution coming from the side of BloodHounds, easy peasy, getting swapped out for Templess, and now Weezy did set the tone for BloodHounds, kind of set that game, kind of give that drive over with that Martis, also gave that first grand opening with that Savage, right? But we're gonna have to see how Templess plays, right? Substitutions aren't something you can't just really do on the edge. It's not something you can really do last minute before your team kind of synergy falls apart. And we did harp on this last NACT as we've seen so many swaps happening. And this was a little bit of an issue for some teams. So hopefully they did get their training done. I know these teams have been practicing so much outside of NACT, picking up these scrims one by one, but Demon locking in this Novaria. We did see how well he played Novaria in the last game against TOB, but Kadita getting banned out. Very good ban. Melissa and Kufra in response for BloodHounds.
Yeah, and I mean, Demon on the Navaria, I feel like Navaria picking that up, he didn't want Boca Roscoe to have it, right? They're just trying to limit Boca Roscoe's picks because Demon is a menace in the mid lane. When he runs the Navaria, he's not going to be as up in your face and aggressive, right? You typically see the Navaria play from afar. Just try and hit them with the Astro Echo for the additional damage and get those snipers off. So you are going to see a little bit of more of a passive play style. The mid lane menace Demon on Avalon. When we're looking at BloodHounds, I mean, they still haven't picked up their mage. Boca Roscoe trying to figure out what he's going to slot in. I mean, they do have a Farz on the table, but I don't know if I'd pick it up.
Lunox?
Yeah, possibly Lunox. And the reason why not the Farza is because you have that Teresa and you have that Ling that can definitely soak in and deal some damage. So not the biggest options on the board for Boca Roscoe's. They kind of limited his hero pool. They took out the Faramis. They took out that Kadita. But something that has been known for BloodHounds, kind of picking this up, they are going to go ahead and slot in that Hylos for that roam position. And Coppola's going to be running the Grok in the XP, which is going to be interesting to see him going toe-to-toe with the Teresa. But something I will say is they got a lot of frontline presence, right? And I think they have good damage when it comes to 5v5 engagements. But it's just going to boil down to execution, right? I mean, when we're looking at Avalon, they need somebody to kind of chip in and soak down the tankiness of the Hylos, the Grok, and also the X-Borg. And you know who's on the table that has not been banned out? The Carry. And I think that could be a wise decision from Avalon.
I was going to say that. Yeah, Carry is still on the board. And actually, Claude is still on the board. But just like you harped on, Weezy, Basic is going to go ahead and pick up that Carry. Arvo is going to go ahead and run the Minotaur. Now, we've seen Hylos before. This is a second appearance. We did see Powerless run that roam position with the Hylos, but gonna be a Joy. So I'm guessing is this Joy mid or is this Joy EXP, or it could be wait, this is a really weird. It's mid. It's mid. Yeah, okay, Hylos, I've seen Hylos run EXP a couple times, but I don't know if that's gonna be slotted in the roam position or the EXP, because I would like Grok to actually be put in as the roam position, as he gives more CC advantage, only because he's immune to CC with his first skill, but is able to do a wild charge once he hits that level 4 spike faster. So I do feel like maybe they're looking to put a Hylos in the EXP lane. I mean, roam isn't bad
I think it's
either.
mid. I think it's mid because the draft is done and Boca Roscoe still has it. So
It's a high-lows mid.
It's a high-lows mid. Yeah, it is.
Wow.
It's going to be an XP lane Joy. Templess
Wow.
running the Xborg in the jungle. And
very
the Brock will be the roamer
unorthodox.
for Coppola. Yeah, it is
That's very
unorthodox,
unorthodox.
as we are now jumping into the Battle of Bronze. Game number 1, the battle for 3rd place and the battle for points in the Stage 1, the regular season of NACT Fall. Are seeing 2 amazing teams, Avalon and BloodHounds, fight it out. Who will be able to hit their mark and claim their points?
All right, Weezy, I'm gonna have to see how this high-lows works out in the mid lane because I have yet to see a high-lows ran in the mid lane. But oh my God, wait, it's already being a menace towards Fallen's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, he could definitely harass Fallen on the purple buff to try and deny him from getting it, but he didn't stay that long, right? I feel like he should have applied a little bit more pressure to not allow Fallen to get that buff that he's going to rely on for these early pickoffs, but he still is able to get it, doesn't really deny him anything, and he is one step closer to getting that level 4 and starting to rotate around and create that bridge in the early game for his team.
I'm seeing a very interesting rotation coming in from Avalon, and they did start this actually in MPL. So Marksman and Roam starts clearing the mid lane actually, which already gives extra gold over to that gold lane, and they start working their way down. So Basic's already level 3 ahead as well from Sleeps, but they still do the same rotation for Turtle, where Roam also gets 4 EXP and Mage also rotates back. So this is a very interesting rotation. They did that last game when they went against BTK, but if this rotation works well, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to start to use it, but the issue is, can they execute it properly for them to be able to carry on with the early game snowball?
And you know what's interesting? Templess is running in the XP lane, so Dino is taking the place for Easy Peasy in the jungle. So that is a little bit of changing in lanes too, so that's a huge dynamic when it comes to synergy on the side of BloodHounds. It's a risky move. There's a lot of factors that happen when you kind of change roles and you also change lanes for players. But speaking of plays, the battle in the Turtle Pit for this first neutral objective, BloodHounds looking like they may be able to take this uncontested as Fallen decides to go in for the purple buff of BloodHounds.
That is a good trade, right? It's a buff for a turtle and is able to deny it, but Fallen now has Joy's blue, but Joy is also dependent on this blue buff for the damage that needs to be done. But look at Basic doing a little bit of damage, but actually it's going to get outpoked by Sleeps. Good read, Boca Roscoe just getting sniped in by Novaria, and Novaria is doing a lot of good poke damage to take down a lot of health from the side of BloodHounds. But we are looking at the goal right now. Looks like Carrie is actually a little bit under than Leslie, and Carrie doesn't have any damage items yet. I think he's saving it up for a piece of a core item on the side. So I feel like that's also a good idea, but there's no damage right now coming in from Basic yet.
Yeah, not yet, as we are now at the 3-minute mark, and BloodHounds able to take that first neutral objective and leading by a little bit of gold, but it's still anybody's game, right? Nothing has really fallen that is a huge critical piece for either side, but that may change with that big Minoan Fury for the triple set on the BloodHounds. Sleeps is going to be able to get out just in time. They do bait out his flicker, though, as he will recall back to the base for some regen.
Absolutely. Now, Sleeps got pretty lucky with that one. The Minoan Fury did land on Sleeps, but Basic, just like you said, can't do enough damage. But Fallen, is he going to make a move here? He's looking, he's sitting on the wall, but here we go.
Let's dive in with the pinch pose, and it's going to drop down with the tips of blades as well. Not going to be able to seal the deal, though. And now BloodHound's trying to punish Coppola on the chase, winding up that power of nature, but going to go ahead and cancel it out. And now Basic with the speedy light wheels, dropping Dino low and secures a kill, draws first blood for Avalon. But they are not done yet. Glorious Pathway goes out from Boca Roscoe. Coppola is still in the midst of chaos, is going to use a wild charge, knock up Sleeps. Sleeps will find a kill, though. Takes down Basic. My goodness. Some great engagement so far early in this game, 1-1 on the scoreboard.
Well, Sleeps put Basic to sleep by taking him off the board. Looks like he overstayed his welcome just a little bit. But if you rewatch that play, Sleeps micro when Fallen landed his ult on top of her, Leslie actually kicked him out from his Tempest Blades. So that is such a really good play. Prevented him because he knew that he had no flicker on his own end, so he wanted to make sure he stayed alive. But looks like a little bit of a turtle dance here.
That's right, the first one did go to BloodHounds, but now the contest from Avalon. Can they claim this objective? Huge knockup. Fallen claims the turtle for Avalon and now be able to claim some bodies as Totenak finds Dino. already seen Templars pick up the kill with the fire missile. Is going to shut down Arville. Totenak in a bad situation as Templars gets a double and kills him as well. 3-2, BloodHounds leading the way, but they lost that turtle.
I feel like Avalon's doing good with these team fights, but they just can't finish BloodHounds off. Every single fight that's happened so far, BloodHounds has dropped so low, but there was just no follow-up. There's not enough damage yet, right? Demon needs time to scale. Basic needs time to scale. The only person that can really do that damage is Fallen and Totenak, but mid lane.
You are seeing Bocarasco trying to get away, but Fallen will find the kill. Man, just some early aggression, right? I mean, we were watching the BTK game, and it was like 1-1 for a while.
Here it goes
now
again.
It's 3-3, only 5 minutes in. Tips Blaze drops down for the knockup. Demon is going to find a kill, is going to shut down Sleeps. Dino is going to join the party. Coppola trying to get away, trying to fend off their turret from falling. Looks like they will be able to push back Avalon. A close call, though, at the 6-minute mark.
Oh, Dino just got blocked from Coppola with this wall. Wasn't able to completely dash through, but I've actually seen Dino jungle a lot lately, and I've actually met him a couple times in rank. It's kind of funny. He's actually, his other role is jungle, and I didn't know that till I really saw how he played. And templates being ran in the EXP lanes sets a huge different tone. Now for the go lane, looks like Avalon has a little bit of the advantage towards a macro play, but micro, when it comes to his one-on-one, Sleeps does have the advantage, but we're gonna have to see what happens here. Arvel might be called out here.
And the turret is going to fall for the bottom side. Avalon taking the first objective on the map. We'll be able to have that in their favor. They are now leading by 1,000 gold. Templars with the last of sanity is going to rush in, but hit with the penalty zone and the execution strike. Fallen, sealing his fate, is going to take him out and be able to pull the aggro for that turtle. Put the battle in the mid lane for the Minoan Fury. Double knockup onto the BloodHounds, but they are not letting off the pressure. Fallen is going to find the turtle. Sleeps is going to find Basic. That is going to be Fallen finding Dino as well. Killing spree activated. 2 members falling to 1. Make that another falling as BloodHounds is just fighting it out. Coppola is going to find Fallen. Basic falls, Sleeps falls, Dino and Bocarasco alongside Fallen. So that is a 3-for-2 trade.
Yeah, and just like I said, Avalon just really couldn't find the answer to close him off, but we are looking at that 8-minute power spike where Lord is going to come up in just over a minute. And this is what Avalon needed to start doing it, but I feel like both teams need to slow down just a little bit, right? There is a lot of clashes. It kind of looks like I'm watching Brawl right now, especially in the mid lane and the bot lane, right? A lot of tussle, as I love to call it. And they're ruffling each other's feathers a lot. We are looking at 8-5 compared to our last game, BTK versus Avalon. They know they're disciplined, right? Avalon also knows as well, but it looks like whenever advantage Avalon can find, they will definitely use. And Fallen already invading Dino. It's gonna take away his blue, and Dino's left without it, but another fight.
On the way, Gore's pathway drops down from Bocarasco. You're thinking he's the roamer, but he's the mid lane high-lows. Putting in that work. But I mean, looking at the map so far, Avalon is winning, right? They're now fighting it out. Gonna catch Bocarasco off guard. Basic is gonna secure that kill. 9-5. This is slowly slipping out of BloodHound's favor for the early phase. Avalon finding their mark and showing the world that they're ready to claim that number 3 spot.
Yeah, Basic sitting at 2-2, and his power spike really comes towards that mid to late game, and we are already in that phase. And Sleeps, I feel like Leslie takes a little bit more time than Carrie does, right? She needs to be able to pick up at least 3 core items to really start doing some true damage, and BloodHounds needs to start slowing down and think really carefully with these fights. And she is throwing punches right now, but Totenak might just be caught out by Dino here.
Yeah, maybe caught out. They're all fighting it out right now. 3v1 situation. Sleeps is going to take down Totenak. That is going to be 1 kill for BloodHounds. But over on the top side, a little bit of a mirror image effect as you are seeing them fight it out. A little bit of that split potential from both teams. But with this Lord spawned in, who will be able to seize the opportunity on this central objective?
Well, I mean, Totenak just fell down off the board, and Totenak is the EXP lane with the most CC potential aside from Arvel running this Minotaur. So I feel like Avalon's gonna kind of wait and kind of, you know, chill until Totenak really comes back to be able to set towards that back line. Because if Arvel, right, the Minoan Fury, he's been doing beautiful, being able to set Sleeps. If that were to fail, there's always Totenak right behind his back to be able to set for the rest of the team. And Basic and Arvel always staying together, but Dino.
fighting it out. Basic is going to take him down. Glorious Pathway in the bush. Huge knock-up, though, with the Minoan Fury. Totenak finds Bocarasco. He's not having the easiest time on this high-low, so he's already died 4 times within the last 10 minutes. And you are going to go ahead and see Avalon take advantage of the opportunity to be able to claim this Lord uncontested.
Yeah, really is not having a good time, but that's what happens if you ban out all of your mages, right? We only had a couple mages to pick from, and he opted in for the high-lows, and they're doing a good job trying to defend this mid lane, and mid lane is your biggest priority as it opens up way too much vision. But look at Demon, beautifully gliding around walls on his Novaria, being able to give a lot of vision, especially with the Echo, marking everybody, which prevents any set potential coming in from BloodHounds, and which puts actually Coppola at a disadvantage. In Totenak, that penalty zone just got thrown off the board there, but should be back pretty soon for the next clash coming in with this Lord.
That's right, with this Lord marching down the bottom side and the mid lane about to open up. Basic is going to claim the tier 2 on the top side. Blade's dropping down, falling on the chase, but very low. Ultimate sniper going down. Demon for the denial is going to snipe Sleeps for the defense, but on the top side, huge battle on the way. Basic trying to find the distance, trying to create some separation. Look at him, sustaining himself. Marvel jumps in, Bocarasco falls. Templess Immortality has been procced, and Basic is able to retreat back to safety.
Beautiful region coming in, but Weezy, you're not done yet.
Oh no, it's Templess once more. Last Sanity does drop. You are seeing him still fight it out. Penalty zone dropping down with the execution from Totenak. Finds Templess, but Dino will take him down. A crazy skirmish for the top lane.
Weezy, last game, you weren't really able to do too much play-by-play, but this time you're really seeing brawl moments in every single lane. How are you doing? You catching your breath?
Oh, I'm doing good, but Avalon doing better, right? 14-8, able to claim 7 turrets, losing none in the process. They have all their turrets still intact with minimal damage. Even looking at the gold difference just from the junglers alone, fallen at 10,000 gold. And when you look at Xborg, or not even Xborg, when you look at Joy, right, over there in the hands of Dino, he's only at 6k. Fallen almost has double the amount of gold.
Yeah, he has been farming since that early game, and he is really driving the tempo of that snowball, and he is doing a beautiful job at it. Now, Weezy, we do know that Dima is running this Novaria and Sleeps is running this Leslie, but who really is the ultimate sniper this game? Is it going to be Novaria, or is it going to be Leslie?
Yeah, that's definitely the million-dollar question right now. Now, looking at BloodHounds, right? They have to find a way to get back in this game. They are grouping up together, which is a start, but it's just a very awkward situation. We mentioned the Xborg, right? It's an X factor, but then they also threw in the Hylos in the mid lane for Bocarasco, and he's just been having a very hard time. I mean, it's the most deaths we've seen him have this entire season. As Basic is going to find Dino, shuts down the jungler for BloodHounds in the battle of the mid lane as they are trying to open up the inhibitors for BloodHounds, and they're just not letting go of the pressure.
Weezy, did you see that snipe shot that Demon did on Sleeps? His health bar just got deleted, but another brawl situation. Here we go, Weezy.
Right. Speaking of deletion, Control Alt Delete, Fallen, open up Task Manager, and shutting down Bocarasco. That is going to be 2 members falling for the BloodHounds. Avalon still standing tall with all 5, taking down the inhibitor for the mid lane and the top side. And now the base Crystal and 3 members of BloodHounds left to defend. Is this the finish? Do they close it out and claim game 1? Keep your eyes on the base Crystal, still standing strong. Sleeps is going to find Totenak. Basic is going to find Dino. Blaze dropping down, finds a kill, Fallen gets Coppola. They need to do damage to the base Crystal though, and here it goes. 50%, 25. Sleeps is going to find Fallen. Avalon has done it. They have shut down BloodHounds for game 1 in the Battle of the Bronze.
Looks like the Control C and the Control V didn't really work out for the side of BloodHounds. Unfortunately, they got taken off the board by Avalon, and first game of the Bronze Series goes into the hand of Avalon. So congratulations to you on the first game, but there's still potential. BloodHounds really still has that potential to be taken out by Avalon. They had a really decent early game, and this is what I'm talking about. BloodHounds slacks a little bit in the early game, but does really well towards that mid to late game, and we did see a lot of sustain coming in, but Basic really did pop off on that carry, especially that top side. Weezy was more surprised than I was. I'm just watching, you know, trying to figure out what's going on. The sustain coming in, and Minotaur's healing actually saved Basic right there, with Hylos kind of, you know, running it down on him, making sure he doesn't get too much out of there. But 19 to 10, 14-minute game. We're very close to a 15-minute game. We see the goal lead into the hands of Avalon, and look at the stats. We are seeing Demon perfect KDA, 4-0-11, not being taken off once, wasn't being able to get a response for Demon, as he was able to go kind of fly around the map everywhere freely, sniping people. Looks like this game, the ultimate sniper was into the hands of Demon, and Sleeps fell a little bit short with the bullets, but looks like Sleeps did a lot of damage, also leading in gold as well. But looks like Joy fell a little bit short. But Weezy, let me know about this replay.
Yeah, looking at the replay so far, Avalon just providing that pressure, Fallen taking out Bocarasco. A one-sided story, right? I mean, look at the turrets on the map. They didn't lose a single lane. It's just a difference in terms of execution. BloodHounds being very risky in their draft, right? When you see Bocarasco pull out this Hylos, it can go one or two ways, really good or really bad. And I think this is the situation where it goes really bad, right? 0-6-6 KDA, not having the impact he was looking for when you pick that Hylos in the mid lane, and maybe not going to slot that in again against Avalon, as it was just a complete domination. And I think that was the deciding factor on how Avalon was able to execute that victory.
Yeah, and speaking about victory, let's take a look at these very micro stats here. We do see Avalon really taking the lead for the damage to the players, turret, and the everything when it comes to objectives as well, right? We do see damage taken was mostly by Bocarasco running this Hylos, and was really the sandbag, as you can see down there. Bocarasco taking 151,000. That is, wait, that's literally almost 1/4 of the entire score from the side of BloodHounds. But Coppola also doing a really good job. Fallen being the rich guy, getting a lot of goals, setting the early game pace, and Basic was able to do the most amount of damage and take away a lot of members off the board for BloodHounds. Now, I really hope BloodHounds is able to do the same story like they did with the TheOhioBrothers, and they can. And I do believe that coming in from BloodHounds, they just have to make sure they take care of their draft just a little bit. And it could be because, you know, they don't have easy peasy, and it could be because of a little bit of that player change, because set the tempo a little bit differently. But Avalon did a very good job controlling more towards that mid to late game, where they knew where once Basic spiked, that's where their full potential went to go through. But enough of the last game. We're already in the second phase, guys. This is BO3, so we are looking at one more game for Avalon. But if BloodHounds take this away from Avalon, we are looking for a third match. And Weezy, look at the respect band coming in from BloodHounds.
Right, I mean, Fallen, right? He's just known for being such a threat when he pulls out that Ling, and so they are going to go ahead and take that off the board. But I love how you kind of broke down BloodHounds, right? You mentioned the roster change with Tempest jumping in, Easy Peasy dropping out, Dino rotating into the jungle, Tempest running into the XP. Then not to mention Bocarasco not pulling out a mage, but pulling out the Hylos. Just so many dynamics that they changed, and you could just tell that, like, it was just a little jump in the gun, right? You need to, even though you do a roster change, probably playing a little bit more traditional, as it just didn't work in their favor. So hopefully this time around, they're not as experimental and go for more traditional in the draft, and maybe they'll have an easier time, as that was a one-sided story. As much as I don't want to say it, that's what it was, right? So as we are jumping into game 2, I'm looking for BloodHounds to provide a little bit of draft pressure, and also play a little bit more original when it comes to the drafting. For Avalon, I think they did what they needed to do. They were all across the board, and they were able to execute.
Yeah, you gotta load the gun before you pull the trigger, right? So you gotta be careful before you really take note of your draft. So we are seeing a lot of bans, but I really feel like Avalon's main focus is nobody except Bocarasco, because they know that Bocarasco has a really good mage mechanics, right? He is known for a lot of his mage picks, but once he gets cornered like that into a rat's hole, you know, he has no choice but to pick something out of his comfort, which already gave a huge disadvantage for the side of BloodHounds. But since they have first pick this time, Bocarasco should lock his mage at least a little bit early within the first stages before Avalon wants to take it down a little bit more. Because if we saw the previous game, right, the first 3 picks, Bocarasco's mage wasn't picked at all. it was in the second phase, and they just kept banning it out and out and out. And here it goes. First mage pick is going to be Valentina. This is what BloodHounds maybe needed, right? Bocarasco has to go a very comfortable mage, or at least a mage he knows 100% micro mechanics for. Now, Weezy, you're thinking again. You're scaring me every time you make that face. You're just kind of.
I think it works. Yeah, it's funny because like even when I like play on stream, like, and I just be sitting here thinking through the draft, like there's so many freaking memes and pictures out there of the deep thought pose. But looking at what I'm seeing so far, right? When I'm looking at Bocarasco, he is locking in this Valentina. Now, Tarizla and Kaja are still on the table, and that may be picked up from Avalon. But no, they're going to go in for Kadita. And actually, I like that even more. I didn't even see that one be an available option, but it did walk through. But wait a minute. Now they're getting a little creative with the draft. Avalon is going to pull out the Edith. But Tarizla's still on the table.
That is true. But I feel like Toadnak is more comfortable in Edith. He did play well, actually, in the last bracket. So I feel like now they're going more for their comfort picks because they know what's on the line. It's either we take this game. For Avalon, it's we seal the deal and take it home. But for BloodHounds, they're on the chopping block. You know, Gordon Ramsay doesn't want to take any random person on MasterChef and just cut them off the chopping block, right? We've seen that many times, but we are looking at BloodHounds in their next series of picks. We are seeing Valentina. Gives a little bit of draft pressure. I can already see that Valentina can take the rough waves away from Kadita over there on that mage. We are seeing a Fredrin being walked in, and this time Sleeps is going to lock that Leslie one more time. And I feel like Leslie is Sleep's most comfort pick on that marksman, but I'm still scared. BloodHounds doesn't like to capitalize their early game, and Avalon loves to prioritize their early game, so we really have to see where BloodHounds wants to go with the rest of the draft.
Now, I mean, looking at the Leslie, it's not the worst option, right? I mean, you have the ultimate sniper, you have some vision, especially when Fallen tries to hide in that bush and take you down with the Kadita pick. So I think that's his plan right there, is to play a little bit safer, right? Know where they're at all times. Now, with this Fredrin, right, you are going to have some sustainability. You're going to have strong frontline presence to be able to stay and fight it out in those neutral objectives, right? That walking Petrify that we've seen time and time again is still a viable option. Bocarasco picking up the Valentina, right? I mean, he can profit off of Fallen, which could be possibly who he's going to be focusing on during this game. So it's not the worst option. Is it the best? Definitely not. But I mean, there's still that draft pressure that he's providing, as we're not finished with all the picks. We don't even really know what two of the other options will be. A marksman still can be slotted up against Sleeps to give him a harder time. So I want to see where this goes. I mean, Sleeps has been not having the easiest time in the gold lane, right? I mean, when he was matched up against Zia, Zia was just tearing him apart and outfarming
Oh,
him.
yeah.
Avalon may have that same game plan over there for Basic to do the same thing. Both marksmen who have international experience at the same time, you know, so not going to be the easiest thing to jump into. But speaking about jumping into things, the jungler has been shown for both sides of the board, as Avalon is going to go ahead and take up the Lancelot, but the Fredrin still could be flexed into the XP lane.
Yeah, and Weezy, you know what's kind of weird? I haven't seen a 1-3-1 draft yet coming in from any team. Because, you know, Avalon, before, when they used to be named Empire, they were known to run that 1-3-1 with two fighters. And we haven't seen that. Maybe another team might be able to pick that up in another series in the next season. That might be the new winning condition. Who knows? Nobody used it yet. But we are looking at the two double bans for Avalon, which is going to be the roam. So the Grok and the Minotaur is going to be taken off, and BloodHounds decided to take away the suppressions. This is actually really interesting. So BloodHounds is going to go ahead and ban out two of literally the most suppression heroes, and then Avalon is going to take away the two most AoE CC roams you can think of, which is going to be Grok and Minotaur. And your Tarizla, Weezy, got picked up, so Fredrin is going to be picked into the jungle. Sleep's going to run that Leslie once again. Kopla is going to run a Diggy. Ooh, which means no set potential possibly for Arvel and Fallen.
It's not the worst thing. I mean, I guess they have enough CC to make up for it with Dino and Tempest, but I don't know if I would have did it myself. But I think it can work, right? But Diggy can easily be overwhelmed with all the CC that they have, right? You have Totenak, you have Fallen, and you have Arvel running all of these CC heroes, right? So you are going to definitely have to be careful. Well, I guess not Fallen, but Demon, which will swap for that pick.
Clint.
Now, with the draft being finalized, yes, Clint has been slotted up. Can give the Leslie a little bit of a harder time in the gold lane. Trying to kind of out-farm Sleeps is going to be his game plan and his keys to victory as we will be embarking into the Land of Dawn. But Avalon has match point. If they take victory in this, they will be the 3rd place team for stage 1 of the regular season for NACT Fall, which means they will be sitting with 70 points, giving them an advantage up against everybody who has fallen today.
I don't think we've ever seen a Clint being slotted before, have we? Even in last year's NACT, we haven't seen a Clint, and Basic is going to be the first person to touch Clint and bring it on to the line of Dawn. But Weezy, take us into the potential match point for Avalon, but potentially under BO3 for the side of BloodHounds.
That's right, as we are jumping into the Battle of the Bronze. BloodHounds up against Avalon. Match point for Avalon to close out this series. BloodHounds eager to even it out, but can they step up to the totem pole and claim their spot? The battle for top 3, BloodHounds and Avalon.
Yeah, BloodHounds definitely has a lot at stake right now. They can't lose this or they will be taking their early exit home today for the 3rd place spot and will be placed 4th. But Avalon really has to take this game home if they want to secure that early point game stage. But Basic is already getting poked out a little bit by Coppola on this Diggy. It's going to have a hard time being able to get a hold of his minions. And looks like Arvel is going to get a good read coming up to that top side. But I love how both teams right now are playing very safe, not doing too much early game. But Coppola getting dropped low, but Basic might be... Ooh, Basic had to use that flicker out, and Leslie Sleeps doing a lot of work there.
Yeah, Basic almost falling, but no, he is going to get out in the midst of all of that. Very low HP. That could have been a very big power spike for BloodHounds, especially this early inside of this game, as they need this victory, right? They need to be able to take this on to a game 3, and they may be able to pull it off. Looking at, you know, what the matchups kind of provide, the Diggy from Coppola is going to be huge for BloodHounds, but he has to kind of wait and use that time journey at the right moment to negate the Group CC provided from Avalon. But speaking of Group CC and the knockup, Dino put on a trampoline from Demon and Totenet combination and forcing him to recall back to the base.
Yeah, Dino was just perma CC. Oh, here he goes again. Dino and Basic, both members being dropped down so dangerously low, also being able to bring out their flickers as well. Drop them down and put behind a little bit behind now of gold, but looks like Avalon is going to get a hold on this turtle and might be uncontested for the side of BloodHounds.
Yeah, it looks like it will be uncontested. Avalon may be able to take subjectives. Fallen does secure it, and now going in, trying to take out Coppola, immobilized in the turret for the mid lane. Demon diving in, but taking the turret damage. Possible misplay on the way, but no, able to get out and regen 75% of his HP.
Very close call over there, but it did bait out the Diggy ult, so now we already know there's a lot of pressure coming in, but Sleeps taken down very low, and here we go, Arvel.
Oh, with the flicker in, but the flicker from Sleeps to respawn, and the kickback onto Arvel, taking a lot of damage from the turret and Sleeps. Very low. Templess joining the party to seal his fate and draw first blood for BloodHounds.
A little bit unfortunate for the Tyrant's Rage locking in on Arvel was missed the flicker land, and that would have been really good to set the tone for Avalon, but Sleeps didn't go ahead and get out of the stick situation. But and Basic still looking for a response, but Demon, what is, I can't keep up, Weezy.
He's gonna find Dino. Fallen is gonna find Coppola on the top side. 2-for-none trade for Avalon, trying to kind of keep the pace and rhythm for this game. They took the first turtle, and they're now leading in terms of kills. I mean, we're looking at the matchups, right, with the gold difference, and you're already still seeing them kind of slowly leading the way. But speaking of leading the way, the battle for the turret in the top side on the way, the immobilization on the Sleeps. Templess joining the fight, knocking up Arvel. Bokarosco trying to terrify him, keep him in his track. So much CC, he can't maintain himself, and Sleeps is going to take him out.
Ooh, Sleep's gonna kill oh my goodness, Basic left at 1 HP once again. And, ooh, did Coppola just... Oh, here we go!
Whoa! Coppola able to use the reverse time and take out Basic. You know, maybe it was that emote he did on his way out. A little bit too much of that overconfidence was costly, and they were able to take down the ADC for Avalon.
Yeah, and looks like For both games though, however, Basic's been taken off pretty early, and that's not a really good tone to set for the side of Avalon, as they are going to lose that first turret for the side, and BloodHounds is going to go ahead and capitalize on this, but Arvel is going to start pulling the turret, but Templars might just be there to deny that.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to go in for the denial. Arvel winding up the Tyrant's Revenge, but Kodak dealing some damage. Bogarosco very low, immobilized, needs to get back and fend himself. Dino is going to find a kill, though. Finds Toadnak Fallen, claims the turtle yet again for Avalon. 2 turtles in their hands to none for BloodHounds.
Weezy, how intense do you feel right now? Because for both games, this literally brawl. Here you go. Your turn.
Right, the kills are climbing as Sleeps is going to find another. Finds Coppola. Basic is going to find Coppola. Actually, Sleeps takes down Demon, so that is a 1-for-1 trade. Phantom Execution on Fallen's way out, but the Ultimate Sniper hitting nobody to block the shots. Very low. Thorn Rose not able to save him, and Boca Roscoe is going to take him down.
Yeah, this is a very fast-paced game, and looks like they're going to go ahead and look for more here. Dino already doing enough damage on Basic, already chopped down halfway, as there's no response. And early game, Basic kind of had that early game lead, but here we go, Sleeps.
And at the side of Avalon trying to fend off the push from BloodHounds onto their turret in the bottom side. Toadnak is going to find Sleeps. The dive in from Demon, trying to get Dino, but he is going to flicker backward. Templars need to create the separation, but stunned and knocked up with the Landshaker and immobilized. Basic is going to find him, draws the kill, and forces BloodHounds back into their turret. But Toadnak wrapping around. They are not done. They're going in, trying to seize this turret. They are going to proxy off both members of BloodHounds, knock them down with the CC, and Basic picks up a kill, finds Bocarosco and Coppola for the double.
That was a beautiful flip of fight right there, right? It kind of looked like BloodHounds was in the favor, but Avalon was able to turn it around. Demon doing beautiful work on his Khadija. We saw it with the TheOhioBrothers, right? Hoon running in with this Khadija was able to do a lot of pressure, especially with the Petrified and rough waves, but Fallen
is taking some damage, trying to path out. Does get back to safety. Toadnak diving in to do some CC onto Dino, able to protect his jungler from falling on that chase from BloodHound. 6-7. We are still in the early game, but the kills are climbing between both of these teams. This is not what we usually see when we see in TOB and BTK play. This is kind of the opposite, right? They're just going in and having a great time, trying to find any kill that they can. But when you're looking at the map, right? I mean, both teams have claimed turrets, but Avalon is leading on the map, and they're also leading in terms of turtles. But Templars does draw the first turtle for BloodHounds, is able to secure it uncontested.
Yeah, Dino also looking for a little bit of response on that top side. Basic's gonna go ahead and take down that turret. Good response coming in from Avalon, but Fallen's gonna try to look to defend this bot side, but looks like he is gonna have to give that up. Beautiful rotation coming in from BloodHounds, but they did lose their mid lane turret. And I feel like BloodHounds doesn't like to capitalize their mid lane turret as much as Avalon does, right? They like to guard it with everything they have, but Arvel charging up.
He's gonna wind up, but gonna cancel it out. It looks like they may be able to take this tier 2 for the top side. Basic working on it. Dino for the denial. Bocarosco trying to get around, but the proxy is too much for them to handle. And it looks like Basic will be able to secure that and get back without falling. And that means Avalon, again, is just maintaining the pressure in terms of the map, right? They are up by 2 turrets against BloodHounds right now and still up by 1 turtle, leading by 3,000 gold.
Absolutely, and I feel like BloodHounds can't really keep up the pace with Avalon, right? Avalon likes to move things very quickly. Once you take the objective, you can fight, they'll fight, but you know, having a fast-paced game, BloodHounds has no choice but to, you know, kind of counter that and try to fight it out. Go lead into the hands of Avalon by 3k, and we are looking at items getting picked up slowly. Bocarosco already building that mana regen to make sure you get a little bit of sustain, but Fallen is going to go for that damage route, actually. So he's going to be doing that lance damage instead of the tank slot that we saw a lot from the last season and previous seasons of NACT, but Toadnak
gonna rush in, do a little bit of damage onto Dino. Took about a quarter of his HP, as they are trying to not allow their map to be opened up even more for Avalon on that attempt to seize the tier 2 turret for the bottom side. I mean, just looking at the advantage so far that Avalon has built up, Fallen is up by 1,000 gold over Templars, and Basic is up by 1,000 gold over Sleeps right now. He went in for that endless battle alongside the Berserker's Fury to be able to sustain himself and do crit damage, as he does find Dino and take him out. You are going to look at BloodHounds trying to pick up the pieces, trying to put some band-aids on their wounds. but can they do it, or will we see those cuts dig in a little deeper for Avalon as Basic finds Copla, the monster kill activated, Thorn Rose dropping down, Ultimate Sniper as well. Templess is going to find Demon. That is going to be a 2-for-1 trade. Basic finds Templess, 3-for-1 trade. Sleeps is going to find Basic to respond, make that 4-for-2. Toadneck Sleeps. The fight is not over as Fallen is going to end it and find Boca Roscoe. A full pretty much wipeout for the BloodHounds as Dino spawns back in to fend off Avalon, but they do claim that tier 2 turret on the bottom side.
That was a mouthful, Weezy. Oh, we need to get you we need to give you a new record label for that one, but that is that is almost a full wipeout for the side of BloodHounds, and Avalon really setting the pace right now. We are looking still 8-12. Avalon still has that really huge gold lead, at least for right now. But what okay, I can't even talk, Weezy. Go ahead, Weezy.
They're definitely not gonna let have any time as this game is getting closer and closer to a finish. BloodHounds trying to pick up the pieces, trying to stop Avalon from closing out this series. Avalon have the advantage though. They're leading in gold, they're leading in turrets and turtles as well. Boca Roscoe is going to find Demon though. That is an answer. Trying to shut down Avalon and make this work in their favor. Fallen is going to find Boca Roscoe though. Toadneck finds Copla for the killing spree. For Arbor for the stun onto Dino, and Basic picking up the kill from that amazing assist. That is going to be a 4-for-1 trade yet again. Make that almost a wipeout as he tried to path in to take down Sleeps, but a little too overly eager, and Fallen will fall. Sleeps draws that kill, and there was a Lord in play, so I don't really know if I agree with that from Fallen trying to go for the wipeout instead of going for the turrets and the neutral objective on the board.
Yeah, but looks like BloodHounds is very behind, so Avalon knows their limitations when it comes to these players being able to dive in for specific people, right? And Fallen's gonna be back up soon, so Avalon definitely has the advantage over there. Sleeps using the ultimate sniper to do a little bit of bush checking and vision checking, but we already see a Lord dance. BloodHounds doesn't want to give this Lord up, but Lord reset, and we see Demon and Templess going at it in that mid lane side. Arvel trying to get some good position in that back side, putting Sleeps and Copla in a very difficult situation, but Toadneck's really doing a lot of work, going into everyone's face here on that Edith, making sure nobody trespasses and touches any of the members of Avalon.
Yeah, just trying to create some separation, trying to take advantage for this Lord pit. Avalon already in position, but BloodHounds making their way into the pit for the battle. Reverse time goes out, and the rough wave. Sleeps is going to find Toadneck for the shutdown. Lord has been enhanced. Basic finds Boca Roscoe for the killing spree. Ultimate sniper going out from Sleeps, but Demon taking the hits to sustain Basic, but both of them very low. The backlines for Avalon still going to join this fight. They are not going to pull back. They don't want this objective to go into the hands of BloodHounds. They have been able to seize the opportunity so far, leading the way inside of this game, and they know if this objective falls in BloodHounds' hands, they can turn this around, and they're not willing to let that risk go. And they are going to go in for the punish. Arvel is going to rush him with time spins. Dino getting a kill, finds Fallen, finds a jungler, and Temple secures a retribution for BloodHounds and takes down Arvel. A buy one, get one free. BloodHounds get out of jail free card, able to turn that around in their favor.
Make that buy one, get two free as they took down Fallen and Arvel off the board for Avalon. Lord into the hands of BloodHounds. So I guess this is a buy one, get three free as they have the advantage right now. They're pushing down that mid lane side, trying to protect those minions as they are going to stomp down. And this is a huge throw for Avalon right now. Gold lead is the same, and one mistake from Avalon, this could be a tie, and we could be looking at a third match for this series, Weezy.
Yeah, it looks like they are having that same plan, but can they execute it, right? They have the advantage now. They were kind of struggling in the early phase, but Avalon now making a lot of mistakes, and BloodHounds is punishing, as we are going to see this enhanced Lord crash into the inhibitor for the top side, but burst it down from Basic to fend off BloodHounds from opening up their base, but they will shift focus and drop down the tier 2 turret for the mid lane. And no, they're going back for the inhibitor. It will fall, and they have opened up the base for Avalon.
I like what Boca Roscoe did there. Boca Roscoe used the IMU, copied Edith's ulted to take down the turret. I feel like that was a really smart idea, as there was no damage dealer with him that does the turret pushing, which is Sleeps. He did that himself. He's like, nope, I'm doing it. I'm going to push down the inhibitor turret. So we see all three inhibitors up for BloodHounds, but only two for Avalon, with that both sides of the mid lane turret. It's actually pretty low, the inhibitor turrets, but one mistake right now can cost both sides, and they both know what's at stake. So it looks like both teams are taking things a little bit slow, and they're slowing things down just a little bit to be able to make sure they make the correct play to take the win home.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the goal difference between the marksman, Sleeps was able to catch up to Basic. Now able to pick up the Berserker's Fury, the Blade of Despair as well, picking up that Legion's sword to do some additional damage. This is what I like to see, right? Sleeps was falling short when it came to the matchup when he was fighting Zia in the gold lane, but now going up against Basic, it looks like he was able to scale through the times and find his rhythm and his groove. So BloodHounds definitely having an opportunity to even out the series. This is anybody's game. An eye for an eye on the way. We do see this Lord spawning in the next 40 seconds, and right now, Avalon leading the way in terms of wave management. BloodHounds needs to find a way to open up the opportunity, and it looks like they're going for that, right? They cleared up the lane on the bottom side. It looks like it's a mirror image effect, but speaking of both sides, Conceal Play called in. Bocarasco finds Fallen. Rough Waves on his way out, taking the IMU and making it profit for himself. Able to get out and takes down the jungler for Avalon.
Uh-oh, Basic might just be caught out. Ooh, nice second skill out there to make sure Tempest doesn't get in his face, but we are looking at another Lord, but Fallen is taken off the board, which means BloodHounds has 100% advantage over this Lord, and that might be a little bit of a misstorytelling coming in from Avalon. They had everything in their favor, but now BloodHounds is going to go ahead and get their first touch on Lord by Tempest.
Yep, they may not be able to get it, but may be able to get some kills instead, as Bocarasco is going to find Demon. 5 seconds to Fallen spawns in. I'm not even sure if he'll be able to make it there in time. I mean, the Lord is about 25% HP, so that should go to BloodHounds. ToteNACT trying to deny it, may be able to get a knock up, but no, Templess is going to claim it for the BloodHounds. Another objective going in their favor, turning this game around. Sleeps is going to find ToteNACT as well. That is going to be 2 members falling for Avalon, and BloodHounds securing this objective 16 minutes in.
Absolutely. Now, BloodHounds did lose 2 of the inhibitor turrets during that entire Lord fight, so this might not be the best situation for BloodHounds, but they were able to take down 2 members of Avalon, and maybe with this Lord, they can potentially cause another push. We are looking at 16 minutes. Everyone is at their fullest power spike, at least for the marksmen and the mage players. They have to be careful right now. They aren't syncing up that bot side turret, so we're gonna have to look at an early push coming from BloodHounds, but this might be the mistake. They should have synced these lanes, but look at Arvo's positioning. We have to watch out.
Right, and can they close it out, right? We see teams try and push it in for the finish, and they make the mistake, and then the other team kind of profits and closes it out. A reverse Uno card may be in effect if BloodHounds is not careful in how they try and close this out, as they can go back to the base with the regen. The Lord does get bursted down, but the inhibitor won't fall. BloodHounds claiming 1 objective, but not able to end it. Still a chance for Avalon to turn this around, but Arvo caught out of position, is going to flicker away just in time, but BloodHounds is going to circle around, try and close him out. Reverse time drops in. Immortality has been procced, too much damage, and Bocarasco is going to activate Killing Spree and take him out.
I think Arvo was a little bit hesitant. He had such a good position in that tri-bush by Red, but looks like the conceal play didn't work out because BloodHound's minions were pushing through. That would have been such a nice set. Kind of repeating history of what Joybaj did on Grok, but Fallen.
Whoa! Way far behind enemy lines. Is going to use the Thorn Rose. Needs to pack through, but hit by a brick wall. Immortality. Not enough to save himself, and Dino secures the kill. Way too far out this late in the game. And BloodHounds seizes the opportunity. Conceal plays over there and takes him down. This is what they need. You can start to see Avalon kind of fumbling through the cracks right now, and they need to find some glue and kind of put it back together if they want to stay in this game. There is still a chance, though, right? The Lord does not spawn for the next 50 seconds, but you cannot continue to be pushing out solo.
Yeah, it looks like Thorn Rose had a little bit too many spikes and wasn't able to execute that perfectly, but look at Demon. He's just sitting in the corner over there on the side of BloodHounds, making sure if anyone were to walk through there, he was able to get a successful pickoff, but looks like BloodHounds have to push through, and Demon knows what's at stake right now. He's going to have to recall back. Is this the end that we're about to see?
Ooh, maybe, but maybe not, as you are going to see Bocarasco Fallen, picking up the kill, takes down Sleeps. A double kill in the blink of an eye. Everything working into the favor of Avalon. BloodHounds wondering where they went wrong. Immortality proc from Copel, but Fallen for the triple kill is going to take him down. It's only Templess, it's only Dino, and the full team of Avalon pushing through. Lord has spawned in, but they don't even need it. The ADC has fallen for BloodHounds. They can close this game out. Look at the bottom side. Templess not able to push out, as you are going to go ahead and see Dino fall in the process for the mid lane, and this is all she wrote is they're boxing him out. Templess can't even recall back to the base, and Avalon's able to turn it around in a matter of seconds. A slight mistake from BloodHounds, and they secure third place in the Battle of Bronze. A huge victory. What a game.
Beautiful game played by both sides, and it looked like BloodHounds had it in them, but Avalon was able to flip the script around and turn the game into their favor. When we thought, you know, Fallen being so far out of the map, we thought that was such a huge mistake, right? We're looking at like almost a 20-minute game. Everyone needs to be alive, but because of that one small play, Fallen looks like he got pretty pissed and literally killed the entire back line of BloodHounds. But congratulations, Avalon, you do take that third place series. Congratulations to you. But BloodHounds, they were just at the edge. They had it, and then looks like the tides have turned. And Avalon, congratulations, Avalon.
Yeah, man, a close game indeed. I mean, it could have been either side, but some slight mistakes happen, and I mean, credits over there for them to be able to close that out. BloodHounds was so close to being able to hit that third place mark, but they still have an advantage from hitting number 4, right? They have 70 points, which is more than all the other teams that fell today, to give them that advantage as we jump into regular season 2 next week. But look at those game stats. I mean, it was an explosion from both sides of the table. It definitely wasn't a one-sided story.
Yeah, it really was. And we were looking at a 20-minute game, 18-21. Gold lead is practically, literally almost the same. Look at everyone's gold. Everyone is literally at their power spike, but looks like Fallen's play at the very end was able to secure and execute out 3 members of BloodHounds, which caused them to fall a little bit short. And Arvel doing a good job zoning out Tempest on this Fredrin to prevent him from going back to base. But Basic had a really rough early game, but was able to turn things around, and looks like he is literally the carry for this match. 10-6.
Yeah, just a beautiful game from both teams, but Fallen coming alive right there, right? Able to hit that triple kill in a matter of seconds, and BloodHounds, just a slight mistake costed them everything. As we're now looking at the post-game stats, I mean, the carry was Sleeps, right? He had the most damage dealt. Templest was the sandbag, taking the most damage. Coppola, the forgotten one, having the most assists. Not, you know, everybody kind of overlooks the assists, but they definitely play a huge factor. But the rich guy, Basic, Mr. Hollywood, get the most gold minutes, and overall able to close out that series alongside his team.
Yeah, Sleeps was able to do 40% damage, but fell a little bit short compared to Basic. Him doing 37% damage, but Fallen also running up with 24, was able to do a beautiful combination of damage to go ahead and take down BloodHounds. Sleeps being the carry for this one, as he has the most amount of damage. Templest being the sandbag on that Fredrin for sure. And Coppola coming in with the almost 100% KP, which is kill participation for the side of BloodHounds. But looks like Avalon was able to execute that well. But Weezy, break down this fight for me.
That's right, as we do a blast from the past, and you're seeing these amazing highlight reels on what led ultimately to Avalon prevailing through for the finish in third place, just showing their pressure through all these amazing fights. BloodHounds was able to take a victory. Not able to take a victory. Avalon was able to kind of close it out, but had a close call, right? They gave them a run for their money, and that's why I say keep your eyes on BloodHounds, as they definitely are going to be a problem as we get later in the season, as they scale through times. That's what we're kind of hoping for. But Avalon, congratulations on this victory. Basic just showing the world he is ready to kind of set the tone for his team, right? This is the first time we've seen him separated from the powerhouse teams such as BTK and TOB, and able to hit third place in the first stage of the NACT Fall is something definitely to be proud about. But this is where it all changed. Fallen just going in, a problem. Dino, Templest, and Coppola all splitting like ants right there, trying to find a way back to their base, but they were not letting their foot off the gas, and they executed exactly when needed to be able to close that game out. And credits to them. Congratulations on moving forward. Like we said, this is a point system. This is not the end, but it's the end of the first phase for only one team, and that is going to be BloodHounds. Avalon is going to go ahead and move forward for that number 3 spot. BloodHounds will get number 4. So that means BloodHounds will have 60 points and Avalon will have 70 points. And now we're going to be battling over that 100 and that 90. Actually, my bad. Avalon is going to go ahead and have 80 points. So it's going to be a battle of that 90 and 100 points now between the powerhouse teams, as we are going to be moving on into the grand finals, right? TOB and BTK. I can't wait to see which way this goes, because all of these teams have been competing. Like I said, we've been hosting so many tournaments in North America to be able to see how these teams kind of scale through times on the off season for NACT. And all these teams we see today pretty much have been there, right? I mean, BloodHounds has been there, BTK, and TOB. So definitely can't wait to see where this goes. And speaking about seeing where it goes, now joined on the desk, our amazing host, Zena Lily.
What a matchup, guys. Avalon controlled the map in round 1, causing BloodHounds to respect his Ling. And that did not work because they had more up in their pockets. So congrats to Avalon for taking the win. Our MVP for the night of this series will be Avalon's jungler, Fallen. Tell us how he got it, guys.
That last minute execution with that Lancelot definitely went in, and I think that's where he got beat because they almost lost the game. But to be able to pick up that triple kill in a matter of seconds, it just turned the tide in their favor, and they were able to close it out. So really put the team on its back for that finish.
Yeah, and Fallen really being able to drive that first snowball with the objective claiming, the farming. That's why I feel like Avalon really depends on Fallen to drive that first push, to drive that first team fight, and Fallen kind of being able to be like, hey, I got this all under control. So you guys do whatever you guys need to do. I'm going to make sure that I am the king of jungle right now. And that's all that matters. And Weezy harped on it earlier. At one point, he had 10k gold, double the gold of somebody's jungler, all the junglers actually, for every single match that he played. So I really feel like he is the MVP. But like I always love to say, everyone is the MVP in their own role, and they did have their moments. It is your fight, your moment. So congratulations to Fallen. I think that's the second MVP series he got. I think he got it yesterday as well. So congrats to you.
Yes, everybody is the MVP because every player matters, right? So be sure to stick around, guys. The fated match between the TheOhioBrothers versus BTK will be Stage 1's final matchup. Grab your snacks and get back to your seats as soon as you can because we're going to take a quick break and start that match.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Drex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever, and that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Stephweezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT Fall Season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Stephweezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Stephweezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, UA. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. UA, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is UA, and the NACT 2023 Fall Season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, UA. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Cena?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello everyone, it's Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 fall season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship, and you never know, it might be you that announces the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall Season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Stephweezy, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT Falls, all of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster, right now casting for MSC. I'm eating, they told me to do this, it's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for, I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support, M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks.
Hello everyone and welcome back again. I wanted to remind you one more time about the August Starlight skin will be Yin's Eternal Guardian skin. Be sure to get that, as well as 10 returning Starlight skins. A new Starlight Shop exclusive will be Killing Notification. You can get all this with a Starlight membership, which is only going to cost you 300 diamonds to get over 6,000 diamonds worth of rewards. The first Starlight purchase gives a bundle worth of 1,700 diamonds. And don't forget, you can get everything super fast with the weekly Diamond Pass. Keep an eye out for more Starlight exclusives, guys. And now we go into the brackets. So right now we have the TheOhioBrothers versus BloodThirstyKings. What are your guys' thoughts on this?
Yeah, TOB definitely a powerhouse alongside BTK, and I can't wait to see which way this goes, as we are going to be paneling over to the predictions for this amazing battle. Best of 5 to close out stage 1. You are going to be seeing, it looks like a little bit of a split decision, but still more in favor for the TheOhioBrothers. Trex and Yue standing tall alongside myself. I don't know how I feel about being on the same team as Yue, but I don't know, maybe Yue will get his big number 2 on being correct today. But for you guys voting for the TheOhioBrothers, it's definitely going to be a battle of that 100% prediction rate, right? Where I'm 7-0, Eunice is 7-0 alongside you, but one of us is going to be wrong today. Who's it going to be?
You. I'm just kidding, no. We shall see, though. BTK has been doing an amazing job. I'm kind of excited to see this matchup because they did take it in the spring season, right, guys?
They did.
They definitely took it, and it's just a battle of the greats, right? Like I said, we've been hosting a lot of tournaments on the off season, and it's been, like I said, the gods flip a coin and it decides who wins the series. So Eunice, I'll tell you one thing, you're going down today. I'm gonna get that 100% prediction rate this time around.
Oh really? Is that how we're doing things now? I thought we were a cast of duo. We're supposed to be on the same team. What happened to that?
Hey,
what
shout
happened
out
to
to Dave is separating us on these predictions, right? He's causing a divide. But everybody definitely place your predictions as well. I know it's out there on the YouTube poll, so I can't wait to see which way it goes.
Shoot, this one's gonna be really tough. I don't even know. I had a hard time choosing myself, but super excited to see it happen.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. I will say BTK, TOB, I mean, they're powerhouses, right? These are the only two teams in North America who didn't have to go through the qualifiers. They had an automatic sitting inside of the top 8, and it goes to show they made their way up into the top 2. So, I mean, even if they're in qualifiers, they still would have made it all the way here. So, credits to them on the amazing things that they bring to the North American community. I mean, you have Moba Zane, you have Yato, you have Joy Baj, you know, Chicken joining the CNT, but on the opposite side of the table with TOB. I can't wait to see what they bring to the table as well.
Yes, it could go either way, but going on to the final stage of stage 1, which will be the best of 5. We're going to have the TheOhioBrothers versus BTK. Let's see the clash of the greats, guys. Let's see how this spring finalists will do today.
We are jumping straight into the draft. A good mark, right? The spring finalists. I mean, it was outplayed. Now back to TOB. BTK, the champions from the spring season, still in effect with pretty much the same roster. The only difference now is that T is not here and Chicken is, right? But Chicken has international experience. He didn't compete in the spring season, but he is now back and ready more than ever to kind of take the opportunity to possibly be the grand finalist today. Looking at the draft so far, you are going to see BTK take out the Fanny, and a response back from the TheOhioBrothers taking out that.
Yeah, and we're gonna go ahead and see a lot of focus from the TheOhioBrothers, especially towards Yato, right? But BTK also needs to focus on Hoon as well. We are talking about, this is kind of history repeating itself for you guys who are new and doesn't know much about these two teams. BTK is kind of the team from the very east, and the TheOhioBrothers is mostly prevailed in the west, but there are some east players, and everybody here on the board, except for best player, actually no, he now has experience, has overseas experience. So every single member right now that you see on the table is well, some members were supposed to have overseas. I'm not gonna stir up anything here, but literally everyone has overseas experience. So we are talking top of the top, king of the king, 2 teams that are gonna go up against it with each other. And like last NACT, these are the same 2 teams that literally fought it out in grand finals. But this ain't the grand finals yet. We're only in the finals, so they are fighting for that 100-point spot. So we aren't really looking for how many games won. We are fighting for the points. So someone today is going to take away the 100 points. Someone today is going to take away 90, which will give them a huge advantage for the next season when we keep tallying up those points.
You know, and something interesting about the Ohio Brothers is, I mean, it's Milo now fighting this out. It's not Yoreshi. Well, Yoreshi wasn't even in the spring season grand finals, right? It was Promise. But now we're going to be seeing Milo jump in here to kind of fill that void. And we're going to see just exactly how he kind of fares off. Will that be the deciding factor to either claim victory for TOB or also claim defeat and let BTK push forward? But when we look at BTK, I mean, it's the same thing, right? Both XP laners are different, right? We have Chicken, we have Milo. Milo, I guess you could say in hindsight, he has international experience because he was behind the scenes for the Valley. Funny story, his older brother was the coach for the Valley back in the day. So to see Milo over here on a main roster definitely shows that he's ready to take up that challenge. But he's going to be going up against Chicken, right? Chicken's known to be possibly the best XP laner in North America, or one of them, at least top 3. And Milo, you know, he wants to try and claim his mark and earn his position as well. So we're going to be looking at a battle between the XP laners, but as we are getting through the draft, we're going to be able to see that Angela being taken off the board alongside the Uranus, and Arlott being slotted first up for BTK.
Yeah, and these are high elo teams, so you're gonna see their draft be a little bit more thought out. So we're looking at more of that longer draft phase compared to the rest of the teams that we saw today. Not saying that they are any less of players. Everyone here that has qualified is literally one of the top. So congrats to you guys for making it to NACT and getting a spot. But we are talking about these 2 teams that have fought it out in grand finals, and some of these members are gonna make their way over to ISF that is coming up around the corner, and some of these teams as well has gone to MSC and had some experience as well. So we are looking at very, very good players, but I already see a trade coming out. So you're going to see a Uranus getting banned out, Triz getting banned out, but in response to that is going to be the Arlott. We're going to go ahead and take away the Fredrin and the Kadita. So taking away Zane's Fredrin is one, but Zane's going to claim his hero back and go for the Baksha pick. And now Zane has actually done really well on this Baksha, right? Even on his streams, and he's been doing great on these tank fighter jungles, and he is literally the king of fighter, right? And he's going to go ahead and lock in that Baksha, which gives very good clear speed. And I know Weezy, you know how, you know, Mobazin is, you know, if he runs a Fred, he's the man that walks around with a hand in his pocket, you know, kind of putting away pixie dust all around the floor wherever he walks. We used to always make that a good statement, and he might do it again today. But Arlott and Baksha for a trade for Fredrin and Kadita.
You know, and I'm wondering if Milo's just going to run the Fredrin and the XP lane, still open up the opportunity for the best player to run an assassin. You're going to see Yato pick up this Ramus, offering some sustainability to the team. He does have the cool altar. Definitely a great decision. I mean, he can also pull heroes back to provide that CC that Chicken's going to bank on to be able to rush in and get those kills. Zane getting comfortable on this Baksha. You are right. He's been running this a lot, and he's been profiting. He's been winning tournaments on it. So to be able to see him pull it out again, that's more of like his bread and butter now. Teams keep focusing on his Fredrin, but hey, he has a couple more tricks up his sleeve since the spring season. Now, I will say, looking at the Ohio Brothers, they have this Kadita pick. I think it's a wise decision, right? It walked through the draft, and they picked it up. But I like the Arlott from Chicken as well. He'll be able to get to the back line and do a lot of damage. I think it was possibly the best XP lane option since the Uranus was taken off the table. But now, looking at the first phase of the draft being finished, Hoon is going to go ahead and secure the marksman for their team. Go into the hands of Zia, going to do a little bit of a swapperoo as we prevail through the draft. But they are going to pick up that Beatrix.
Yeah, Zia has been really comfortable on this Beatrix, and we saw in the first game towards the mid to early game, especially against a game against BloodHounds, he was able to get that early game. He was at 5-0 at one point until, you know, things have turned around just a little bit in unfortunate favor of the Ohio Brothers. Now, I already see the read coming in, so Ohio Brothers going to go ahead and ban out that Kaja, ban out the 1-1 as well. 1-1 is ISO's one-trick marksman. He has played it in NACT Grand Finals, and he's also been playing it very well. We did see him play it against Avalon, and we were both worried actually, right? He literally played it right into a Kufra, which is one of his biggest counters. But banning out the suppression is a good idea, which also prevents Joybaj from being able to play the suppression heroes, because he has literally been only spamming, you know, the suppression heroes, Kaja, Franco, and Chow. Last game, however, he did play the Grok, the Wild Charge, and it was beautiful. He executed it very, very well. So maybe they are able to pick that up one more time. And BTK is going to go ahead and ban out the Martis. And I am thinking BTK might get a read that best player might be playing that tank jungle. And he is able to swap around, but I feel like it all depends on the draft, right? And the Fairness, the Cult Altar, the Saving Grace, as we both love to call it, might be an issue. Because if Yato ult, right? Kurita's Rough Waves, if he's able to time that, there's no damage coming in. Is able to nullify a lot of it. So we are looking at pretty tight drafts right now, Weezy. You want to break it down for me more?
Yeah, definitely some tight drafts. I mean, the Cho is still on the table, and Shark and Joybaj are definitely well known for it. The Franco is still walking. We mentioned kind of those heroes that can pretty much get you chained up in that CC, kind of that suppression if you must. And I do expect one of them to walk through here, right? Is it going to be the Franco? Is it going to be the Cho? Or will we see both of them picked up for both teams? I think it would be excellent answers, as BTK is trying to limit the jungler pool for best player right now. They are going to take out that Hayabusa. Hellcurt is still on the table. The Lancelot is still available. They did take out that Martis. But when it comes to the roamers, that's really who I'm going to keep my eye on, right? I mean, you could even go even further and try and pick up like a Minotaur or also a Atlas if you since they have last pick in the draft, or the Kufra definitely being a great option. But speaking of junglers, like I said, it was a very limited hero pool, and the Lancelot was really one of the only options outside of the Hellcurt, and best player is going to go ahead and secure it.
Yeah, I feel like Joybaj is going to pick up the Franco, potentially. Franco's still walking around the board. It's not been banned yet. And Joybaj's next comfort room was that the Grok, the Wild Charge. And he did show how to use it very well in that last game. So I'm still looking at a lot, though. I still see a Kufra still walking around. I still see a Lowly still walking around. But that all depends on how BTK wants to go with this draft, right? As long as they have that team synergy, they can pull off any hero. So we are looking at still a lot of options. There is still Beatrix is picked up by the TheOhioBrothers. I'm maybe looking at Brody or potentially Leslie. Oh! There it is. We are looking at the Franco and the Leslie pick. So we are looking at more of a late game, mid to late game power spike for BTK, only because Leslie is being slotted for the marksman, so she does take time to scale. But Shark, I wonder what he's going to pick here.
Yeah, I mean, he could pick up the Cho, or no, they're going to go in for the Valentina. Okay, so they're going to run the
Kadita Roam
in the Roam position, and they're going to go ahead and pick up this Valentina in the mid lane for Hoon. Zia is going to run that Beatrix in the gold lane. It's going to be paired up against ISO on the Leslie. So with the drafts being locked in for game 1 of the grand finals for stage 1 NACT Fall, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I feel like both teams have answers on the table. Again, it's just going to boil down to who can execute the draft. You have sustainability from BTK. You have the Ferrams to keep them alive, but you also have the co-alter from Hoon since he has the Valentina. So there's 2 co-alters on the table. There's Group CC from Super Shark on this Kadita. But then you also have some good Group CC from Fried Chicken on this Arlot, right? Mobazane running something that he's more comfortable on. That Boxy at jungle kind of replacing his Fredrin could be a problem. But I think it's going to be a battle of the XP lane this time around, right? How does Milo go head-to-head up against Fried Chicken? The battle of Arlot up against the Fredrin in the XP lane, as we are now jumping into game 1 of the grand final stage 1 NACT Fall. BloodThirstyKings, your champions from the NACT spring season, going head-to-head against the TheOhioBrothers.
Yeah, which is the runner-up for NACT 2023 spring. We already see Retry being used in by Zane. A lot of good pressure coming in, but for the early game, I'm going to have to give it up to BTK, right? They have Yato running this Fairness with a little bit of sustain with his little orbs, right? But we also see Chicken running this Arlot, a little bit of sustain with that dash and the lifesteal that you get. But Zane also being a running that tank jungle gives you that sustain. So I feel like BTK is going to have that aggro towards that early game stage, which I feel like they should be able to take this into their pocket and start snowballing. And the issue is, can the TheOhioBrothers block that from happening?
Yeah, I definitely agree. When it comes to the draft, I would kind of favor BTK a little bit more. I feel like it's going to be a little awkward with Milo running this Fredrin in the XP lane, but he can still pull it off. Definitely going to have to play a little bit more passive. Arlott is going to profit when it comes to the set potential from Yato being able to pull people in when he rushes in with Paramus. But that's really all he's going to profit on, right? I guess maybe the slow from Boxio could possibly proc those eyes. But when I'm looking at the TheOhioBrothers, I mean, they have some great CC. They have good combinations with these heroes and their utility. So I really think it's just going to go down to the 5v5 engagements.
Oh, yeah.
Mobazane definitely rotating around, trying to out-farm best player. Able to stop him in his tracks, but is going to Phantom Execution out. But oh my goodness, Joy Bosch is going to try. He used the flicker for that too. Almost able to grab him and pull him back to the turret.
Absolutely. Now that is a flicker burnt, however, for BTK, especially in that roam position, which means this turtle might be a little bit of a disadvantage when Joy Bosch is able to flicker hook and get the jungler, but topside Milo.
Yeah, you are looking at Milo rushing in, taking a lot of damage, but Hoon rushing in, trying to get him to safety. Is going to use the IMU for the final slash. Best player is going to claim the turtle for the TheOhioBrothers, but Joy Bosch with the bloody hunt. Mobazane for the kill, drawing first blood. Is going to go ahead and take down Super Shark. BTK able to draw a kill, but losing the first neutral objective. Right now, both teams are going to be tied in terms of gold, so neither side have the most major advantage. Dane able to pick up a kill, though, which will give him the advantage at rotating around the farm, but you are seeing best player make up for it by claiming that first neutral objective. Now, looking at the matchups, right? We are looking at Zia going up against ISO. ISO is the champion gold laner for BTK, and he was able to kind of work against Zia when it came to the spring season. So now, flipping it back around, will Zia be able to even it out and win in that matchup? I mean, on paper, he can win in the early phase up against the Leslie, who is going to take a little bit more time to scale. That's also going to be dependent on the team rotating around and creating the opportunity for those gold lanes to profit.
But with these two teams, it's not really about book anymore. It's about the players that we are looking at and how much they are focused and how well they can team fight with each other. That's the real deal here, Weezy. But looks like a little skirmish here. Here we go.
That's right. You are going to see Mobazane rushing in, trying to do some damage, but not able to hit the mark. It may be a little bit of a slower game. It's considering looking at the draft from BTK. They're not really too focused on being kill-oriented. They're trying to play for the long game, get ISO on those power spikes he needs to be able to deal that single burst damage onto the side of TOB. But looking like Zia not having any plans to let this go to the late. Already chipping down the gold on that turret to 50%.
Yeah, already a little bit of a gold advantage for Zia for the side of TOB. Is doing very well, grabbing all of that farm, but ISO getting a little bit of vision, knows exactly where Shark is now. So he knows to be careful and not to step any 2 feet forward before he gets his toes stepped on by the side of the TheOhioBrothers, but Turtle being pulled in by Shark.
And Zane gonna rotate around to it and pull the aggro. Shark is trying to stay there, trying to get vision to create the opportunity for the denial and the contest. Fall Altar has been activated from the side of BTK, and Mobazane will claim the turtle for his team. ISO takes down Milo. That is going to be the XP lane falling for the TheOhioBrothers. Zia gets a kill, finds Joy Bosch. Chicken is going to find Zia to respond as ISO picks up a double and finds best player. 3 members falling to the TheOhioBrothers, 1 member for BTK. They are also able to claim that first turtle.
Beautiful Cult Altar coming in from Yato was able to nullify all the damage coming from Shark, and this is what I warned you guys earlier about in draft, right? The Cult Altar coming in, the rough waves is not going to do enough damage. It's going to nullify everything, right? ISO coming into the Cult Altar a little bit later, saved him, but woo! Oh, what just happened? Weezy, I just blinked. I blinked.
Takes down Hoon. I know, I blinked too. I think we both almost missed that. But speaking of missing things, ISO falling to Zia, giving him the advantage in the gold lane. But Zane joining the party, trying to shut down Zia. Is going to flicker back, trying to get to safety. Does escape the wrath of Mobazane, the king of the junglers, but may not be the same thing for Shark, because he is going to use the rough waves to get out. But Joyboss on the chase, needs the iron hook, misses it. Zane on the chase, but a misdirection from Super Shark, gets caught off guard and falls down. Has been slayed. Bloody Hunt goes down for suppression on the best player, out of position, is going to use a Phantom Execution and the puncture, the path through, and escapes with 5% HP.
But that is a ult burnt for Yacht. Ooh! Whoa, Weezy. You gotta be at the edge of your seats. I blink for 1 second and stuff's happening. I can't keep up, Weezy.
Yeah, but definitely the Ohio Brothers not wasting the opportunity. Instant transmission with those flickers on the screen to be able to draw that kill. And now 63 on the scoreboard. BTK leading the way as you are seeing some of the items picked up. ISO picking up the Berserker's Fury, having a little bit of that crit at its disposal.
Yeah, they're definitely pressing the gas pedal for the side of the Ohio Brothers, but BTK is kind of waiting for Zayn to start farming, right? ISO might be 2-1, but macro-wise, they are very even. Now, we are talking about two teams that really take things very slow as they care more about the objectives than they do kills. But for right now, TOB does have a turret in their favor, but looks like ISO is going to trade that out.
Yeah, gonna trade that out. Who will be able to claim this turtle? First one went to BTK, but the second one going to the Ohio Brothers. They now have 2 turtles under their belt and may be able to pick off some kills as you are gonna see the rough waves go down. Super Shark takes down MOBA Zayn. Once best buddies, now enemies across the land of Dawn, but a huge iron hook on the Super Shark by JoyBoz and Yato securing the kill. But the suppression goes in from the IMU. Bloody Hunt onto Yato. Alter being forced out for BTK. Ultimate Sniper from ISO from afar in their jungle. Shuts down Hoon. Not able to step in front of those bullets, and ISO secures that kill. Milo and Zia now trying to push out of the mid-river. Need to get away, but wait a minute. Zia with the damage, and Milo to finish. Finds ISO and may be able to take out Chicken.
Beautiful play, and Zia, I love how he waited so patiently in that bush, but Chicken.
He's gonna rush in. Oh my goodness! Chicken, a menace! The placement of micro, the ability to make that work in his favor and pick up the kill, takes down Super Shark, outplays best player in Zia in that mid lane and sustains himself. And this just shows you how much of a valued asset he is for the BloodThirstyKings.
Yeah, Shark's not doing too well. He's sitting at 1-4, and you know, we thought that the Kanitha pick would have been very nice here, but he just keeps getting hooked by JoyBoz from the mid side.
Are still seeing pressure from BTK. Both teams trying to take these objectives, but when you look at the turrets, right? I mean, there was a lane swap already with the marksman going to the top side for the Ohio Brothers. Zia up there trying to claim that turret, but it looks like Chicken was able to take it and deny him that pressure on the map, which means they are going to be leading in terms of turrets for BTK. As you are going to see Super Shark trying to rush out, but the Petrify, Chicken rushing in, trying to get the kill. Finds it, takes down Super Shark, may be able to get another. The R-Line is unstoppable. ISO is going to find Hoon. 2 members falling for BTK, 2 members falling for TOB, nobody falling for BTK. Sniper goes down, Alter being activated, Venice Rage dropping from Zia, trying to contest BTK from claiming that turret in the mid lane, but they're now going to shift their focus into the Lord Pit.
Yeah, BTK does have the advantage right now of turrets. 2 turrets into their favor and turtle favor into the favor of Ohio Brothers. But they did a very good job defending that mid side to prevent anything from being pushed. But Lord is going to be picked up by BTK. MOBA Zayn, the king of jungle, putting their hands on it. But, oh my goodness.
Chicken is just leading the Ohio Brothers right now with this R-Line. I mean, he is 4-0-4. Most kills and best KDA so far in this game. When you're looking at the Ohio Brothers, all of their kills are going split between Zia and Milo. But nobody has an answer for Chicken, right? He's always at the right place at the right time, and every time he sees an enemy, he's guaranteed to take them down. But conceal play has been called out from JoyBoz. They are going to go ahead and try and seize this turret in the mid lane, and it looks like TOB will not be able to deny it.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of objectives has been lost for the side of TOB as Lord has been picked up by BTK, still pushing down that bot side, and TOB needs to come with a response, but here comes the invasion once again.
Yep, invasion does go down. Rough Waves dropping in for a possible pickoff, but T with the final slash, not able to sustain himself. Best player will take him out. Ultimate Sniper onto Milo. 1 HP will be able to make it back to the base, all in the midst of this as the Lord is pushing in on the bottom side.
Yeah, but we might see another skirmish in the mid side. Here we go, Weezy, step by step.
Yeah, possibly gonna fight it out as they are trying to take the tier 2 turret, slowly inching their way up the map. BTK leading the way as it is bleeding blue. The Kings of Kings, the BloodThirstyKings, showing the world we are ready to take game 1. They're trying to repeat what we've seen in the NACT spring season, but the Ohio Brothers still confident to be able to turn this around.
Yeah, definitely trying to do that Control-C and Control-V from what happened in that last season, but still have a lot of insurance left, right? TOB still has time for Zia to scale, and once Milo starts getting a little bit more tanky, is able to take forward a lot of those damage. But mid lane, they gotta look for a little bit more. Macro, they are slacking just a little bit as they are behind in turrets. If they can look for a response, this might be a little bit of an easier game for TOB, but BTK has to keep their momentum going if they want to take this game to a win.
That's right. I mean, you're slowly seeing the turrets fall for the TheOhioBrothers, and they're not really able to do anything about it. At this point in the game, they just need to group up together and wait for the opportunity from BTK being over-aggressive. As you are going to see Chicken on the top side alongside ISO take yet another turret to tier 2, leaving only the tier 2 for the mid before TOB is stripped down to their inhibitors. And now going to go ahead and contest on the purple buff as well. Zane picking that up, out farming best player so far, leading by 4,000 gold. And also 4 turrets up on the TheOhioBrothers.
Macro, definitely BTK is winning, but might see a little bit of a skirmish. Now, the thing is with these two teams, they do know their limitations, so they know when to go in and when to back out. So you can definitely see the discipline coming in from both teams, but the issue is who makes the first mistake or a foul play for them to turn it into their side and their game.
Right, and right now, it's looking like BTK may be able to try and close this out early. But TOB, right, they are a top-tier team. Even when the odds are not in their favor, with no turrets on their side, they can still find a way to turn this around. And it just goes off their IQ and experience. So BloodThirstyKings, even with the advantage, they cannot blink for a second or they'll lose the opportunity that they've built up so far. As you are going to go ahead and see Milo, best player, get in position to possibly take this Lord. But BTK now joining the party as well. Mobazane running on this Boxia jungle that he's been known for so far recently on the professional scene, and now they're going to fight it out. Co-Alter being activated from Hoon to sustain Milo, Zia, but the Co-Alter responded back from the BloodThirstyKings into the hands of Yato. Rough Waves goes down, Super Shark trying to escape, but not able to as ISO finds a kill on an Iron Hook, connected with the Bloody Hunt. Mobazane securing a kill on the best player, and now Zia doing a lot of damage on a Chicken, tries to rush in, but Zia going to deny it, shut him down. That is a 2-for-1 trade. TOB still behind in members. BTK may have the advantage they need to take this objective.
Wow.
Milo is going to find Yato. Killing spree activated. Milo knocked airborne, but may get another. Does find ISO for the double. Joyboss very low. Milo wants to triple. He can smell blood. He's chasing down Joyboss. Zane not able to get the Lord. It will be reset. What a skirmish.
Definitely a skirmish here, but we are looking at Retry still into the favor of BTK, so this can be anybody's Lord as best player is coming back up to the ground. This is going to be another 5v5 skirmish, but ISO is taken down currently, so the TheOhioBrothers need to burst this Lord down as fast as they can before ISO comes back on the board, but Mobazane coming in with the cheese wheel.
Is going to wrap around with the cheese wheel, trying to find the cheese of the retribution, but blocked by the side of TOB. Best player is going to claim the Lord for the TheOhioBrothers. Shark gets out with barely any HP, but they are still fighting it out. Not done yet. Hoon finds Yato. Final slash going in. That was the IMU from Hoon to set the team of BTK, and they have to now pull back. Lord goes into the hands of TOB.
Beautiful Renus Empathy coming in from Zia was able to snipe down Yato and make him extremely low and let the rest of the TheOhioBrothers finish up that game. Now they have to be careful, right? Capitalize everything, reset all the waves for them to be able to take this Lord and do something with it. Because usually we see Lords getting taken down pretty early, but this is all dependent on how they want to sync their waves. So Milo already doing a good job cutting off some of the waves of BTK so they can't push up any further. But let's see how BTK wants to play their cards.
Yeah, and Zia is going to claim yet another turret. Definitely outscaling ISO, up by about 1,000 gold on him and picking up all of his core items. Lord is going to crash into the tier 2, and down it goes in favor for TOB. Haas-Class picked up from Zia to sustain himself for the late game battles, as you are going to go ahead and see the Lord bursted down from BloodThirstyKings.
I'm gonna have to give big credits though, however, to Chicken. Chicken's Arlot has been literally dominating every single member of the TheOhioBrothers at the final slash, putting too much CC for the rest of the team to go ahead and do some damage. But Hoon
Gonna rush in, Vince dropping down, Co-Alter activated. Zia is gonna find Joyboss. ISO finds Super Shark, both marksmen picking up a kill from the opposing sides. Fried Chicken is gonna find Zia, finds the ADC for TOB. And now BloodThirstyKings on the hunt, trying to find more members. Milo in the bush, they don't spot him out. Zane wraps around, going for the backline, is going to go in for Hoon. ISO securing the kill. That is going to be 3 members falling to 1. TOB now in a deficit. BTK may be able to wave management and clear out these lanes to push forward on the map.
Yeah, 1-for-3 trade, and that is not a good deal for the TheOhioBrothers, but a beautiful deal for the side of BTK. Now they have to do this. This is like the same story over and over, kind of seeing a repeat in the story, but best player.
Does rush in, is going to puncture through the minions back to safety. Zane, very confident and very tanky on this Boxia. Is the 9 best player, the farm that he needs, but we are slowly getting to the late game right now. 16 minutes in, 17-11, one of the highest scope games that we've seen so far today between these powerhouse teams, the best in North America. But this is the grand final, right? The battle of merit as the gods flip a coin. Who will it land on, BTK or TOB?
Yeah, definitely have to watch out for Chicken. He's doing a lot of work right now for the side of BTK. He is giving that set potential, followed up by Yado, actually, doing a lot of support. 2-3-12 right now, but Joybaj also getting a kill and suppression on Hoon to make sure the Cult Altar isn't interfered with Yato's, but looks like the two tanks are going at it right now. Mobazane and best player, and looking like this lance right now is going to be a tank lance. So tanks a lot. We are going to go shift back to our previous NACT where tanks a lot has been prevailing, but Mobazane always on this tank jungle is going to do the best in King of Farming. But here we go.
Battle on the way. Best player soaking up a lot of damage, but Yato finds Super Shark. Zia with the sniper. Not able to save his teammate, and now needs to pull back. Speaking of snipers, Iso with the ultimate sniper hits Zia. Now making his way all the way back. Zia running very far from this engagement. His team needs him, but he was not there. And Milo very low. Core altar from Hoon to keep him alive, but for how long? Does flicker away, but not the same for Hoon as he gets caught in the tracks of BTK and bursted down, creating the opportunity for them to take this Lord.
Absolutely beautiful immune though from best player coming in with Joybaj's ult, but wasn't enough to go ahead and sustain that team fight. But look at best player trying to look for something, but unfortunately might not make it.
Whoa! But look at the high IQ plays. Look at the pathing. Thorn Rose not enough. With the full team of BTK stampeding around him, they will burst him down. And no, my goodness! Zia steals the Lord from Mobazane. With the Bennett's rage, it gets away to safety, but Iso in a 1v1 matchup. Zia picks up the kill, still alive. The Haas class to sustain himself. High IQ plays. Nice goal lane you have, Zane. Now in the hands of TOB for the denial.
Absolutely. Now we are seeing a flip in the script that was supposed to be King of the Jungle, King of Retry. Zane taking that Lord, but looks like TOB. Zia is going to go ahead and take it with this Beatrix.
Man, huge play. That's what TOB needed. BTK, if they would have took that Lord, they could have closed it out. But with their backs against the wall and their ADC not back in time for the next 10 seconds, they may be able to end this game and claim game 1 as the Lord is still intact. Slowly making his way into the base. Cole Altar being activated over there from Yato and responded back from Hoon with the IMU. Keeping both teams alive. Zia finds Yato. Can he find another? Fried Chicken trying to front line to soak up the damage, clear out the minions. Little bit sniper going down. Joyboss very low. Goes back to the base for some regen, forcing TOB out of their base. But they are not done yet. They want to claim another inhibitor. Mobazane soaking up the damage. Chicken beside him. Yato and Joyboss from afar. Misses the Iron Hook, but hits the Bloody Hunt. Yato securing a kill. Finds Zia. Finds the ADC for TOB. With their marksman out of position, BTK gains the advantage again and will force TOB back to their side of the jungle.
Looks like they kind of overstayed their stay there, but BTK did a beautiful job recovering from that fight and was able to defend all their turrets beautifully well. Base Crystal is about halfway, but that will definitely regen as we keep going with this fight. And we are at a 20-minute game. Power Spike has been hit. Both sides are at stake, and looks like BTK wants to go ahead and pull all aggro towards the side of TOB.
And BTK now flipping it back in their favor. Can they close it out? A battle of ping pong between BTK and TOB. This is what we always see when these two teams go head to head, and it just shows you how explosive their matches can be. But only one team will be able to claim victorious, right? This is the grand finals for stage 1 of the NACT Fall Season, best of 5. And this is only game 1, 20 minutes in. I don't even know which way this is going to go. It's just going to boil down to micro and macro from both sides.
It just keeps going back and forth, Weezy. Like, there's no lead right now, right? Gold is literally neck to neck. There's literally 100 gold difference from both sides, but like literally EXP for the BTK is doing all the work, and for TOB, Zia is the one doing all the damage. So who is it really going to be taken off first? And I feel like one of those members gets taken off for other sides. This can be anybody's game, but it depends on who gets taken off. Is it going to be Zia first or Chicken?
That's definitely one of the million-dollar questions that we're asking today, right? I mean, Zia able to get that clutch play, able to take that Lord from Mobazane. I didn't really expect it, but he had a high IQ play, right? Dropped that Venice Rage, able to take it down, and that kept TOB in this game. But BTK was able to shut down Zia on their push to try and close it out, and now here we are with both teams being even again. Just love to see the battle between who were friends at one point in time, but now enemies in the Land of Dawn. I'm sure they're still friends outside of the Land of Dawn, but I love to see the camaraderie between all of these players today. You are going to see the Cult Altar activated in the mid lane from Hoon, keeping his team alive, but Yato joining the party. Milo frontlining all the damage. Far behind enemy lines, dodge the Iron Hook from JoyBosh. Cult Altar being activated from Yato. This time for the side of BTK, as we are going to see this Lord spawn in.
Absolutely, both sides have used their ults for especially the Cult Altar, which Saving Grace is a better one, but ISO doing a lot of damage to Milo, but look at JoyBosh.
Shark is going to find Yato, gets the kill. One member falling for BTK, and that may be what they needed. Hoon is going to find JoyBosh, though. Two members falling. A slight mistake from the BloodThirstyKings. Zia finds Mobazane. Only ISO and Chicken by themselves and make that. Wait a minute. 1v1. Immortality being proc. Zia finds Chicken. And that is just ISO left alone on an island and 5 members of the TheOhioBrothers. Best player takes him down. Hoon is going to take down ISO.
Oh, Yato.
And now a full wipeout, but Yato's still in the mix. Minions crashing down the mid lane. He needs to clear them out, but I don't think he has enough time. He is trying for dear life, but Hoon, drawing killing spree, will shut him down. And my goodness, the TheOhioBrothers shuts down BTK, game 1 of the grand finals for stage 1 NACT Fall.
Absolutely, but not yet a shutdown yet. We still have 3 more games to go if this wants to be a official shutdown for the side of TheOhioBrothers, but that is already a good first game coming in from both sides. BTK versus TheOhioBrothers. We already seen this turn into a 20-minute game, and Weezy, you're gonna have to be at the edge of your seat for these next games because we blinked for 1 second and someone's just clipped off the board, so oh my goodness, I can't even tell what's going on.
Every time these two teams fight, man, I love to see it, right? They all work so very hard to get to this point, and it shows in the Land of Dawn. Even when your jungler's out, hey, your marksman knows where to be, and Zia able to get that denial and get that Lord in their favor, and, you know, ultimately, through the line, help them win this game. BTK did an excellent job. I think they were at the right place at the right times. Zane wasn't able to get that retribution in time. Maybe didn't expect Zia to hit that Bennett's Rage last minute, but nonetheless, it just shows you just a difference in the skill level between these top two teams. And now looking at the post-game stats, 22 minutes of chaos.
22 minutes of chaos indeed. 22-19 is the kill score. Gold is also very, very even. Now this is really all a battle of whoever has the better team fight. And now ISO coming in with 8 kills, but Zia also mirroring the same amount of kills, but definitely have to give the sandbag over to Milo. Was able to tank away a lot of that damage, but replay, break it down for me, Weezy. What happened?
Oh man, that's a lot to break down between these teams. The battle on the Lord was on the way. Shark found Yato. Right, this was only game 1, and it looked like it was a grand finals final game, but this is the grand finals game 1 of a best of 5. You are seeing them fight it out. Chicken trying to soak up the damage to the final slash. Zia finding Zane, and this is what ultimately led to the finish from the TheOhioBrothers, able to fully wipe out BTK and push through that mid lane, leaving Yato by himself to kind of fend them off, and it just was not enough.
Yeah, it looks like the rich guy's gonna go to Zia, and Carry will also go to Zia as well, doing the most damage and also farming at the same time. But the sandbag is going to be Mobazane, as he did run that tank Baksha, was able to sustain a lot. But JoyBosh is gonna come in with 13 assists, being the one getting to the back line, suppressing Hoon from popping that Cult Altar, as JoyBosh really wanted Yato's Cult Altar to be the most prevailing in the Land of Dawn. But looks like for this match, Hoon was the one to be able to be the saving grace for their rest of the team.
Yeah, and just, man, just to be able to jam pack that, right? Me and you sat side by side with each other inside of the spring season to be able to see Outplay going up DK, and now pretty much the same team of it on TOB fighting it out with the addition of Milo instead of Promise. It's the same kind of feeling, right? You never know which way it's going to go. It's back and forth, and I just love to be a part of it. Definitely a shout out to BTK and TOB. We're supporting both of them. I know it gets kind of crazy in the battlefield, but you know, we want to see who will be able to represent us in M5, and I'm definitely proud to say if it was one of them, I'm cool with that, right? Even any of the teams in top 8, I can't wait to see where they kind of land their mark inside of history for Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. But man, that was game 1, Eunice. Just game 1 of this best of 5 grand final, stage 1 NACT.
Looks like we're gonna be here for a long time, Weezy. So, I mean,
hey, but at least we got some great matches.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I would have to say, get Chicken off of Arlot. I mean, Weezy, you and I saw all those clips that happened with Chicken. Literally one blink of an eye, and someone just got knocked off the board. And Chicken really was such a huge issue for the side of the TheOhioBrothers. So maybe limit out Chicken, and he was doing so much work early game. Like he was doing everything. Literally shutdown happening 10 minutes in because there was no response for him. And honestly, maybe that's what BTK needs, right? Chicken kind of setting the tempo of the fights and the sets. Maybe that's what they needed this entire time.
Yeah, it definitely could have been what they needed, but Milo did a great job as well. I mean, even though Chicken was definitely a lot more explosive and flashy with the plays that he pulled off, Milo was able to sustain himself, right? He didn't fall too many times, and he was also leading with majority of the kills for the TheOhioBrothers. So I definitely think Chicken had the advantage when he slotted in that Arlot on the first pick for the draft, and maybe it would have been the same story if Milo was first pick on the other side of the table. So now with the TheOhioBrothers having first pick this time around, it's definitely going to change their strategy, right? They're going to go ahead and ban out this Kadita, ban out this Terizla. Liking what I'm seeing so far.
Absolutely. Now, we already know that a ban is going to be taken off the side of BTK, as Fanny is a definite respect fan for best player, as he is one of the most known Fanny Assassin players. So we do see another Angela getting banned. Now, Angela works so well with tank jungles. I promise you, literally, as soon as Heartguard comes up, the fighter is literally back to full health. So no matter what you do to the tank jungle, you just can't kill him. Unkillable, unstoppable. Literally needs to be the name of the jungler. So we are seeing a lot of bans. Baksha just got banned out, which is now limiting Zayn off of his jungle. But I already know Zayn has a lot up his sleeve. He's literally pulled every single fighter you can think of, starting from Paquito to Bane to Alpha to Tinks-a-Lot to Frederick, you name it. Zayn's gonna pull out that wild card in front of TheOhioBrothers. So I feel like that is a okay ban, but I would have liked to see more of a meta ban, maybe a Eve, a Valentina, something else that can limit some other person. Arla is open once again, so we have to really be careful with what's happening. Uranus is also open, and if they don't ban Uranus, we are looking for a trade from the side of TheOhioBrothers.
Or it could be the Valentina as well, right? I mean, we have seen teams kind of pick that up nice and early in the draft. Now, I do agree with you with the Uranus pickup. Like, you don't want Chicken to get that. Like, Chicken on Uranus is literally, like, unkillable. So if you allow that to
EXP,
walk, you definitely want...
pretty much.
Yeah, any EXP. But specifically Chicken from the recent tournaments that we've been seeing, he's very comfortable on it. But Milo is going to deny him that, and I respect it, right? I've got to meet Milo in person. A very great dude, an amazing player. Like we said, always playing behind the scenes on the top teams in North America. He was traveling around the world with the Valley back in the day. His brother was like a coach for them as well. So now to see him kind of living out his dreams and fighting it out and doing really well, right? And like I said, he wasn't the reason that TOB was kind of falling short at some of the moments in the game. He was actually able to hold his own, and definitely very impressive, especially up against a top competitor such as Chicken. But now with this Uranus on the table, that's going to provide Milo the opportunity to cut behind the lane of BTK and clear out those minions and possibly be there for the team engagements.
I am looking for a Fredrin. Oh, there it is. And a Kaja. Now, we already know Zayn is the king of that Fredrin, a hand in his pocket, walking around. Just sprinkle a little pixie dust and give a little bit of a energy boost for BTK. But Joybosh is going to go ahead and lock that Kaja, one of his comfort rooms with that suppression coming in. So I feel like that's a good pick for Joybosh. Now, that is a suppression, however. So it's going to be very hard for TheOhioBrothers to get a little bit of that groove and that momentum early game once Joybosh hits 4 for any CC to be set, because Joybosh can immediately ult in, do a Divine Judgment, get that marksman out of the face, get Hoon out of the face, suppress the jungler best player from taking any objectives. So we have to be careful. But I'm also thinking of a Franco pick here. Maybe you want to just mirror the suppression, or is Shark looking for more of an AoE, maybe like a Lolita, Kufra. He is known for his Loli, but they're actually going to opt in for an early marksman pick. Zia is going to run this Melissa.
Gonna run in that Melissa. Now, I mean, you still got to worry about Joybosh. Even though you use that go away, I think you can still pretty much close that gap for the Divine Judgment, and you can still hit him with the Ring of Order too. So is it the best option? Time will tell. I mean, I guess it does work because they have the Arlot and they have Mobazane running this Fredrin, but the Arlot with the final slash can still go through that go away bubble and take him out of it if he places it right. So definitely gonna have to keep his eyes on that. It is gonna be a mid to late game pickup. Like I said with Zia, he kind of has been scaling. He's been doing such a great job in the gold lane just dominating. I mean, when he was going up against Sleeps, he was able to continuously have more gold than him every single game. It was not like just one time. It was just consistently, right? And now jumping into this, the same thing. He was out farming ISO in the gold lane as well. Yes, he did have the opportunity from the TheOhioBrothers trying to take some of the early neutral objectives to kind of help him get that power spike, but nonetheless, that's what you want to do, right? You want to feed your ADC so they can carry you toward the mid to late game, and that's what we're starting to see. So for BTK, they still have some options on the table. They need to pick up their marksman. They still got to pick up their mage as well.
Absolutely, but looks like BTK is going to start banning out Shark, and my response for the TheOhioBrothers is probably going to ban out ISO on his marksmans, right? So we're going to see a Farsa getting banned out, so banning out Yado. Usually, we saw this a lot actually when we casted the spring season for NACT. It's always the Valentina Farsa or the Kadita Eve or the Valentina Eve, so there's always a trade between the mid laners, but we are seeing a Kufra getting banned out, so very much limiting Shark's roam pick potential now at this point. So we are seeing Shark left with maybe a Loli or... Oh, Franco's still up actually, so he can pick that up if he wants to as well. But we are seeing Claude getting banned out to protect Uranus and the rest of the members. As you know, Claude's Blazing Duet can definitely go behind Zia and definitely do a lot of damage. To go away isn't going to be doing too much to help himself. So Yado's going to go ahead and run the Fairness one more time. And this is the matchup we're going to see again. The Cult Altar, which one is the best one? Best player is going to do a copy and paste and go Tanks a lot once more. But I wonder what Shark's going to pick here though.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what I'm kind of wondering as well, right? And ISO on the same token, he needs to pick up a marksman to kind of seal the deal for BTK up against Zia, who's running
Beatrix? Carry?
It could be the Beatrix. It could be the carry. Could be okay. Possibly something that could play a little bit further than close, especially since
Leslie
kind of bully in that lane. So Leslie could definitely be an excellent option. But when it comes to Shark, right? I mean, looking at the table, who's available? The show is still up on the board. You could pick that up if he really wants to, but I think they need group CC. So they are going to go in for the Lolita. And Shark, I mean, we all know how he gets down with the Lolita, right? All the way back from even last year and the years before, right? M4, M3. So picking up this Lolita is definitely something he's comfortable with, and I like it, right? I mean, you do have to watch out for Chicken on the final slash, though. He can definitely cancel out that Numeon Blast. Zane can rush in, and you hit the Energy Eruption to cancel it out. Kaja can hit the Divine Judgment if he really wants to focus Super Shark and cancel it out. So it may be a little bit of an upscale battle, but if anybody can pull it off, it's definitely going to be Shark.
Yeah, absolutely. But you mentioned that you kind of wanted a marksman not really up too close to everyone's face for the side of BTK. So I was kind of hovering over Brody, but maybe Beatrix is the better pick. And looks like Weezy, you're not going to be slotted anywhere today. I'm sorry. Looks like your Brody is not being slotted today. But Weezy, take us to game 2 of BTK versus TOB.
That's right, as we are now jumping into Game 2 of the Grand Finals of NACT Fall Stage 1. A blast from the past, a similar matchup to the NACT Spring Season, as we are seeing the TheOhioBrothers up against BTK in a best-of-5. TOB does have one advantage from taking Game 1 to boost their momentum, but it was a very close game. How will BTK respond?
Not so fast, Weezy. BTK can also come back. Doesn't matter if TOB does have a win, because we've seen, you know, the tides flip. It literally at Grand Finals of NACT Spring Season, but here we go.
Milo draws first blood, is going to find Yato. Slight advantage for the TheOhioBrothers. Does burst down the mid lane for BloodThirstyKings.
It looks like Zia and ISO battling it out in the top side. And we do know that ISO was formerly known as Easy Peasy, but he did change his name. So for people who are getting confused, that is ISO, the marksman player for BTK, but another skirmish midside.
Yeah, as they were battling over that Lethal Wanderer, but best player is able to secure it to give him a slight advantage when it comes to farming. Now, I mean, even last game, it's like the early game doesn't even matter, right? It just boils down to like how these teams engage in the late game. I don't think either of them are going to get an early game finish against each other. They're just too good on not allowing too many mistakes to kind of fumble through the cracks. So maybe trying to they have to literally play perfectly against each other to really win it out. But speaking of winning it out, Chicken very low, will fall. Super Shark draws the kill. That is 2 kills unanswered so far. TOB leading on the scoreboard.
Yeah, even if one side in the early game is looking more lean forward, we can't even say that they're having a lead, because usually with these two teams, it's literally a game of ping pong. It keeps going back and forth no matter how many times we say whoever has the lead. So, Weezy, let's not jinx ourselves here. Let's just say it's a neutral game for both of these sides, because it really goes on to that late game. But here we go, Turtle Dance.
Yeah, on the way, best player trying to draw the retribution and zone out Zane. Look at Milo providing that pressure and the separation, and the Turtle will go to TOB. So far, they've claimed all the objectives they needed. 2 kills and a Turtle, and we haven't seen BTK find a trade.
But in the top side, Zia did pop that go away and popped out Joybotch's flicker, denying the Divine Judgment coming in, which means a failed gank for the top. But here we go, Zia.
On the way, Divine Judgment dropping down, grabbing him up in his tracks into the turret, but able to get out just in time. Super Shark there for the denial alongside Hoon, but Yato now making his way into the bush for a possible play.
And looks like Yato's just there for a little bit of zonage and pathing. 4-man top.
He's going to rush in, trying to take down ISO. Did not know Yato was in that bush, and now Zane is going to join the battle as well, so they can't really gank like they wanted to. That moment slipped through their fingers for that opportunity. Now 3 minutes in, you are still seeing both teams trying to find their footing, trying to figure out who is leading the way for the early phase right before we see this turtle spawn in. But looking at who got the first kills, right? Shark was the one who drew that for TOB, so it's not really the worst thing for BTK since it did go into the hands of a roamer.
Yeah, but a kill is a kill, right? It gives a little bit of that gold bonus, but Shark
gonna go in for a possible stun. ISO very low. Zia draws the kill. Joybotch now having to fend off Zia and Super Shark from chipping down the gold on this turret. Now Hoon wrapping around. They may be able to take down Joybotch. The dynamic trio in effect. Joybotch now trying to get away, but is able to clear out those minions with the Ring of Order.
And it's going to set up for the next potential turtle on coming in about 20 seconds. Mid is getting cleared in by best player, but looks like he might have overstepped his welcome.
Yeah, now very low. Use of the Thorn Rose will be able to puncture out the safety, but on the top lane, the proxy in the set from the TheOhioBrothers to deny entry from BTK to fend off their turret. Zia will be able to take that with ease.
Beautiful, and looks like the TheOhioBrothers start drawing out this turtle into their favor, and Shark is going to get his first hand on it.
Right, Shark is going to go ahead and pull the aggro, waiting for best play position, right? They were able to claim the first turtle, and now maybe be able to get one, drew the first turret, and also 3 kills left unanswered so far for BTK. They're slowly just allowing all these objectives to work into the hands of the TheOhioBrothers, which will give them the advantage when it comes to the 5v5 skirmishes.
Yeah, but we still have BTK with that late game insurance chicken. We gotta watch out for his R-Lot as he is a huge menace, but we do see the gold plating has now fallen, so we are looking at a very intense game from here on out. 5 minutes in, we are looking at a little bit of a skirmish in the mid side.
Yeah, skirmish on the way. Yato is going to go ahead and use that cool altar. But look at Milo, just showing the unkillable Uranus, providing the minions to stop in their tracks to allow their minions to push in to take the turret. Mobazane hit by blast, provided by Shark, and now a lot of damage dealt onto him. Do they take him out? Zia with the power of muddles will find a kill. Joyboss falling to Hoon. You are going to see Mobazane drop it to Zia as well. 2 members falling for BTK. Now a 5-0 lead for the TheOhioBrothers.
Absolutely, with objectives also into their favor, going to go ahead and ask for a pause for the side of TheOhioBrothers. But let's take a look at what's going on, right? Objectives are all into the side of TheOhioBrothers. BTK still looking for an answer to see how they can deal with anybody for the side of TOB. Everyone is at a perfect kill score. No deaths on the board yet for TheOhioBrothers.
That's right, and Zia already picking up 2 kills for TOB, which is going to give him a huge up against ISO. Is 3,000.
And we are looking back into the game. We are starting to see the reset from both sides. Everything is still a little bit of a neutral. TheOhioBrothers does have a little bit of that gold lead, but not so much for the side of BTK. But I can't jinx myself. BTK can definitely come back from this, as we have seen not a one-side story, but more of a two-side story coming in from both sides. But looks like a little bit of skirmish coming in, but looks like they're going to respectfully back off and restart their rotations. And it looks like Milo's doing a really good job on this arena, zoning out the entire side of BTK, but Yato pulling in Milo. Milo might have just gotten caught. Flicker has been popped in, and a little bit of an invasion coming in from the TheOhioBrothers to deny anything of Zane's buff to make sure he is stayed underfed for the side of BTK. But fight's not done. Final slash coming from Chicken. Colt's altar has been popped in by the side of TheOhioBrothers, but you do see Shard coming in, Luna Blast with the stun. 3 members, not enough to do enough damage, but Premium Judgment able to pull best player into the turret. Chicken is able to pick up that kill, and that is a 1-for-0 trade, and that is the first death onto the board for the side of BTK. And now we are looking at the turret getting pushed in right now. Milo and Shard doing a good job trying to zone out the rest of the team for the TheOhioBrothers. Zane trying to get his hands on this turtle, but not able to. Milo might have just overstepped his welcome. Chicken coming in. Zane doing a lot, and Zane takes the kill off of the TheOhioBrothers and into his hands. Milo off the board. That is a little bit unfortunate for the side of TheOhioBrothers, as their EXP lane is not there, but looks like TOB wants to take this turtle away from BTK. Zia doing a lot of damage, is able to chip it off just a little bit. Is best player able to secure this turtle? Yes, he is uncontested, and the waves are pushing it on the top side. Now we do see both win conditions are pretty good. TOB is definitely into the lead still. Looks like ISO, Joy Boz are gonna have to back off to start to defend these waves, as minions are not into their favor, but Shark setting up on Zane and Yada being stunned. Yada have to bring that Purify. Milo going in is not able to do enough damage, but is able to zone off the rest of the team. But we do see best player getting taken off hold and is able to get out there alive, but nice Boon being able to use the Divine Judgment. Zia is able to do another kill. We do see Shark getting taken off by ISO. Zia doing a really good job trying to zone off the rest of the team. Final slash coming in from Chicken, not able to secure the deal, and looks like it is a 1-for-0 trade once again, but that is a roamer taken off. A beautiful pathing coming in. They are still looking for a little bit more blood. Yato is coming in, but Joybot dropped that dangerously low, but ISO might be taking off. Milo ends up getting that kill, still doing a little bit of damage towards that backline. Joybot barely getting out of there alive, and that is now, you could say, a 1-for-1 trade for both sides for TheOhioBrothers and BTK. And we do see a little bit of pathing happening from best player coming in from the bot side, but we do see that one small mistake can really be deathly over here. So BTK still looking for a little bit of answers for the side of TheOhioBrothers. They were able to get 3 kills, but not really enough to answer the gold lead and the kill score. 73 right now, 9 minutes in. We are looking at a 4-5k goal lead. We do see Milo already starting to zone off. The rest of the team members give enough vision. Lord's coming up in about 20 seconds. Now we do see TOB trying to set up for the fight here and already starting their pathway down. BTK looking for a little bit of an answer, as they know that this Lord might be a given Lord, as they can't really make room for mistakes. They don't have much wiggle room to make any foul play, as this can be such a huge disadvantage for the side of BTK. But looks like best player is going to go ahead and start this Lord once again. A little bit of dancing. Milo just got drawn in by Joy Bodge. Look at ISO being dropped down. Yasuo burning Colt's altar. Zane dropped down dangerously low. Colt's altar being burnt by Hoon using the IMU. ISO doing a little bit of chip damage. Milo doing a little bit of that body bag for the rest of the team. Already pulled out so much aggro away from the side of BTK. Now this will be a uncontested Lord. TheOhioBrothers should be able to pick this up very freely if BTK doesn't find an answer for it, but They're going to go ahead and pick up the first Lord 10 minutes into the hands of the OhioBrothers. Now, this is how they respond is really going to be the real issue. Are they going to throw some foul plays here and there, just like we've seen beforehand, or are they going to be calm with their ticking time bomb? We do see 3 people grouped up. Milo already doing a lot of decent damage by just taking so much damage in their face, and this is what we like to see on Uranus players, right? You want them to be able to sustain a lot and be able to do as much as they can, but mid-side, we're gonna go ahead and take down this turret. Ooh, actually not. No, Zia just got pulled in. Shark and Blast not being able to land on any members of BTK. That is a little bit of that foul play I was talking about, which means Lord might be a little bit hard to get pushed in to the side of TOB, but here we go. Joybaj ends up getting that blue. Best player might be stuck. We do see the Thorn Rose being able to path beautifully here, but respectfully, they are going to start their discipline and be careful with which toes they decide to step on, and be careful how things play out into their favor. We do see Chicken trying to get a start on this Lord to make sure the Lord doesn't get pushed up too much here, and we do see everything being perfectly set by the Ohio, but the top side will definitely get pushed. Shark has good read on the side of OhioBrothers, doing a lot of vision checking, and looks like they are looking for something. Zane coming in, retreat, Chicken doing a little bit of damage. Joybot should find the rest. Let's see what Milo's doing, getting a little bit of damage, taking a lot of damage once again. And looks like Zia's gonna go ahead and back off and start that lane clearage. They still have all their turrets up except for the top side, and you can tell that these team fights are very focused on that macro, and we are gonna see how things are going. We are looking at a 12-minute game, and the gold game is still there. We are looking at Zia with 8k gold ahead of everybody else in the game, and we are looking at the advantage towards the OhioBrothers. Now Zia is really going to be that huge power spike for the side of OhioBrothers. Once he is taken off the board, this might be a hard game for them to end, as they have no push, as you could say, for any of the turrets. And we are seeing a little bit of concealed play coming from Shark, already pulling away a lot of aggro away from BTK. Zane did get a read on that as well, and Zia is going to go ahead and pick up that red buff and start pathing their ways. But Milo, being a huge menace with this Uranus, he is just unkillable and is able to slot in and take a lot of damage for TOB.
And the concealed play going in, trying to get a pick off onto Milo. Finish race drops down. BTK having a positioning. We'll be able to find it. ISO drawing the kill to be able to shut him down.
Absolutely. Now that is Milo taken off the board, and they can't make any more foul plays anymore, or else this might be a huge issue. Lord is up, and Milo is not there to start zoning out and being that sandbag, as everyone loves to call it, for the OhioBrothers. But we are seeing a little bit of a dance, and I'm going to give Weezy a little bit of a break, as we are seeing these things going ping pong head to head. But look at Shark and Hoon always stuck together, but Hoon doing a little bit of poke damage, but Weezy, go ahead with the dance.
You are seeing the Lord still intact at about 50% HP. Mobazane trying to secure it. Best player still in position, but taking some hits. You're going to see him path in with the puncture, but taking down Joyboss, securing the kill. No retribution for the OhioBrothers. Mobazane may be able to get the Mirror's Pass from ISO. Zio taking out Zane and getting the Lord yet again. This is 2 Lord stills for Zia so far up against BTK. A huge advantage for the OhioBrothers as he picks up another one, takes down Fried Chicken.
That is a huge steal. That is a second Lord taken away from Zane. Zia is able to do miracle plays today. What is going on, Weezy? What buff did you give him?
I don't know what he's on right now, but it's definitely working. So keep at it, as Zia is now leading the way for TOB, helping them take 2 huge Lords in both of the games that we've seen so far. And with the turret advantage that they have, they may be able to open up the base for BTK.
And they can't make any foul play here. They do have to sync these lanes up perfectly. In the previous fight, we did see a little bit of a foul play coming in from TOB. Zia unfortunately got hooked, but they are able to take this turret, and looks like they are just going to be disciplined and back off and not set off the bomb yet, as they're going to take their time shoving in with this Lord.
Yeah, they are going to be able to shove in that Lord, and now the base has been opened up. Lord still intact on the bottom side, is going to go ahead and crash into the inhibitor, but BTK is going to be able to burst it down, but the suppression going in far behind enemy lines does grab up Super Shark. Fried Chicken securing the kill, but the inhibitor for the mid lane will fall. Only the one on the bottom side standing strong. Cold Altar being activated from Yato. to keep BTK alive. Best player is going to go ahead and take that in the last inhibitor, and they may be able to close this game out, but Yato jumping in is going to find Zia. They don't have the push potential anymore as they did find the ADC. ISO gets another, finds best player. 3 members falling for the Ohio brothers. BTK still standing strong, able to hold them off from closing out this game.
Talk about a foul play. Looks like they overstayed their stay a little bit too long, stepped on someone's toes, and someone got mad. But here we go. We might see a little bit of a skirmish here in the mid side.
Yeah, as ISO is going to go ahead and claim that turret. It's only Hoon and Milo left to fend him off, but it looks like they will be able to hold them to fight another fight. It's only 9-9 so far in this 15-minute battle, but it's definitely boiling down to positioning,
Oh, Milo
right?
better run. Milo better run.
Needs to get
Milo
out of there,
better
but he
run.
is running the unkillable Uranus. Is going to use the speed boost to be able to close, get the separation, but hit the Divine Judgment and the full team of BTK just beating him down. ISO securing the kill on the 1v5. Not much you could really do in that situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough to get away from that situation. Maybe if he was a Novaria being able to skip away with some walls, he might have been able to get out of this sticky situation. But we are looking at Milo taking off the board, and honestly, Milo has been just doing so much work, being able to do a lot of bush checking, taking a lot of damage from the side of TOB, use a lot of skills on him, and I wouldn't be surprised if his name is not on the sandbag by the end of this game. I'm gonna have a big issue with with the entire whoever's in charge of doing stats. We better see Milo on the sandbag. But Lord coming up right now, we are seeing a little bit of a Lord dance happening from both sides. Looks like OhioBrothers gonna play a little bit slow as Milo is now entering back into Land of Dawn.
That's right. Looks like it will be a 5v5 as you are seeing Milo make his way to join this amazing battle, but it's only going to go one way, right? Only one team can secure this objective, but they're going to go in for the kills, right? Even though the Lord's there, it's more of a distraction as they're waiting for the teams to bait out their utility so they can punish. But right now, with them all in position, ISO picking up that Haas Claws, he will have a lot of sustainability to stay alive when it comes to fighting these engagements, especially with Nimiru in his hands. Chicken taking a lot of damage.
Joy Bosh.
That we're talking about. Call alt activated to keep Chicken alive. Will be called back to the base, but the suppression goes down. Joy Bosh grabbing and silencing one member from the Ohio Brothers. Joy Bosh activating killing spree. He's going to find Zia. Huge play for BTK. Finds the marksman, but best player is going to claim the Lord. They need to pull out, though. Mobazane is not going to allow them to escape for free. Is going to find Milo. 2 members falling for the Ohio Brothers. Immortality being procced from Joy Bosh, but he will be able to live to tell another tale. That Lord did go to TOB, so they still have the advantage.
They do have the advantage, but this is a 2-for-0 trade. Honestly, I wouldn't want that trade in any book, and that is a little bit unfortunate for the side of Ohio Brothers, but BTK does have their full 5-man team standing, and they have to make the best of it work with this Lord coming down from the side of TOB, but are they able to defend this Lord and make sure it doesn't push down their lanes? And they don't want the same storytelling like it did before.
Yeah, I mean, and they still have time, right? If they can play a little passive, maybe able to keep this Lord alive. But BTK, they're not going to give him that opportunity. They're going to go straight to the mid lane and melt it down. Divine Judgment with the flicker in. ISO finds Hoon for the mega kill, but the go away goes down. The stun. Zia finds Joy Bosh. Huge play from Shark for the Numion Blast. Yato falls. Shark securing the kill. Slowly making their way up the mid lane. TOB on the push. Can they close it out? Is this what they were looking for the finish? As Yato does spawn in just in time. And again, it will be a stalemate between North America's powerhouse teams.
Well, they have to be careful. They don't have Lord into their favor anymore. They only have these super minions coming down from each lane, but BTK does have that clear advantage with ISO and Yato running out this Beatrix and this Faramis. They have the clear, and Chicken already doing enough work to clear out these minions. Looks like they won't end yet, Wheezy. You gotta hold your horses yet. This ain't nobody's game yet.
Yeah, it's definitely on either side of the table when it comes to who can pull this off, right? I mean, it's pretty much been a stalemate when they get to the late game between these teams, and you never know what's going to happen. It literally just boils down to one slight mistake, and right now, this is just looking like a repeat from Game 1, but Game 1 was won by the Ohio Brothers. Zia, even in this game, was able to steal a Lord from Mobazane. They didn't need the retribution, but with this next Lord spawning in the next 60 seconds, it looks like both teams are ready to take this objective and make it work in their advantage, as BTK slowly making their way into the Lord pit. The Ohio Brothers already in position.
They're absolutely looking for a full 5v5. We are looking at this 20-minute Lord about to be spawned in less than a minute, and both teams are playing this very slowly. They have to be cautious of what's going on around them. One small mistake, and this can turn into anyone's game. But Wheezy, let me know the win conditions. Look. Looks like we are going to have to see how win conditions might be for both sides, right? BTK doesn't have a lot of insurance left. They are literally only left with their base crystal, but TOB has a little bit of wiggle room for a small mistake. But we have to be careful with how the plan to go on with this Lord dance, right? They have every single member on the team, Milo doing a good job trying to zone out that top side to go ahead and put pressure on that EXP lane to prevent Chicken or any of the minions to be able to push through. But we already see TheOhioBrothers getting a little bit of that aggro pulled in. First from Shark, then comes best player, Zia, having a good position on that tri-bush over there. Hoon being a good Valentina, a good mid laner, cleaning out the mid lane to give no pressure away for the side of BTK. You see the Lord Dance coming in. Chicken is going to be forced to recall as a wave is getting shoved in on that top side, which is not good for BTK, as Chicken really is their set potential. And they are looking for a little bit more here. Zane trying to do a little bit of a zonage from best player, but nobody knows who's in these bushes. We do see Joybaj and Yato just kind of chilling in that back bush. Joybaj showing himself, making sure that TOB knows that Joybaj's presence is there, but who is going to make the first move? Milo might just get caught out. Here we go, Zia. Do a little bit. Chart. Luminous Lore landing in. Zane unfortunately picks up the Lord. Cold also being forwarded by both sides. We do see best player also getting stunned in as well. Chicken doing a little bit of work on the Arlot. Zia getting taken off. Final Slash was a little bit too much for TOB to handle. And now we are seeing the objective has been focused into BTK. And this is a good thing for the side of BTK. They have the Lord into their favor. Now they have a little bit more wiggle room to go ahead and see how they can execute this out. For the side of BTK, they have all aggro right now. They have Lord coming down in as well. And we are trying to see how we are going to have this Lord coming down this top side. If they can sync these waves perfectly, or are they going to make a foul play like they did before and make this game into the favor of TheOhioBrothers? Or will TheOhioBrothers make one mistake and make this into BTK's game?
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Oh, hello.
This match, BTK making a little bit of a fight back here, but holy cow, we're at game number 2. It seems like we're having a little bit of issues with Stephweezy right now. So for now, I will be joining Eunice. Thank you for having me here.
Absolutely. Now, Trex, I don't know if you have been watching.
I have,
but
luckily.
You have to be on the edge of your seat.
I am.
Because one blink, oh, it's clipped. So you gotta be careful. Trex, take the stage.
Yeah, looks like the Lord is going to be coming in. Yato looking for something as well. Milo might get locked up, taunted up, and BTK trying to make a fight back here. Best player is going to try to defend. Super Shark does have this Numenon Blast, so be prepared for it. He's landing them like a killer, and luckily because of Zia, they still have that shred, and now the tables are still even, Eunice.
They are even, but not just yet. We can't even say, and Trex, I'm pretty sure you do know as well, as you casted the grand finals for spring as well. It could be one-sided like this, but tables turn very fast. But here we go, Trex.
Milo goes down, ISO pops something. The puncture comes through. A lot of damage coming from Zia though with the go away. Yato forced to run away here. Milo looking for something as well, holding down the front side, and this time BTK forced to back off. Unable to crack that bottom inhibitor, it could become crucial in the macro for this next Lord, Eunice.
Absolutely. Now the Lord is coming up in about 30 seconds. This can be anyone's game now. Both teams have their base crystals up into the favor of TheOhioBrothers. However, they have one inhibitor turret left on their bot side, and no teams right now have space for any mistakes, no foul play, and the bombs can't be ticked off too early, or else it can be anyone's game right now. The TheOhioBrothers just learned their lesson, right? They did make one mistake, and the entire game has been flipped over, and the gold lead has now turned into BTK. But Trex, we both know gold doesn't really matter here. It's all about the mortalities that's going to be popped in from each side. But Lord is up. We're going to have to see this Lord dance, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, BTK has a nice position. One thing I do want to point out is it feels like BTK has to try a bit harder to get these wins. The TheOhioBrothers composition just works very well. Zia able to shred down through that Cult Altar, using the skills. I mean, the Ohio Brothers kind of have a win here, but BTK, they always have that dog in them, and they're just able to kind of pull these fights off sometimes. Even the Numenon Blast, it works so well against the Cult Altar when they group up. So as long as the Ohio Brothers play it to a T, they can come out in these fights, but BTK got to get clever if they want to win this.
Absolutely, they gotta pull out their Joker card if they really want to take this fight to their side. But we are looking at a little bit of a dance here, Trex. I don't want to miss anything.
Ooh,
Here
a
you
lot
go.
of damage. The suppression does come in, but watch for the Numenon Blast. On to 3 members. Cult Altar comes out, but the shred is still there. Hoon able to take out Mobazane. Terrified on a Joybosh. He will go down next. Lastly, Yato Seminai might be the last to fall, and it's a 4-man wipe. Nothing but ISO stands, and he is going to go down here. The rest of the members collapse onto him. This should be GG's. Yato back up. Can he single-handedly defend this? Luckily, the minions are closed in, but those are some long death counters, Eunice.
They are very long death counters, but this might be the end of the story. This might be all she wrote. Everyone's dead timers is almost sitting at that minute mark. We are looking at a 26-minute game, Trex. So this might be the end of the story, but the question is, are they able to close this out perfectly, or is Yato, with that saving grace, is he able to pull this off? But I think we both know what the answer might be.
Yeah,
Trex, here you go.
I think this might end up being a 2-0 here. Yato all alone. He might just have to give it to him. They've locked onto the base, and that will be it. In a best of 5, the Ohio Brothers have made it to match point.
Match point indeed, 2-0 currently for the side of Ohio Brothers, but Trex, I think we're going to be in here for a very long time. Each match has gone over 20 minutes, and I'm at the edge of my seat. I'm not even doing play-by-play. I'm just the one doing the analyst, kind of trying to see everything what's going on. Oh, new face, hello, welcome back, Trex.
I mean, you've been doing some play-by-play. You've been doing a little play-by-play.
I had to,
you know?
I had to. It's
You've been
okay,
killing
but
it. Good job.
We've been trying, but Trex, I know you just got here. Everything is a little bit fresh for you right now, but I've been here, and it's been very intense. We've seen Zia take 2 Lords.
Bro,
no
oh my
retry
God,
needed.
game 1
Did you
Lord
see?
steal. I was
That's what
hanging
I'm
out. I was
saying.
hanging out with G watching the games, and I was yelling my lungs off in game 1. Mobazane didn't even click the retry. He was so sure he had it, and Zia still. Oh God, it's definitely been hype. Zia though has been on point these past 2 games, Eunice.
Absolutely, and even without the Rennet with coming in with that Beatrix, right? Even with the Melissa, was able to have that buff with her doll over there and was able to take out, and just like you said, shred people. He just shredded the Lord and took it away from Zane, and we have to see how BTK wants to respond to that, right? 26-minute game, 16-14. We are seeing the kill score into the favor of Ohio Brothers. The goal doesn't really matter at this point, but we are looking at a 79 to 81k lead from both sides. We do see orange buff, purple buff picked up pretty much evenly for both sides, depending on which side, which happened to be Ohio Brothers with the invasion more towards their side. Turtles all have been picked up by Ohio Brothers, and Lord, it took them 4 Lords, Trex, to go ahead and seal this game for that second match. But Trex, I know you know what I'm about to say. This can be match point for Ohio Brothers, or BTK has to pull out some cards or maybe some cheese picks and get 2 games in the bag for them to even stay right now to make it to game 7.
You know, something really interesting I want to point out here with Zia though. He picks up like the trio, right? The normal 3 items, but then he goes into the Malefic Roar here, and then also picks up the Sea Halberd, which like, you don't see the Sea Halberd that much, not very often, but I think it was like just the thing that really helps deal with Mobazane, deal with Fight Chicken a bit more. Even Joybaj on the Kaja has a little bit of heal there with the first skill. I mean, and it just helps that much more, and those are some of the things that I think just kind of helped seal the deal there. And Melissa kind of works like a Claude in a sense of dealing with that that Cult Altar, and then that on top of it, when it got to the end game, there was just no way to get to Zia, and even when they did get close, the go away comes out, and Zia just buys even more time to shred through. And I think it was almost a good idea of opting for that instead of going for something like the Wind of Nature. Take us through these replays though, Eunice.
Absolutely, and I feel like Hoon did such a good job copying away Yato's Cold Altar, right? It's just a battle of whose Cold Altar got popped first in order to sustain, right? And Yato's Cold Altar came out very early, but Hoon, once anybody on his teammates got low, he was able to pop that Cold Altar, be that saving grace for the rest of his team, was able to secure out those team fights, which I feel like was so crucial. But Trex, look at this. I was talking about this with Wheezy, right? The sandbag. Definitely has to be Milo running this Uranus, and look at that. Look at how much damage he just body bagged for the entire side of the TheOhioBrothers trucks.
286,000. That's definitely a lot. We're breaking it. We're past the $250,000 mark of damage that Milo.
Oh yeah, we are past the $250,000. Oh yeah, that's insane.
It's very insane, but that's exactly what you're supposed to do as the Uranus, though. He played it perfectly, right? You just soak up damage, you harass, you get to the back line, you cut lanes, and you are literally, he's why they made the name
walking
sandbag.
chunk of
He's just
iron.
a walking sandbag.
It's a walking chunk of metal. It just continuously heals. I don't know. He literally walks around, does nothing. He just has to hit some minions, gets his passive in, takes some damage, trigger the passive. So Milo honestly did a really good job zoning out the rest of BTK. But did you see that first game, Trex? Chicken coming in with 4-0 on that R-lot.
Chicken's been a monster, but I'm also wondering, it's like, are we getting to a point now where maybe we want to switch something up for him, right? Because the R-lot, yes, he's been doing great on it, and I wouldn't say it's like completely his fault, but there's definitely something that needs to change, because now in both games, they've been having trouble getting to Zia, and they need to find a way to do that. So I don't know what the answer exactly is, if it's just a plain diff right now, if TOB's just playing better overall, or if there's something we got to get a bit deeper into these drafts. But now we are on the possibly final draft of the night, Eunice.
Yeah, possibly, because I know BTK can run this thing back if they wanted to. They have the potential, but Trex, we gotta do a little...
We haven't done this in a while. Here we go.
That's what I'm saying.
Last game.
But welcome back, Trex.
Not last game, who knows?
We are back. Who knows exactly? But we are looking at these bans right now, and Trex, I know that you saw, especially in MPL, a lot of meta has changed. So we're seeing like bans like Angela, Uranus, Terizla. So we are seeing a very unique trades, and these unorthodox bans that we never thought would have been banned out ever. Who would have thought to ban out an Angela or a Florin in rank, or like all of these heroes? So definitely a really interesting ban and meta right now we are currently in Trex.
Yeah, all the one-tricks in the world are very happy right now, because it's like, it seems like all those old-school one-trick heroes are now extremely meta. So like a lot of people in ranked games are feeling good about themselves now. But you mentioned the Terizla while you were talking, and I think that could actually be a solid pick for Chicken if he can get his hands on it, because that could be something that he is able to dive into that back line, make those big sets happen. Don't get me wrong, the final slash works great, and we've seen why Chicken pull off a lot of great ones, but we need something where he can get there, you know? Maybe even like swap him over a Grok or something, flex a Grok into the EXP. We've seen him do great.
He plays a good Lapu too.
What was it?
A good Lapu.
Lapu,
he plays a beautiful Lapu.
We haven't seen a whole lot of Lapu. I mean, in Chicken's hands, I feel like a lot of things can work. But he definitely needs something to get back there. Something to be a little more than just like a frontline punching bag. So let's see how it goes. Angela is banned out again from BTK. We got the Uranus, we got the Fanny. On the right side, Basha, Yves. Wonder what their last ban's going to be here.
Terizla. I don't think they want to let it go.
They don't want to let him get it.
We're not going to see a Terizla pick in any of these teams. Like, I promise you, Trex, I really want any of the EXP laners to pick Terizla. Between these two teams, oh hell no. You're not seeing it. I promise you. But we're going to look at a trade again. Though. Chicken's going to take... Actually, in the first game, Shark ran the Kadita, but he didn't do too hot on it.
Yeah, but I think he ran that to take it from Yato, right? It's like, we're going to take this. I think they kind of like... They ended up, like, really... BTK could have won that game, and I think TOB just kind of like... They got a little greedy there. It's like, all right, we're going to steal the Kadita from Yato, and then we're also going to pick the Valentina. And, like, it worked. But I think Yato, if he can lock in the Kadita,
it was very risky.
A good way to get to the backside.
It was so risky.
Yeah, very risky.
Yeah, taking away that Kadita, right? There was way too much CC for Shark to handle any of it, right? We kind of needed that front line body bag besides Milo. But since Milo was always getting taken off a little bit fast, it was actually BTK's favor towards literally the first half of the game, because Chicken was just slashing everybody back and forth and back and forth. But we are seeing Zane pick up the Fredrin, his good pick, but Yato's gonna pick up the Kadita. You just made your genie pop on the bottle, and there's your wish granted. There it is. All right, I see you.
I'd come in here and flex, Eunice.
No, I'm sorry, Trex. Let me back off and let you do the talking.
No, but yeah, I
So
think it's a
BT
solid
Shark.
pick. If that could be
Yeah.
a way they get to Zia, right?
And Shark picked up the Kaja though. We haven't seen Kaja picked up by Shark yet. We've seen Kadita, Loli, and now gonna pick up the Kaja. So good suppression. And I feel like for both teams, I feel like BTK is really good. Like I would say most comfortable team fight is a suppression and a burst mage. So you always see Joy Baj run the Franco Kaja Chow, right? But Shark, I feel like he's more comfortable on like the AoE CC. So like you've seen him known for his low league in M4,
Yeah.
and you know his Kufra. We saw it in a lot of community tournaments, and also we saw it in NACT Grand Finals of Spring. So we've seen all of these flex roams, but I feel like TOB is more team fight, like literally full man, 5-man team fight, and BTK is more, okay, pick one off and then we move. Because there's Zane to body bag everything, take all the punches, and let them do all the damage dealing. So I feel like there's two different styles here. It just depends on how they want to execute it. But look at these bans tricks.
So I like the Franco ban from the side of the Ohio Brothers, especially since they already picked up the Kaja. And then on the side of BTK, we're homing in on to best play here. Take out the Lance. Ling's open right now. Could be a possible ban, but it's been open and he still hasn't played it, right? It hasn't been something that he's picked up.
Yeah, he hasn't been playing it at all.
So I mean, maybe it's something he doesn't want to run right now. I'm sure there's some sort of reason. So maybe BTK just not too worried about it. Zia though locking in this this carry. So yes, it shreds down the Fredrin, but it does lack in range. And Zia's done so good at
mobility
keeping
too.
his range, and they've been having trouble getting to him. But now it's like Yato has this Kadita, plus Zia's gonna have to get up close and personal. That could be a good chance. Fermis is open right now, but they already have Hoon already has Mage, and they already have Roam, so that's definitely not popping up for the Ohio Brothers. What do they pick here? They need an EXP in a jungle, huh?
What? I'm thinking.
Joy?
Joy
jungle, question mark? He played it in game 1, didn't he?
Joy EXP
Or he
question
played it
mark?
earlier today.
He played it against BloodHounds, but they
BloodHounds,
lost with
they
that
lost.
draft.
I would like it in the XP more. I would definitely like it in the XP more, but still, they're looking.
I'm calling a
looking
Kufra.
squishy right now.
I'm calling a Kufra, maybe, for Joy Bosch. And maybe a
Good call.
Beatrix.
Okay. Beatrix would be
Beatrix or
solid.
Brody.
I get
Beatrix or Brody.
Brody might work. I think the
Or
Beatrix is
Leslie.
like the safer pick. Beatrix, I think, is the safest pick on the board right now. The other two are
Yeah,
like high
so-
risk, high reward, I feel like.
But if Joy is getting slotted into there's so much magic damage for the side of Ohio Brothers already. They have Joy, Kaja, and Valentina, and they're lacking more magic because they literally only have Yato. Here's a Leslie.
There you go.
I called it. But what is
I think you're
Milo
winning
gonna
now.
play?
I think it's like 2-1 in hero guesses.
Oh yeah, you know, I'm the queen.
All
you
right.
know.
Flexing
I'm
back,
sitting-
flexing back.
I
gotcha.
got my pedestal. I'm sitting pretty high, but I actually don't know what's open. I mean, they can take Joy into the EXP, but we haven't really seen Joy, and especially against an R lot, I don't think it's really a good idea. But I don't know. I think they might lock either a
I think they're wondering too.
Lapu
They're
or
like, do we wanna-
Lapu or YZ.
YZ could work. We haven't seen him a whole lot. Grok.
Oh,
Grok's solid.
I
Grok
forgot about
EXP.
Grok. I forgot
So
about
that means
Grok.
Joy is jungle. Joy is going to be jungle. Grok EXP. I'm going to lay down some win conditions now. I think BTK need to be aggressive here in the early game. I think they should be trying to bully this Joy because
But
of how squishy it is.
They
Can
also have
do it,
late
though?
game. They have late game.
Oh, yeah.
They have hell a lot of late game because of ISO with Leslie. It was able to literally, you can get one shot, literally anywhere. But now my issue is, I like BTK's draft a little bit more only because of the marksman pick, because ISO has more range than Zia. Once Zia gets caught out by Yato or Zane or Chicken or Bosch, it's over because they don't have that burst for Zane or Chicken. But like Hoon, yes, is able to do a little bit of damage here and there. But before we even get there, Trex, we are on game 3.
Yeah, going into the Lamb of Dawn, this is match point. The Ohio brothers, BTK, need to come back with a reverse sweep if they want to win this one, and that's a long way away. Can they start with this game right here?
All right, Trex, before we get too up close with these two teams, let's talk about their drafts a little bit more, because I know we were talking about it before, but I know there are some little things that we could talk about regarding their draft, right? So just like you said, the carry pick, you like it, but he has to really get up and close and personal. But when it comes to BTK, they have Leslie for that range damage, but this means both teams really have to go late game if they really want to hit their full potential.
Yeah, I think the Ohio brothers could have a hard time here, but they don't feel like that. Look how aggressive they already are. Coming in, not able to take that orange buff, but still, best player is there. I was thinking BTK was going to be the ones to invade, and this is typical Ohio brothers, typical Shark and Hoon. We're going to get in your face, even if it feels like your composition can match it.
Yeah, and, you know, best player just gonna take away everything, and no one really, I haven't really seen a roam. So far, Joy Baj can put it up to par, but no one can stop Shark from body bagging any of the jungle, no matter who he's against. He's just always in their face. He just says, "Hello, I'm here. Aloha. I'm here to kind of give a little bit of vision." Look at this again. He took it. He took it.
This is
Shark
regular
just took.
for them.
Oh my god! Like I'd be so pissed. But here we go.
Oh, now Zone in bad spot. Gonna get taunted. Hoon is on him, and first blood goes over to best player there. Joy Baj a little bit late to the party, and Joy Baj and Yato need, I mean, I know it's like hard to do, but they gotta stay a bit closer to Zane, man. They need to always have vision on either Shark or Hoon. One of them needs to, I feel like.
Yeah, they definitely have to be careful, and they kind of have to support Zane in that early game. Yes, Predarin is a very tanky hero, but he is really squishy in that early game, was able to get first blooded into the hands of Ohio brothers, and Turtle also getting picked up, so a lot of objectives has been into the hands of Ohio brothers. But look at, just look at Milo, too. Already getting zonage on BTK's buffs and everything, so they have a read now what's going on. But mid lane matchup also, Shark and Hoon, those two are unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean they have really good lane clear, right? Because you have the first skill from Kaja. Valentina already has good wave clear, so they have all those answers. Not to mention something we forgot about is Hoon's also going to have these rough waves, which Hoon's he's got a deep hero pool. He's comfortable with just about anybody you put in his hands, so he's going to be able to use that perfectly and also make possible plays. That could be a way that they dash in and are able to find ISO with his long range.
Joy Baj.
Looking for it. No, there's a lot of people over there.
There's too many people. He said never mind. He said never mind. I'm gonna do a little bit of a spin and back off. But good zonage though coming in was, even though there is a lot of people, even though they're not setting, he is able to get enough vision for the rest of his team, which I feel like he's doing a really good job. And especially in that second series, Joy Baj's Grok. Did you see that 4-man stun? Like literally wrapped around the backside of Avalon and just immediately just punished them.
Yeah, I mean, luckily, let's take a look at it all, right? So the Ohio brothers are starting to creep ahead. It's not the end, but this is reminiscent to like last game a little bit. Ohio brothers start taking advantage. BTK need to find a way to kind of stop the bleeding a bit here. They should hit a decent spike, I feel like, around 6 minutes once Yato gets an item or two in. Once Zane gets a little bit bulkier, we're watching the best player here. They get the Terrify. What was Zane getting melted down and taken out? Best player going to get first kill. Purple buff also taken away. Denied in the suppression. Hold on. Watch for Baj. Able to get the Tyrant's Rage, but it's still not enough. Baj will fall. That is a 3-for-0 trade. Ohio brothers taking off in this race right now.
Alright, Joy, are you literally doing squats in the middle of the map? Come on now. But we do see them going up to that top side. ISO might be in danger.
ISO is in danger. Let me tell you something. ISO is going to go down. It's a mega
Goodbye.
kill over to best player. TOB 5-0, 3K gold lead. Turtle back on the map.
Even though I want to say, like, the lead is always in TOB, whatever. The thing is, I can't even say that they're going to be in the lead, because for some reason, and knowing that these two teams literally play neck to neck, it always gets flipped around. Somewhere, somehow, at one moment, it's always going to be flipped. So I'm still going to say it's an even game until I see the power spike happen, Trex. I've seen enough of this. We've seen it for both games. Literally, it looks like BTK is going to close it, and then TOB flips it, and then after TOB flips it, BTK flips it. So I'm going to keep I'm gonna keep my neutral stand. I'm gonna sit on my pedestal at the very top, and I'm gonna just sit here.
Well, listen here, Eunice. Listen here. I would love to see a game 5. I'd love to see a game 4, and I love me some BTK. But here's the thing. Right now, tonight, the Ohio brothers have been playing a little bit of a better game, man. And the way this is going, it's getting hard to defend BTK in match number 3. But here we go. Maybe they're going to give me something to defend them about. Best player in a little bit of trouble. Mobazane looking for the kill. Best Joybosh finally able to get the shutdown, put a little bit of gold into his pocket. Super Shark now also getting backed off. Maybe this is a chance for BTK, but wait, off screen. Yato goes down to Milo, single-handedly taking him out, which this is going to even the board in this little small skirmish here.
Buy one, get one free? Is that what we're doing with deals now, Trex? Are we doing deals?
Deals on fried chicken today. There's deals on fried chicken today.
Oh, deals on fried chicken? Oh, word. I'm down for some good dinner after this, but here we go. Oh, Milo coming in on Grok. Good zonage though, however, but beautiful lane swap coming in. But actually, they were able to take down the mid lane turret, but they're going to go ahead and trade it out for that bot side. So I guess it's a trade, but I am favoring more towards TOB as they did open up the map a little bit more as the mid lane turret came down.
All right, so what do they do from here? Luckily, towers, they've lost one in the mid. BTK has been able to take a bot side tower, so they are even in that sense, right? The Ohio brothers do have this gold lead, which has been shortened a bit. When it's at 2K now. BTK, we've seen them fight back against teams even with like 3 or 4K deficits, so we know they do have that in them. They got that dog in them, as some people like to say. But Super Shark looking for something. Rough Waves used as a getaway here. Bahoon gonna sneak up on Joybosh there. We can kill him. Best player finds a turtle on the boss side. Best player might be in a little bit of trouble down there. Fried Chicken able to take him out, so BTK getting something out of this. A 1-for-1 trade. Turtle does go over to the Ohio brothers. Can they make it 2? Also, a tower goes down for TOB. I don't know who exactly came out on top there, Eunice.
Absolutely. Now, Chicken's sitting at 2-0, and this is the same story that we saw that first game when Chicken ran that R lot, and there's no answer to it yet, right? And KDAs aren't looking too great for the side of BTK, but Chicken is very definitely holding his ground there and doing well, being able to sustain and take off members from the Ohio brothers, which is best player in Milo going down, and that's not doing too great, but gold lead is still in favor of TOB by Joybosh.
Ooh, Zia does use a Purify. I almost forgot that he had that there, and that could come in clutch here. Because remember how I was giving that long talk in the beginning about him not being able to get away?
Oh yeah, getting up in personal.
That lets him do that a bit more. Yato tries to get the knock up, he pops the Purify. Joybosh tries to get the knock up in the stun, he pops the Purify. So that could be crucial here.
Yeah, but I feel like that Purify though, it has to be used for either Joybosh or Yato. He has to really pick which one he needs to use it for. Even the final slash from Chicken. But, ooh, Moon almost got caught out there in the mid lane. We have to be careful now. But, yeah, I feel like once Zia uses that Purify, there has to be a little bit of a connection coming in, right? From either Joybosh and Yato or Yato and Joybosh, right? They have to really pick. I said he purifies, then somebody has to follow up with that Purify being used, or it's kind of useless, right? But, ooh, Trex, I know you're watching.
I'm definitely watching, and I mean, what's surprising here is TLB has a discipline. Well, it's not really surprising, but they have discipline. Even though they know they have a lead, it's like, we're not going to force this, right? But they are constantly keeping tabs on BTK. BTK trying to do the same thing back, but now Lord back on the map. Both of them are going to be vying for position.
We do see a little bit of a dance coming in, but Joybosh is doing a good job. Kind of, the thing is, Kufra gives so much pressure, right?
Yeah.
Even though he's not actually jumping, but nobody can step up. But here we go.
Oh, nice final slash. Everyone against the wall, and members start falling. ISO able to find one, and best player goes down as well. Zia might just be next. Fried Chicken onto the backside, dashing through, taking him out. Double kill for ISO. Can they find another one? Joybosh able to lock onto Hoon there. Hoon look for something. Terrified onto Fried Chicken. Can't get the last hit. Fried Chicken just gets away there. But they get away with a whole lot because this should be a Lord in the hands of BTK.
Wow, that was a beautiful set by Joybosh. The Flicker Tyrant's Rage. Wow. Did you just see the 4-man stun on TOB? Absolutely denied it. Just like I was saying, Kufra, so much pressure, right? Also deletes dashes as well, aside from Joy as she can immune. but we are looking at the siege in that mid lane, and that's a little bit unfortunate for TOB, but BTK actually picked up the Lord, so aggro is definitely in the favor of BTK. Also more turrets, and Trex, you just said TOB has been playing well for the past 2 games, but you sure about this?
It was all part of the plan. It was all part of the plan, Eunice. Sometimes you gotta... BTK plays good when someone doubts them, you know? So that's why they actually put me on the desk here. They wanted me to come down a little bit. I'm an inside man. I'm an inside man.
I actually... No, I wanted to see BTK win this one. You said TOB's playing 2-1. I said hold your horses, but... this Kufra is giving way too much pressure for the side of TOB, right? Zia can't really step up, and he can't step up anywhere unless he's with Milo or Shark, because Yato is just going to continue to camp, right? So here we go, Joybaj.
He decides not. One thing Joybaj does good about, he does not pop that ult unless he knows he's gonna get it. Like, other people are like, I'm going in. Oh, you're next to me. Boom, I'm gonna hit it. But he's good at waiting for it, man, and not the average player does that. Oh, but Joybaj might get caught off here. The conceal play comes in. Joybaj able to use the flicker, but wait, who jumped in? Yato looking for the knock up in the finish. Does not knock anyone out, but he gets enough damage so Chicken can look for the finish. Mobazane there as well. And the Ohio brothers getting backed up into their base.
Not enough burst. I actually thought that Joybaj should have been taken off there, but he has a lot of sustain actually, and I'm pretty sure he built Radiant for best player and Hoon to be able to kind of irrigate a lot of that magic damage, but that was one mistake, right? No pull, no flicker, but here we go. We might see a little bit. Ooh, slash.
Oh, bad hit. Best player goes in too deep, taken out. Now BTK smells some blood in the water. They want to look for something here. Minions are coming in. Mobazane dashing into the tower. Yato also on the backside. Pops rough waves. Gets a little bit of damage on Milo there. But still unable to break an inhibitor. But a large wave is crashing into the bot side as BTK crashes the top. Hoon comes in. Uses a final slash of his own. But Joybaj dives deep. And the ultimate snipe goes off. Still not enough damage from BTK. And in the end, Joybaj gets pulled in and taken out.
Joybaj literally jumped out, and then Hoon was like, "No, you're coming right back here." Just Joybaj getting swooped right back into the hole. But we are looking at the win conditions right now, right? We're looking at the 13-minute game. It's not really too deep yet into the power spike, but we are looking at the gold currently, still kind of neck to neck. We're not looking at too far of a gold lead, but just like you said, Trex, I want to talk about the roamers. It's just Joybaj and Shark, right? Joybaj has AoE CC. Shark has single suppression. The difference between those two is once Shark sees advantage, he'll go for it and just ult whenever. But Joybaj, he literally waits for the absolute last minute, or unless he knows 1,000%.
Hold on! 3-man against the wall, but they still can't get the finish. Where's all the damage for BTK right now? Milo does go down finally, but BTK, they are going to possibly be able to take this forward, but I'm still seeing some issues here.
That was perfectly scripted. I was going to say just like that, and Joybaj literally landed it right when I was saying it. I mean, call me a scripter. My goodness. But Joybaj already putting a lot of pressure, right? But I really feel like maybe if TOB had more of an AoE CC, maybe a Lolita, this would have been a little bit more easier. But even Lolita wouldn't even be good here because Zane has taunt, cancel. Joybaj has the Tyrant's rage, first skill, cancel. Then we have Kadita's airborne, cancel. So we can the final slash. So it's kind of, I feel like TOB really had no choice but to go with the suppression pick, as there's way too much CC for Shark to even do any set potential if he were to go in AoE CC.
Most definitely. Now BTK definitely having a little bit of an advantage now. They're going to try to sync up these waves. I'm wondering, the Ohio brothers with Zia, luckily hasn't taken any deaths. He's taken 1, so he has been matching items and matching the gold pace of ISO, right? So he should be able to shred down this Lord. They have those opportunities. Some things that BTK need to watch out for here is Milo with the wild charge. They need to make sure that nobody important gets caught by Super Shark. And if they can dodge some of those things, they can come out on top here.
In my opinion, I feel like Grok EXP is too squishy. I haven't seen Grok EXP actually do well.
Well, he's like
in that first game with BloodHounds. Yeah, in the first game of BloodHounds, right? Dino ran EXP Grok, but he just kept getting picked off on and off and on and off. But oh no.
BloodHounds able to find one. They get knocked into the air and down goes Super Shark. Another one falls. Zia gets caught up on the final slash. Fried chicken. Cooking up some chicken here. Let him cook his best player now in a little bit of trouble as well. Hoon trying to do something about it all, but it's a double kill over to ISO. Hoon the last one on the block, and they're trying to chop. Waiting for some minions now. Hoon's still here to defend. We got 25 seconds on the clock for Zia, 20 for Shark. Can they make it in time? Joybaj working his way around. Hoon finally falls with these minions. BTK should be able to finish it. Match point denied. It's now 2-1.
Are we gonna be here for a long time, Drex?
You know, I've come to this decision. Let me tell you something. I got
tell me something.
It was 2-0, right? And the people,
yeah, tell me something.
The people they heard about me. They said I think Trex is a good.
Oh, they heard about you.
They sabotaged this whole thing. They heard that Trex was a good luck charm for BTK. You recall the NACT Grand Finals, and now, they were like, oh man, BTK's losing. We're gonna sabotage Weezy's internet. And we're going to send Trex in there. And they were losing that whole game until I jumped in. I'm just saying, something's up here. I don't know what.
Something's
This is the reverse
here,
Trex curse right here.
For you guys that don't know, Weezy's internet unfortunately cut off a little bit too short. So I have Trex with me for now. And he is going to be casting with me, maybe, I'm pretty sure, for the entire rest of the series. But I'm glad to be casting with Trex, even though his shirt is not matching mine. I'm kind of pissed about that too.
Listen, it was
but
rushed, all right?
he is wearing a he is wearing a blue right now, but it is one to do. So we are looking at not a match point, and if BTK takes another one, we're still not at match point. So this can be anyone's game still. We're not done yet. We still aren't done. And Trex, I literally said, I said BTK can take a game, and you looked at me and said, oh my god, OhioBrothers been playing really well. Well, look who won. BTK won. So why are you going against me? I was in favor of BTK. So
BTK takes it. Great game. Let's take a look at these items.
And they did. 13-8 right now, 15-minute game. One of the shorter end games, right? We were worried about that carry pick, and Trex, looks like you were right. Wasn't really able to deal too much damage, and Zia was only able to get those assists, right? We are looking at that gold. It's always tight between these two, but if we look at the items, Zia went for the casual Trinity build, but went directly for Sea Halberd. Now Chicken sitting at perfect KDA, 308, but ISO only taking off one death off the board. But Trex, you do the play-by-play.
I mean, this is kind of the final moments, and honestly, a lot of it comes down to Chicken once again, getting those final slashes off on point. I was doubting this Arlop, but he comes in game 3, crushing it. But honestly, everyone does. Joybaj, the same one, landing a lot of important Tyrant's Rage there. Definitely being extremely pivotal to the team. Let's take a look at some of these stats, Eunice.
Absolutely. Now Hoon is going to be the one doing the most amount of damage, but in return ISO doing 27% damage, but in return Yato running that Kadita 22% damage as well. ISO is going to be the rich guy here for today. It's going to have the most amount of gold, but Carry is going to go into the hands of Hoon, was able to do the most amount of damage. Joybaj, being the sandbag as usual, the Kufra, has taken 111. Wow, that's a lot again. I'm seeing in both these rooms, they're taking so much. Even the EXP is already taking enough. But Trex, I'm putting you on the spot right now. Right now. We're gonna do it right now. You said Chicken, right? I said we gotta watch out for Chicken's Arlot. You said maybe it's not cutting it enough. Maybe. So what's the deal with that? What's the deal with that?
He played better this game.
I never doubted Chicken.
I never said you did doubt him. I just said
I know, but you were like, maybe they needed something else.
I felt like they needed something else.
No,
I mean, after 2-0, it feels like they definitely needed something else. But they found that something else.
They played it well.
They found some heart. They found friendship, and they were able to pull through with the power of friendship.
I don't know what they'd be doing in their VCs, but maybe they found some friendship, right? But we did, but I just feel like that draft, TOB had a decent draft, but I just feel like it all came down to the marksmans. Marksman couldn't get up in close, in face, nowhere near any of BTK, right? Even if Zia was there, he had the Purify, but he had to either choose it for Joybaj or Yato, and once one of it is burnt, he's kind of stuck in a pickle, and he can't really step up because there's Zane with the taunt, there's Yato with the airborne, and then there's Chicken with the slash, which is another CC, and his first skill, which also is another long 2 second, 1 second, I don't know how long it is, it feels like a million light years if you're actually playing. So Trex, we're gonna have to do this guessing game again. So I'm already guessing we're gonna see the same bands once more. Teresa, Uranus, Kadita, Fanny, Baksha, Angela. It's the same thing.
So
now,
this time the Kadita's banned out, so Yato's not going to be able to get
yeah,
that. So
Yato
we are
can't
seeing a
play
few
it.
changes. Marta's still open, Uranus still open, Terizla. So last time the Ohio Brothers banned out the Martis. If they want,
I feel like they're gonna ban out Eve though.
The Eve is still open, so no matter what, at least like the Uranus is slipping. Something is slipping through the cracks here.
Something is
because of
gonna
that
slip
Kadita
through.
ban, right?
Even if it slips through, Yato still has a chance, right? Let's say, for example, they ban out Eve, right?
Ohio
They
Brothers
ban out,
Eve.
let's say,
They
and
ban
let's
out
say,
the
for
R
example,
lot.
they ban out the R lot. Oh, they said screw chicken. I don't want chicken for dinner. Okay, anyways, let's say, for example, like right now, they'll ban out, for example, I don't know, for example, Uranus. TOB will probably pick up the Terizla. And then BTK will probably trade that out for Eve. And then Eve and a Fredrin maybe.
Eve
I'm
Kaja
guessing.
maybe?
Then TOB is gonna trade that out for a Valentina and
Then you're guessing the whole
I'm
draft,
thinking.
huh?
I'm-
All right, so
I
here we
am.
go.
Okay,
Eve,
okay,
I'm doing
okay,
Eve Kaja. Eve
okay,
Kaja.
Okay. You say Eve Kaja?
Yeah, who's your
And then
other
over
pick?
there? For what?
For BTK,
TOB
you got a
or
couple
BTK?
seconds.
Franco.
Franco. I say Kaja. We could both be wrong. Or Fredrin. Fredrin might get locked in as well. All right, the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, or else it might be banned out.
How does the
yeah.
Ohio Brothers
But-
respond here?
I already know who's gonna lock Valentina. Valentina's open. Good mirror. And then I feel like both suppression rogues are gonna get picked up.
Do they pick
Kaja
up
or
Gold Laner
Franco?
here in the first phase? I think definitely someone needs to pick up Gold Lane. Well, I guess there hasn't been any marksman banned out, so maybe not. There's Kaja pick.
I call it Valentina, and maybe a Melissa.
Melissa, maybe Claude. No one's been picking Claude, huh?
No, I feel like they're gonna. No, Claude's been banned out actually. Avalon played it a lot. Ooh, whoa. Ling got picked up early this time.
And we haven't seen him play Ling at all. All these games. Even
No,
though
he
hasn't
played
been
it
banned.
yesterday.
But I'm saying like today, and it hasn't been banned.
Oh, today,
he hasn't
no.
picked it off. So I was thinking there was maybe
yeah,
a
no.
reason he wasn't playing it, but he's pulling it out in game number 4. So it's definitely a nice clutch pick here.
Trex, I said Valentina. Where's my credits at?
You got one. You got one. We both said Fredrin.
And here comes the Fredrin. Yeah, okay, we're even. Okay.
All right, so looking at these three, looking at both these sides, what do we
Bans?
think right now? We don't have to guess bands. What are we feeling about the draft right now?
I think they have prio right now still because they have a really good early game with the Fredrin. If that's taken into jungle, good prio early. Yato, the RWM, good zonage in the backline. Joybaj, Kaja, single suppression. Kaja is really a menace towards any suppression, especially on Assassin. So good. Grok got banned out though. I think they're gonna ban out Franco to not let Shark play Franco because suppression is weakness for assassins. But I feel like TOB needs to ban out EXP laners right now because the Fredrin might be ran in the jungle area. Actually, it can still be run in the EXP, but I don't like Fredrin in the EXP because yes, it gives enough CC, but there's not enough damage to seal it off compared to like a Lapu or like a Terizla, Uranus. It's not enough, I feel like. There is good CC. Fredrin pops off towards the mid to late game. Ooh, they banned Lapu!
Yeah, I feel like Chicken might end up getting forced into something like Yuzong, Esmeralda here. Because maybe he picks up the Joy EXP. That could also be a possibility.
I call the Franco ban.
Franco
I
ban.
call the
I like
Franco
it.
ban.
I like it. I
Mhm,
think yeah. I'm thinking. I'm wondering what Chicken is going to end up playing here. Maybe that Fredrin gets swapped over or something last minute. Martis is still open, so there is
I
like
mean-
possibility for a flex in the side of BTK. They could, or Paquito's open as well. We haven't seen a lot of it in the EXP, but I personally think
Paquito's
it's a
actually
decent pick.
picked up so much in MPL.
I know.
So
I think it's a
actually,
solid pick.
Oh yeah,
And we're
it's
not
solid.
seeing him that much
It's
here.
solid. I'm looking at. If 1-1's not banned out, I feel like Ice is gonna pick it up, and then Shark's gonna go Kufra. Oh, they banned out all the.
Just going straight
Wow.
chicken bands. Straight chicken bands. I like it.
Okay.
So
so
Paquito or
then-
Esmeralda, I feel like those are the two
Okay,
options
so then
for EXP.
maybe no, but if they go Esmeralda, there's way too much magic damage for BTK. They have Kaja, Eve,
You got
and
ISO.
Esmeralda.
You got ISO.
Yeah, but that's 4 magic damage compared to 2 physical, or 1 physical. I mean, Bane jungle. I've seen Zane play Bane
And
jungle.
just
That
swap
can
the
also
Freddy
work.
over.
Yeah,
Freddy
and
could
swap it
definitely
over.
get swapped over. I definitely think that could be part of the strat here. I would like to see it. I think it would maybe catch the Ohio Brothers off guard
I
a
feel
little bit.
like ISO might land Beatrix or 1-1 because 1-1 is ISO's like bread butter marksman, and then in response, oh, they picked up Claude. I forgot about Claude.
I
They picked
I
up
think
Claude.
Claude's solid, but we haven't really seen him doing too well in NA recently. Like I feel like a lot of the teams that have been picking him haven't been like killing it with him.
But I feel like Claude really needs that strong draft. Like the team draft needs to work around him because he's so weak early game, and he won't do any damage unless he has DHS. So I feel like until that gets locked in, I don't feel like it's just more towards team drafts because you see MPL, like any top teams, they always work around their marksman. It's never really so more like the junglers. They always protect their marksman and let the marksman scale through. So I feel like they have to be careful with that Claude pick, but maybe Melissa will
Ooh.
Edith
and Brody. on
Brody.
Zia. Interesting. We get some CC because it was something that the Ohio Brothers were lacking there, but it's all very single target still. Very single target. Even if Hoon uses like steals the Divine Judgment, it's all very single target. BTK though also doesn't have a whole lot of like AoE CC, so I think it's okay in that sense of the matter. We have seen this Edith make a slight resurgence so far in stage 1 from a few different teams. So honestly, I'm not like against it. I've seen it. It's been working, and there's gonna be the swap, the flex. Mobazane's gonna pick up the Martis. Fried Chicken gonna take the Fredrin. How you feeling about it?
Early game, definitely TOB. Late game, however, BTK. I just feel like it really depends on how they control that mid game though. It's just that whoever really sets the groove from the first like 5 to like first Lord 8-9 minute mark, and whoever snowballs that through, I just feel like it really sets the tempo for the entire game because these two drafts are actually really good. Both teams have late game. Both teams have good AoE mages who can just use the IMU, copy the RWM, so it doesn't really matter. But game 4, is this match point, Trex, or are we going to a game 5, Trex? You let me know.
All right, here we go. The Ohio Brothers, we're at match point, but BTK trying to even the playing field here. They take the last game, and now we're at game 4 in a best of 5.
We are looking at this game currently BO5 right now. We have a lot at stake. This can be TOB's last game, or this can be BTK's turnaround game because they don't want to go home, and I'm pretty sure they don't want to go home. And that trade in that mid game, Joybaj already knocked down pretty low, denying farm already for the side of BTK. Now we already see the clear coming in from both sides is pretty fast, but Zane will have a finishing touch a little bit earlier than TOB.
TOB are just so freaking aggressive. And when I was looking at the compositions, I'm thinking, you know, BTK, yes, they have late game, but also like they have some possibilities for early game. You have this Martis who can scale insanely in the early game. But the problem is BTK hasn't been able to be that like aggressive team against TOB. Like if you want to try to push that early game, like they have that in them, but they need to actually play like they have that in them. They got to like get up close and personal to best player, which means Joybaj and Yato need to do that. They have to open that path for Zane to come in and get those decimations. And if they're going to continue to get pushed to their side of the river, they completely lose that, right? So we'll see if they can pull something off to help Zane scale, or if they're going to have to completely rely on ISO in the late game.
Looks like there's a little bit of a fight happening on that bot side, a lot of trades happening, but look at top side, right? And I feel like this meta, it all depends on the EXP, right? Yes, we've had our phases with the mages. Yato have to burn that flicker very early, which is not too viable for the next turtle coming up, but I know both teams will have the real world manipulation coming in from both sides, as Hoon is definitely going to use the IMU to copy off some of the utilities from BK, but here we go.
Shark with the flicker, knock up, Zane trying to get out, trying to get away, but Hoon gets the first blood. That should be a turtle over to the side of the Ohio brothers. I didn't even see that coming, Eunice.
I told you not to bloom trick. I warned you. I warned you. I did, and you were like, what the heck just happened? I literally, Weezy and we turn around for 1 second and something happened. Like someone died, someone took something, and I can't even tell what's happening sometimes. But like Trex, you have to be on the edge of your seat, literally on the edge of your seat. Can't blink, can't breathe, can't do nothing.
In. They're holding my eyelids open. You know, we're ready to watch. We're ready to see what's happening.
Oh, I thought you had the tapes in, but no, you had toothpicks. Yeah. Oh my.
Take us to the items, Eunice.
Oh yeah, let's look at the items though. We are looking at the goal lead towards Zia right now, just by a little bit. But I just feel like the mid lane control is coming definitely from TOB. Shark and Hoon really has that really good synergy, as they've been playing for the longest time together, and they have just kind of been sticking around in a pair. And compared to the early game, mid game, Valentina definitely has that faster clear with Edith. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Joyball should be able to get away from that one. But still, like, we're just seeing the possibilities from Shark on this Edith right now.
Things happen too fast. Like, these two teams are so fast-paced. Like, one team makes a move, and the other one's they're right there to respond. Ooh, Zia just got took some blazing bullet right in the face, but Milo.
Yeah, Milo on the top side. Best player dropping down as well. Look for damage on Mobazane, but Mobazane able to get the decimation off. Should be able to get away from this. No, he wants to come back in. He's trying it. He's challenging it, but best player gets the outplay. Hoon is here with the RWM, able to take out Fried Chicken. Best player maybe going a little bit too deep. Yato drops RWM of his own. Best player, is he going to be able to get away from this? No, Yato able to get the final hit, final blow, and ISO then comes into the scene, but Hoon still steps away safely.
That one basic attack actually killed the best play. That's so unfortunate, but that is a jungle taken off. BTK should have an easier time, but Shark doing a good job zoning out BTK, giving them vision. Good proxy over the turtle now, but they should still have aggro actually for the side of TOB. But Joybosh has no ult actually, so this might be a little bit easier for TOB to work on this turtle.
I mean, Shark's just like prepping it, you know? He's got it in the oven right now. He brought
He's
the
cooking.
turtle over.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
He's like, I'm gonna get this ready for you guys. It's gonna be good. But wait,
no,
he messed it up.
He burnt
it. He burnt the turtle. But now Turtle's gonna get reset, and this is gonna give some time. BTK gonna be able to reposition themselves, and we're gonna have a little bit of a clash here. Looks like possibly a full 5v5 for the second Turtle of this game. And wait, nice Divine Retribution comes on to Milo there. Milo taking a little bit of damage, able to get out of the RWM just in time. Super Shark able to get the knockup though onto Yato. Zia outputting some damage, finds the kill. Mobazane now on the run as well. This will be another turtle for the side of TOB.
I feel like Joybosh used her ult a little bit too early on Milo. And I feel like he should have saved it, and maybe that would have been an easier turtle fight. But look for a direct invade. Oh my, Trex,
they're on him.
When you see aggressive. Oh my gosh.
This is the way TOB has been playing against everybody. One thing about them is whether they're against Avalon or BloodHounds or Aggravate ones, whoever, or they're up against BTK, they still keep their style. It's something that I notice all the time is they always play the same, always come in very aggressive. It doesn't matter how big their opponent is.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Shark is just like Shark is just putting Joybosh to go skydiving or something, but Zia just got
Zia gets caught. Tries to use a flicker, still goes down though. ISO with the blazing duet in the backside. So a nice pick off from BTK there.
Yeah, beautiful ult actually coming in from Joybosh, and that was a really good lead right there for BTK. That gives Claude a little bit of wiggle room, but conceal play.
Super Shark looking for ISO. They want to get a marksman of their own now. ISO will get knocked up. Best player locks in. ISO able to use the BMI, trying to escape but can't. Killing spree going over to Hoon.
is it just me or Milo's penalty? Oh, wait, I guess I'm. Oh, okay, let me shut up. No,
You're
oh,
good.
actually,
You're
no,
good.
I can
Nothing
keep
happened.
talking. I can keep talking. Yep, I can keep talking. But is it just me, or every time you watch Turtles like this penalty zone, it looks so slow motion? Or is that just me? It just looks like you could see like the mark, but it lands so like late. Or is that just me?
It might just be you.
Oh, it's just me. Okay, it's just me. But look at the mid pry already, though. The thing is with these two teams. No, okay, here you go, Trex.
A little bit of damage on Joybaj there. Hoon able to get the kill even under the RWM. Mobazane comes in a little bit of ways. Watch for Milo here with the flicker.
Whoa.
That one wasn't in slow motion. They landed down hard. White Chicken getting airborne, but best player in the backside drops Tempest of Blades. Able to find Mobazane and Yato, and Joybaj and Yato. This is looking a little bit rough. It's 9-3. It's a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead for TOB.
Beautiful Tempest of Blades, but I want to go back to what I was gonna say, right? I feel like, especially with high elo teams, especially with these two, they literally guard their mid lane turret like there is a Grammy Award trophy sitting fat on top of the turret. Like, they don't care about the side lanes falling. Usually it's not as... It is important in the early game, but with these two, they really care about their mid lane. And conceal play from Shard, it was called, but I don't think they were trying to look too much for it there. But this mid lane is really important to these two because it opens up too much map pressure. And knowing you, Trex, like I said, you can't blink with these two teams. So definitely need to watch out for a lot of open map when it comes to these people playing their macro and their high mechanic skill heroes over here.
I mean, TOB definitely want that mid tower, but even with the way they've crumbled down the top side, TOB are really still, they have so much control. But wait a second, BTK with conceal play, able to find Milo. Milo still trying to get away there, pops penalty zone, and now they're fighting back. Yato able to find Milo, best player to the backside though, picks off Mobazane, and now Yato goes down as well. Zia sending the snipes out, picking up the double. Best player takes a couple tower shots, but still, it's a 1-for-3 trade.
Did you see that penalty zone?
Yeah.
Trex?
That one was in slow
Oh, yeah.
motion. It was that good.
It was just that good. Oh yeah, it was.
Milo just
that
doesn't
good,
go
Trex.
down.
But- oh no, it doesn't. And we are looking at gold though, but oh, Zia definitely in the lead now. It's 1,000 difference between Zia and ISO. We are looking at the power spike towards TOB. They have a little bit of that advantage lead. Hoon hasn't died yet. Hoon's mid lane right now, especially in that yesterday's, or yeah, when he played Kadita, it was disgusting. Did you see his KDA?
Hoon yesterday?
Or late? Oh, earlier today. I'm
earlier
sorry.
Today. I was like,
earlier today.
I don't remember that much. It's all a blur. It's been a long weekend.
It has.
No, but here. Oh, wait a second.
Ooh,
Zia
no.
gonna get pulled in. Will go down. The decimation pops off. That is a good pick before this Lord and BTK know it. They're gonna try to rotate over, but keep our eyes on Milo here. Hiding out the sneaky devil. They're gonna move on to ISO here. Best player trying to lock on. The BMI comes in, but Milo locks on ISO. Anyways, calls the BMI and instantly shuts him down. The future sight on Milo there. Definitely very clean.
Buy one, get one free, I guess, right? It's a marksman for marksman, right? Buy one, get one free?
Every time BTK finds Zia, the OhioBrothers find ISO. It's a 1-for-1.
Oh yeah, so definitely 1-for-1. So it's not buy one, get one free. It's buy one, get one.
Lose one, lose
nothing.
one, something like that. You're on the right track.
Something like that.
We'll
I can't even
brainstorm
say
it.
50% off. We'll find words for it later on in the game, but actually, BTK has no macro right now. They took no turrets away from TOB, and that's how you know TOB has actually been so aggressive the first literal like 5-6 minutes of the game. They set the tone, and I feel like with these two teams, it depends. Like, and I see this so many times, but it's really like how this game goes. It's how this game works, right? Whoever controls the first 5 minutes and whoever shows who's more dominant and how aggressive they play, that's usually how the story goes. And TOB is really holding up the pace, but hopefully they don't make any foul play because they've done it so many times so far in this series.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see if they can do it again. Joybaj going to lock in, but once again the penalty zone responds and Joybaj goes down. Tempest of Blades into the backside, get a little bit of chip damage, but he falls under the tower, walks right into a blazing duet, and Mobazane gets the shutdown. Going to be a nice chunk of gold into his pocket as Lord creeps in. ISO still up. DMIs trying to get a little bit of a better position. Should be able to melt this down. All TOB want is maybe crack an inhibitor here, but White Chicken dives in, and Lord is broken.
Lord is broken, but they are able to take some turrets away. They took the top side, but ooh, Milo just got chunked down really low. Ooh.
ISO's starting to dance.
Yeah.
ISO's,
Oh yeah.
He's starting to move. He's getting comfy.
He's starting to cook. He's starting to cook. It was a little undercooked, so he put it back in the oven. Yeah. So now it's getting more cooked. So
he's ready.
He's cooking. Let him cook. Let him cook. He's farming. He's farming. There you go. And he has Dexter on his side. Oh my God, Wheezy's not here. Wait, Wheezy is here. Wheezy's on TOB.
Wheezy's on TOB. Stop. Anyways, Super Shark in the conceal play, looking for something here. I can't get into that one. That's a bit I'm not going to get into. I have fun with you, Eunice, but we're not going to.
Okay, but Wheezy says himself he is the walking Brody, but he is actually giving a lot of damage right now, right? Zia sitting at 3-2 is able to do a lot of damage towards that backline, but I feel like once Zia starts to do whatever damage, Claude is coming right up to par, right? ISO's chasing right up his alley. So I feel like TOB, they can't let this go to late game, or else this is going to be a big issue, as, you know, Claude is able to go towards that backline and peel. But Zia really he's kind of like up in their face, but kind of not. He can control who he wants to target, right? But Claude, he just gets that full AoE experience. So I really hope this doesn't go late game for TOB, but it's actually in favor if BTK goes to late game.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, like you said, I mean, you called it in the very beginning of this whole match. BTK does have a clean late game, and I was worried that, you know, they might have had that they shouldn't rely too much on it, because they did have some possible early starts, but they did end up losing that early beginning. So now it is all eggs in one basket. Can ISO be the protagonist of the story here and try to get the win? The Ohio brothers don't want to let it happen, though, and they still have a pretty stark lead. We're talking 9K here. Any other team would have already been out of this a few minutes ago, last Lord push, but BTK have been hanging on. As we've seen, I mean, this is the regular storyline for these two teams. Somehow BTK hangs on in these fights, even when they're behind, and gets dubs against TOB. But let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, like I said, they have a Joker card, right? But here we go, Trex. You might have to take a deep breath. Ooh, Trex.
I'm waiting for it.
You're waiting.
All right, so
I know you're waiting.
Working around the front side. They have not extended too much, and that lore's going to get shredded down. So now they're just going to wait on the minions. They're going to take their time with this. I think they really want to make sure it is secure. They have a huge gold lead, but they don't want to force it. They don't want to make one single mistake. BTK will capitalize on that. But with ISO shredding down these minions, the Ohio brothers are going to have to make the play at some point. They're going to have to make the first move if they want to go for it. Shark looking for something as well. Milo there too. Azia and best player to sit on the backside. They're like trying to bait him out. They're like, come on, just step out of those towers. And BTK are not biting.
Oh yeah, best player and Zia are just looking for it. They're just like, I'm waiting. Like, they're just waiting for the hook. Someone's gonna latch on to the hook for them to reel it up, right? But the thing is, I still feel like TOB still has a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah, I'm watching.
Wait,
I'm trying to tell my story.
He's got flicker.
I'm trying to tell my
story. Here comes Hoon, able to find one. Mobazane goes down. Oh, Milo comes in as well on the backside. The RWM does drop from Yato, though, to slow them down. Best player there, taking his time, finally locks on to ISO. ISO instantly deleted. Monster kill over to Hoon. And now the Ohio brothers have found that moment. BTK comes out of the base, and they fall out of the base. Best player
this might be
with the Tempest of Blades, able to dash in, able to find Joy Boss. Chicken might just be next. We're at match point, and the Ohio brothers are trying to end it. A wave of minions comes out, but a wave of minions enters as well. Joy Boss able to get suppressing on the best player, but now Zia unloading onto the base. One more hit, and that is it for stage one. The Ohio brothers will take the victor 3-1.
3-1, that is all she wrote. That makes BTK second place for this series, and TOB does take that first place slot and makes them the finals for this season, for that first season, right? They still have season 2, season 3, so who knows what can happen into the next 2 rounds. But Now, as we are working towards a new system, right, we are looking at points now. So they are sitting at that 100 point mark. BTK will take that 90 and so forth down the line. So congratulations, Ohio Brothers. You did very well, but I'm going to have to still give my little props over to BTK. Chicken did so much work. Same with the marksman, but let's take a look at these stats. We are looking at a 15-minute game, 16-7 in the favor of Ohio Brothers, and we do see these KDAs. And the thing is, with these two teams, it's a very low score all the time. Like, these games can go 30 minutes, and you will not see anything pretty much over 20 or something like that. But Hoon, perfect KDA, 606. He has been playing exceptionally well for the last couple games. Perfect KDAs, beautiful executions, lots of damage coming in from the side of Ohio Brothers. But same goes for BTK, right? Yato was able to get that cheese pick last game with that Kadita pull. But now, once you give up that Valentina over to Hoon, which is his bread and butter, it doesn't really tell the same story, Chucks.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't tell the same story, but honestly, I mean, TOB, let's take a look at some of these replays. Now, this is at a point when TOB does still have the lead, and this is like the final decision, right? This is what they were constantly waiting for. They finally get BTK out of the base, and they're able to get that one pick off, and then they bite a little bit more Milo's waiting. And that was kind of a strategy that they've used so many times, and we were worried about them not having AoE CC, but they were able to chain that single target CC so well between each of them. It's like, all right, we get one, then we get the next one, and then we get the next one.
Absolutely. Now let's take a look at the other post-game stats. We see the rich guy this time is going to be best player coming in with the most amount of gold. Hoon this time is going to be carry, doing 30% damage. That is a lot for the side of TOB. Zane being the sandbag for this game, and Milo kind of being the forgotten one, but he was giving all those sets with that penalty zone. So beautiful play coming in from both sides. But this, oh yeah, Trex, you do this.
Oh my God, Zia broke Joybaj's legs there and then takes out ISO. Zia was just the monster this whole game, and I could watch that last play 100 times. I could replace all of these replays with just that one and play it 3 or 4 times in a row because it was insane. Is he able to pull it off? Once again, he's getting more kills here. And that right there was the major downfall. BTK had that game in the bag if they could have just got that Lord. But the Ohio Brothers made some great split decisions throughout all 4 of these games. And in the end, I think that's a story to tell. Again, here at game 2, the Ohio Brothers trying to do something, trying to make something here, and they do so well at taking these neutral objectives and stopping Zane when it looks like he's gonna have it. Even there, Zane pops it, goes down right before, and Zia comes in clutch again, taking another Lord. And this is what I mean by Zia just being on fire non-stop all night. Yes, Chicken and ISO kind of helped carry BTK, but Zia was definitely the carry for the side of TOB.
Ooh, what a battle, guys.
Oh yeah. Zena, I know you were watching the entire time, right?
I was totally watching it, but what a battle. What can you expect from the greats of NA? So both teams were putting up a fight first round, but the Lord was stolen by Zia, which turned the tides, and continuing their stride despite the resistance, taking the win, the Ohio Brothers. Congratulations, our MVP will be Zia, the Lord stealing marksman. What do you guys think of that?
Zia, the great gold liner. Take us through it, Eunice.
I mean, honestly, at this point, it's not even the great goal laner, it's the good retry sealer, right? Zia was able to take 2 Lords away, right? I mean, who needs a retry player on the side of TOB? Just put slot Zia in, be able to shred everything and take away 2 Lords away from Zane. And Trax, just like you mentioned earlier, right? When Beatrix was sitting in that back tri-bush, Zane really thought he had it in the bag, but just like you said, he didn't even click the retry. He didn't pop the retry.
He was that
confident. He was so sure. He was so sure, but Zia ended up taking it not once, but twice, and really sealed the deal with the extra strong tape for TOB and was able to close off the game beautifully. So congratulations, Zia. You are the MVP for this series today for the game Ohio Brothers versus BTK.
Wonderful. I love watching these teams go at it, but let's quickly recap the day 2, stage 1 of the NACT Fall. The OhioBrothers having a close call against BloodHounds in the first series, but pulling through by sneaking a backdoor. BTK snowballed Avalon with a 2-0, and Avalon taking bronze in stage 1, in the bronze stage after a bit of fight from BloodHounds. And again, meeting on the battlefield, the OhioBrothers versus BTK, with the OhioBrothers taking first place in stage 1. What an action-packed first stage. I cannot wait to see stage 2 and 3 have in store for us. What are your guys' final thoughts on everything?
Well, I mean, TOB get the first advantage in stage 1 with 100 points. BTK going to secure 90, and then Avalon going to secure 80. But there are still 2 more rounds, and the next 2 rounds being double elimination. We could definitely still see some comebacks. On another quick final thought, I'm sorry, but this is going to be the second time I've had to sub in. Last season, I also got to sub in with Eunice.
Yeah,
so
you
somehow
did.
we always get to cast together, and it's always a
Yes.
very fun desk. I feel like it's the 0 IQ desk of NA. They have them over in the
Wow.
Philippines. Well, it's because we have so much fun. We're goofy, and it's always a blast
Right.
to cast with you.
Right.
So
It
thank you
is.
guys
Thank
for
you, Trex.
having me.
And thank you, Trex, for filling in last minute. But guys, it's not over yet. There is still more 2 seasons to go. Nothing can be finalized yet. And who knows, the same story might tell itself once again, or history might repeat itself. But we are at the conclusion of our first season. We are looking at the finals, which is going to be TOB. Locking in that win. Runner-up for this season will be BTK. And in third place, it would be Avalon. And we will see the new faces for next season, as who knows, the finals might be just a little bit different.
Yes, still lots of points to earn, and it could be anyone's game, really. But be sure to follow us on all of our socials on Mobile Legends North America, and we shall see you guys next week for stage 2 of the NACT Fall Season.